Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. Where do I go? Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. dare not speak. Her light can only blind and burn. No mercy for the guilty. Bring down their lying sun. Blood so silver black by night, upon their faces pale white. Cruel moon, bring the end. The dawn will never rise again.
Well, we're going for the final time today. Let's jump into the Macca's Champion Select. If you have just tuned in, it's the final game of today. But also, we've got another day tomorrow to kick off week number 2. It's Order taking on the Chiefs, both sitting in very comfortable spots. Both definitely looking to showcase who is the stronger of the two.
Ooh.
And that is a first pick set. Incredibly strong,
Ooh.
but incredibly susceptible to the ranged abilities.
I think I only need to communicate in ooze at the moment. Ours, maybe, if things change. We've got 2 great champions to kick this off. Now, let's add some further context to this Order versus Chiefs. Swiper versus his old organization.
Yeah.
Only Ayla versus their old organization. And it's TN, the upstart, the rookie, the person who replaces Swiper, even played in the finals when the Chiefs started losing against Swiper, as he now goes over reinvigorated with the side of Order. The Armored Titan against the self-described Armored Sloth. And now, we said the Titan would win, but what can you say? The Sloth's been pretty good so far.
Definitely going to be a game that is more than just 2 teams going up against each other. It's going to be a battle of egos, battle of, well, who made the right decision, really, at the end of the day, to flex these rosters on out. We're seeing a lot of different picks here that we haven't seen too commonly before. Obviously, the Aphelios is the standard, but once again, to reflect, we're not on patch 10.3, so Akali hasn't been changed. Still as strong as ever.
We're only 2 weeks in, so no one needs to freak out if there's a loss just yet. But we'll see how this draft continues. Now Aurelia being locked in. We have both solo laners presumably done there, and the full top side locked in by Order, saving their bottom lane. Looks like they're going to maybe suffer some 80 carry bans against them with the Senegon, the Aphelios locked in, so you most likely see the Misfortune taken off the board. But it does mean they get to choose the 2v2 they get against their opponents. Or maybe ban away some specific champions down there in the support role as well and pick one for themselves. We'll see how it goes. Very curious.
Set for me is just so annoying to try and gank, especially if you've got a double melee composition trying to go at him. That in the top lane and that in the jungle. Because he just stacks up so much grip. He just slams you down, baits you out with a slam dunk. The guy's an absolute monster, but whenever I've seen him have trouble, it's when you've got a composition that can kite. You're looking at slows, you're looking at maybe even glacial augment mid laners. You know, you want some kind of ability to make sure that he can sit back. Can't be a threat.
Syndra ban's a curious one. Maybe I'm crazy, but maybe Set also flexes to support. This is the kind of things that Order will do.
Support?
Hey, when it first came out, I looked at the champion and said, he's not a support, but he's so broken he may as well be.
Wow.
Why not?
That'd be an
Let me
interesting
ask
bot
you
lane.
that. Why
Yeah.
not?
Next minute you'd be telling me that Rengar's a support because he just hogs the brush with the Conclave.
No, I joke towards this because the Syndra has been banned, and it makes me wonder if that was something that Rare was going to play, or if it's more targeted towards Hayru, which is why these questions come up in my mind. The second mid lane champion is taken off the board, so again, those feelings start to actually grow. I'm not going to talk about it any further. We'll see what Order chooses to lock in. They're blue side, so they'll reveal both champions at once. We look towards the Chiefs now. Support champion would make the most sense. They could hold the flex for the last pick.
Yeah, it would, absolutely. Fresh band away, Nautilus band away as well. So no priority here from the Chiefs to take away an 80 carry. Quite happy to let Rare 7 have anything he likes, potentially trying to draw him into the Misfortune. Bit one of the reasons they're currently hovering the Brom. Major focus onto taking away what Harry can do. We saw how strong he was last week. The fact that he could just run the show as LeBlanc, take anything, do anything. Quite
if there ever was a lane that Set would go with, it'd be the go quick combo of Yubi.
Yuumi would be quite disgusting, to be honest.
Well, Braum being done, Braum Aphelios, very good classic lane, good crowd control. Not much more you could say about it. They're just a good lane.
The Rakan, nice little
They have no idea
here.
what they're going against. There is also a magic damage dealer in the jungle there from Only, so there's no real concerns with the Xayah Rakan if they wanted to do that lane. And when you look at everything that's been banned, Misfortune hasn't even been touched. Could be considered.
The Rakan's a nice little pickup here. Obviously so safe, the ability to jump in and then jump out for Null. And that's going to be a Harry LeBlanc. I like to see this. He was just so destructive, really, for the lack of better words. Lissandra will be a safe pickup here to try and stay safe. But right now, we'll have a lot of threats, a lot of ways to really get to a key target. Irelia being the major one, obviously with the ultimate. Make sure that Aphelios can do little to nothing. That's a scary comp order.
Aurelia bot lane. That's interesting. This is, I feel like this is I may not have done enough research to know why this is a thing. I haven't seen this running around on any of the streams that I've watched, but nevertheless, we've got ourselves an Aurelia Ricard down there from Rare, unless they trade with a couple seconds left. So we'll run through the rosters from top to bottom. Why is there no coach interview?
This is when you would want a coach interview, right? Just to be like, what is going on? Why do we have Aurelia bot lane? That's not a Yasuo.
We
what are
have
we looking at?
Swiper and Tien playing brawlers into each other. That's the first place that is very exciting. The grudge match between the two of them. There's no bad blood, to say the least, but it is the replacement against the veteran. And that's a place that we'll always be looking towards. A feud between both players. If you haven't looked at their social medias today, definitely check that out. They've shared some words between each other. They've also shared some pretty bad photos back and forth from what they look like years past.
I think I saw one of Tien showing him a screenshot on Google about like where to find a retirement village.
They were using reaction images of their own of their opponent's photos, but from like a minimum of 2 years ago. I think it's quite mean, but quite funny.
I'm sure beyond the scenes, they're good mates, having obviously been on the same roster together. The rookie working up against the master. It's going to be a very, very interesting matchup to watch there in the top lane. But I think for me, you're looking at that mid jungle once again, looking to see how long, how quickly they can sort of get that online.
Definitely. I think mid jungle's the place to be. Order have an Elise and a LeBlanc, so their pick threat's incredibly high. At level 6, however, that doesn't stay as the easiest thing to do on the Rift against an Olaf and a Lissandra, who can diffuse a little bit of that poke. So maybe looking towards those 2v2s. And we can beat around the bush all we like. We can look at the Bruisers top lane. We can look at the mid-jungle duos and discuss their impacts. The place we have to look is bot lane and what they're able to get done down there, because it is a melee champion in the Aurelia and a mostly melee champion in the Rakan. But they have a lot of dashes, they have a lot of gap close, and they have a lot of kill turret they're able to combo together. But it's against a very traditional bot lane. And I feel like Braum was the correct pick here.
Yep.
And it's not like the Chiefs didn't see this coming. Remember that through the bans. They were banning mid laners.
Yep.
So they were very much aware that this was happening. This isn't a surprise to them, it would have to seem. And so they've gone for a bottom lane with Aphelios just being a good champion, locked in, good wave clear, good control, decent range, depending on the weapons, of course, as to what they actually provide. But we'll see how this one plays out, because this is going to be one of those games where we learn by watching.
I think, yeah, it's going to be a very high risk, high reward lane, especially for Order here, to try and get that one online, to really get in Aphelios' face. I think Korea CK is going to have his work cut out for him here. Really going to have to be on the ball to make sure that he can apply those frozen stacks as quickly as possible, can shut down the mobility that will be coming out here from this bottom lane. But I suppose, at least pre-6 anyway, as we've mentioned, mid lane is going to be the focus to try and find Harry a sizable lead to unlock him and allow him to rotate through and unlock the side lanes too.
I didn't get to see, may have missed a minion of experience there as Swiper in that top lane. Went on a big journey, big walk, as they were defending the bot side jungle from an invade. Now what that meant at the same time, I was observing the pings from both teams, that the Chiefs, they don't know where the jungler started too much unless they had that ward at the red buff, which they did, you know? So he was just confused, and they're like, where is this top laner, what's he done? So now they're not sure if there's been like a deep ward placed at the enemy red buff, so the Chiefs, we'll see how Croc continues to path this one out. That's the only risk that they really face here besides the regular full clear, where it's an Olaf against an Elise, and the Olaf will always be faster.
Ward goes down into the river right there. Obviously communications to say, look, hey, you know, Olaf is top. That's where I'm pathing as well. Ganking top isn't going to be the play as of yet just now.
Farming pretty well here. The bot lane of Order is Tian's going to be super aggressive top.
He really is. He's going to jump straight in there, but if he didn't have Ignite, that could have been a kill for sure. But they go to mid lane instead, and they take down Claire.
Yeah, they're able to get that in mid lane only with a very good gank. Moving from top side, the advantage is that they didn't know where he was exactly, which is by Chiefs in the bottom lane have been playing pretty reserved, pretty safely. Their wave starts to push in now. But at the same time, they didn't expect it in mid. And what can you do against a LeBlanc and an Elise pre-level 6? Exactly what we spoke about. We'll see it here. It's quite simple. The chains connect, and because the chains connect, the combo, free. The kill, free.
Yep, the disengage unable to happen because the CC is just too strong. Able to overlap that one for free as a result. Olaf being aggressive right now. Croc is quite keen to try and look around for some counter jungling of his own. Double buff in hand. Going to pick up those wolves quite nicely for himself there.
And I wonder if it's because Aphelios feels like he has a little bit of setup time with certain weapons. Anytime you look towards an auto attack, there's an opportunity for the Elise, for the Aurelia or the Rakan to close distance. One of the biggest weaknesses Aphelios has is that while he has a lot of damage, he can do damage from different ranges, has crowd control, has wave clear. He doesn't have mobility.
No.
He stands very much still a lot of the time while he's dealing damage, and that's not great against your opposing bottom lane. Could just be that they like it, it's worked.
I mean, the Leech Pistol, obviously, when you activate that one, gives you the ability to damage on the run, but I think really for him, he's trying to cycle through that ammo as quickly as possible. That unlocks the Gravitum, the cannon. Give himself the ability to slow.
Aurelia may one-hit the turrets. I'm not certain. That'll be something that is a case-by-case basis thing, so we'll see. As that was a very aggressive move from Croc.
He's got nowhere to repel to right now. He's stuck in a bit of a tough spot, and Claire will pick up that one quite conveniently.
And that was great by Claire, because he places the ward across where the Elise could have repelled to, but times it with the repel coming down so that there was no time, there was no opportunity, and so they just get the kill. The flash was used by Croc to close that distance as mid once again. Lots of health trading.
Harry's still getting aggressive right now. He has opted for the cleanse as well to make sure that he can respect this matchup in mid lane and not fall victim to anything. Obviously, if CC is there, they will guarantee these kills, but we're edging that much closer to level 6, and with Aftershock in play, going to make it very, very tough to try and take down Alessandra now.
Rare has some bickies down here as well, so while it looks like he is out of mana, he does still have a decent amount. You can see he just pops it then. Ayla now inbound, so they clearly want to push this wave. They haven't cleared this bush, however, as I think that was only who placed the ward.
I think, though, this is the dream weapon for Aphelios right now, obviously, to try and stem the bleeding. If anybody jumps upon him, he's not fully reliant on Brom to try and set things up with. They can actually overlay it with the stun from Brom, then followed up by the root from the Weapon Master. Gives them a lot of CC, which we may not see actually come across here in the laning phase, but especially in team fights.
Oh yeah,
with
a Brom, you wouldn't complain with the red weapon either.
No, absolutely not.
Lots of heavy fight trading and fighting up here. Swiper's just being mechanicsed on right now.
He really is.
And it's really easy to play the Akali into the set if the set's not engaging onto you first, trying to hit the face breaker and punch your nose in. Because you can kite around the W. The true damage portion of the set W, which is insanely broken if it connects. Very easy to just dodge around it as an Akali. Lots of mobility there. Yeah,
well, every single time he goes for the W, then he just pops the Shroud and does a little dance and sidesteps that one. I'm not going to be too worried about that whatsoever. They're going to go for another scuffle in the top lane again.
Oh.
Once again, out comes the smack. He goes for that flash. He goes for the engage. He's going to get the kill. Is he going to get out? I didn't see a Triumph heal.
No, there was no Triumph heal. He just had enough health. I believe the potion, the first one, was running only now in the area. The turret's there as well. TN does die. You can see the pop-off in his player camera when he got the kill. And now just a little nod of sadness afterwards is only in the area. However, during the time that only goes up there, they get the dragon as well. So an Ocean Dragon now to the pockets of the Chiefs. You'd be pretty comfortable with that one if you're TN. That's a lot of momentum in your favor. And he catches the wave with teleport as it crashes.
Yeah, he really wanted to try and deny himself before Oni could pick up an assist there. In this case, obviously picks up the kill. So Swipe is still in this one, but he is falling behind about 400 gold at this stage. I suppose he's not going to be too upset about this laning phase because his main strength comes in the team fights.
Yeah, no, he'll be pretty upset about this one. It's not great. The experience difference is 6-5, which is when the fight took place, and Ted's still able to play with his food right now. Item difference is significant because any auto attack trades that Tan plays towards, I mean, the null's only going to buy you time. The revolver is meaningful damage. If you're wave clearing with the W is set, not a great position. The wave will push.
When you put it like that, Rusty, yeah, you raise a valid argument.
I mean, you also got Alessandra top side. The wave's pushing towards the turret. Olaf's about to get the red. If they really wanted to punish Swiper, they could threaten the dive. Hard to do, I will say, because it's a set, of course. But it does mean that Tian, if they don't want to dive him, still has freedom to go to the river, get some control of the whole top side of the map.
So priority completely lost in the top lane then for Order. You're mainly now looking at the bottom lane, which for the most part, with this double bruiser composition, has been in their face. Aphelios is keeping up in the CS for the most part, but has never really stepped further forward than where he's at right now. Very, very aware of the engaged potential.
Yeah, so what does this composition have from Order, right? They have a lot of bruisers. They have a lot of item spike windows that'll be very similar. You know, the Trinity Force champions running around. We've seen Black Cleavers from sets, and we've seen Trinity Forces really depend.
some priority of his own. But it seems like the Chiefs are finding the right priority in the bot lane at the right moments as they're able to now obviously capitalize on the likes of Drake. I think now if you're Order, you're trying to really bank on the fact that can we try and get some priority in that top lane? Can we try and get the Rift Herald? Because we've got a lot of our resources so far going into hoping that Harry can just one-shot someone.
Yeah, there's a lot of one-shot potential, but you know, when I'm talking towards items, we haven't hit those spikes yet. So this is definitely a waiting game from the side of Order. Get those spikes. Look at objectives. Dragon in 2 minutes, probably the place to be. You would expect from them in terms of objectives they may want to fight towards.
Notice the pathing
Nice
here of the Chiefs. They were opting towards the bottom side of the map, going through the jungle. They may now just decide to rotate through to mid lane as Claire finds himself up against Free. Can he get out? He's just going to actually hold it. He's just going to stand strong and say, I want to fight. I've got boys in support. Going to force out the rotation there from Tien, who still has the priority in the top lane.
Yeah, pretty much everybody gets here. Rare now waiting in the wings as well, so the threat was there. Both respective teams come en masse. Chiefs bringing 5 people to the Rift Herald right now. Claire probably going to recall to teleport in if the fight were to happen. So good early recall there from Claire. Order, they're hunting. They know it's being done. They're looking. Swiper only just starts to move now, though.
Where is a good ward for them to go for right now? Because Order's doing a fantastic job of sweeping this to make sure that he can't come in. He's looking for the teleport. He's pinging furiously saying, I need a wall. Do not kill that Rift Herald right now. And they may just look to try and force a 4v5. He actually comes from the top lane minions himself. Croc finds the first one. And they're going to chase on through right now as the exhaust is onto Tien to make sure Akali can't do Akali things right now, but she's just going to jump in regardless and find a second as they now look for a triple. Harry with the clones, Duke's one way. He's going to try and get the Bramble as they get the kill. And that is a triple kill around the Rift Herald, which they say thank you very much for.
Yeah, and the teleport may not have been in the perfect position for Claire, but it doesn't matter when Tien's able to put the damage down very efficiently onto his opponents. Now 2-1-2 is the Akali, and this all starts with Croc trying to flash away from the pit. You know, the action didn't seem like the ideal situation for the Chiefs, and the Herald does go over to Order. It's been collected by Rare as well. We'll see how the Herald goes down and who's able to win this one. You'd imagine Croc's just not in a position to finish this. Aelith kills the Eye. It's just that simple, right? But Swiper ints for it. He dies basically to get them away from the objective. And then Tien's just able to come in, use those mechanics, get the kills. Claire's able to make sure that one's cleaned up, and then they'll find themselves Hayri. They pick correctly on the clone because the Braum passive makes it obvious. They get themselves that extra kill.
The CC that they had there was beautiful. A bit of a different fight though, if they had some follow-up support there for Big Swips. You can see how much he was able to do just single-handedly, how long he was able to survive, and that's obviously with no items to his name. You're just talking about Merc Treads at this stage, so it's only going to get scarier. Wonder if we're going to opt towards a more tank-orientated set as opposed to a DPS-focused one.
Yeah, at the very least we'll get the Phage. I would like to see him go more tank-oriented, I think, as well. You still want a Bruiser item. You'll still want the Black Cleaver, most likely, here if you were Swiper. It's a little bit cheaper, a little bit easier to get. You won't be trading against Akali anytime soon. That much is for certain. Now, there is the Herald at last, 45-odd seconds. Once it has been picked up, waiting for Rare to see where that is going to go, which lane. As right now, he's stuck in the 1v1 against Claire, who only really has the magic resistance, to be fair. This Dragon's free. There's no contest.
Yeah, Rare wants to rotate down. You'd imagine to try and find some value with this Rift Herald. Croc quite happy just to pick up the second one of this game. We're going to have a Cloud Drake coming into this one, so lots of mobility. Could be pretty decisive, actually, for both compositions. Both would benefit a fair bit from the mobility, as well as that reduced CDR, so game on.
It's nice to be a champion like Set and have that move speed, just to be able to run at people a little bit faster. But they run away just as fast, so
yeah.
Who really does gain from that? Who knows? It's the people who rotate between lanes. Why do I say who knows and then answer questions?
I mean, I suppose the biggest, if we're looking on the side of Chiefs right now, Tien being the most obvious one, but Katsuri give him a bit of mobility to make sure he doesn't fall victim to the bum rush, if you will, that Order have to come at you and say, you have no mobility, you're fully reliant on your team to peel you. That gives them some self-sustain.
And so there was no fight for the Mountain Drake, the objective that we said may be considered with item spikes. The item spikes didn't come through either, but it was the Herald just prior where that big fight happened. Because the Chiefs come out on top, they get themselves another Dragon for free. Still waiting for this Herald, the place that it's going to go. You can see that only is now passed towards bot lane. There is a possibility that they use this lane. He just walks through the lane itself after Krugs, and that's where they summon the Herald. You have to keep your eyes on Ayla. I think most importantly than anyone else, the positioning that he takes himself to clear wards. Ayla's notorious for just recalling, walking to Summoner's Rift through mid lane or mid lane adjacent in his positioning, but then he'll go to the most meaningful place, which looks like he's pathing towards bottom with only. But it's not going to be. But we just see the Herald summoned at all.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, because, you know, he's been holding on to it for a fair bit right now. All the priority seems to be in this mid lane, and Brum will definitely out-rotate what Ayla can do, because he's got Mobius to his name, so he's sticking with the team much to sort of respect and respond.
They got mid-prio. It's a big win.
I think the biggest thing for Order right now is to try and establish some control, because right before this, they had no vision whatsoever. I think it was just one vision ward in their side of the jungle.
And
outside of that, I think this Rift Herald isn't really going to find too much.
Heraldine, the Heraldine gets nothing. Mid lane priority just going to be, again, the focus. It's keeping the Chiefs at bay, presently. Anything the Chiefs try and do, they're dealing with wards first. They're dealing with the fact they don't have control if they want to set up for objectives themselves. We've actually slowed down into very comfortable farming, respectively, across the entirety of Summoner's Rift. And for Swiper, who was 2 levels behind until he cleared that wave, he'll like that.
Oh,
he'll take that.
Absolutely. He's 40 CS down at this stage, 2 levels as well. Only just catching up to 10. So he's got a fair bit of catching up to make sure that he's a threat later on to this game.
Oh, Rare has to be careful. He's being stalked a little bit here. They may even swap positions.
Oh, Chris CK actually getting bounced into 2 members of Order as they look to try and make a pincer maneuver happen. But Claire has been sitting stead in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's reset time. There was just a lot of time spent farming, so there will be a lot of money in the pockets of most people. That should be the completed item here from Claire. Curious to see if he goes towards the Ludens. Yeah, because another option has been the GLP lately. And, you know, for someone like Lissandra, I would say it's not a crucial item, you know, where an Orianna likes it to set up a shockwave. Lissandra can do that herself.
Yep.
So, Luden's definitely the preferred choice. If you're feeling cheeky, you wanted to kite people like the set, then you can.
Like Baby's first champion. Pick up some items that just allow you to overlap it.
Nah, so I disagree, because Baby's first champion shouldn't have active items. Trust me, they won't use them.
But think about it. You land a GLP, and then you can land your Q and your follow-up.
Yeah, but like, it doesn't matter what makes sense in theory, because if it's like, I've coached them, Skibby, telling them...
You're like, don't trigger me right now.
I coached an Iron player in jungle, and you had to tell him specifically camp by camp, which is the best one. Not how to clear the camps, that's the next, that's bronze.
Press the buttons. And he didn't press the buttons. But these
said,
guys
what's
aren't.
an active item? He said, what's that? So.
That's when the Skype cord just randomly disconnects, eh? Oops, sorry, plug pull.
Summoner is disconnected.
Well, seems Chiefs are uncontested when it comes to these objectives at this stage. 2 Drakes to their name. This time they pick up the Rift Herald without a contest.
They're trading the map though, so they have split the map in half. It looks like Rare is just going to be catching top lane. No teleport.
Claire is in trouble right now because there are 4 members here. Gonna have to make sure that...
He's cleared the wave. He's good. He's got a kill. What are you doing?
Okay.
What's going on? There's no wave. That's a lesson has been learned today the hard way.
I'm so confused there because I thought that was a situation where Claire was like going to have to play immaculately with his ultimate to try and juke and dodge and this and that, and he just says hello.
Well, you hate to see it. You really hate to see it, and now they've gone towards...
The timing as well. Of all things for it to happen, it happens right when Chiefs can acquire themselves soul points. Bit of a lapse of judgment there. As Chiefs are starting to fall away with this game.
I don't even think he was trying to dive. I think he was just walking between the lane, between the tower. It was just killed for it. Just wanted to have a quick dash over to his mate Slips. Now I'm dead.
You can see the idea was, let's pick up a kill. There's no chance for Claire to engage and contest this next Drake. We can try and help get Swiper online. Didn't happen, no. It did not happen as the Chiefs now find themselves in a very comfortable spot, as I mentioned. Everything on the map is rosy for them so far.
In the words of one of the OPL experts of old, oh no-y.
Oh no-y.
I would explain that play.
Baby's first words.
We're at soul point here for Chiefs. 4 minutes away though, so not too much stress just yet. But this Elise hasn't really found opportunities after that mid lane gank to get anything going on the map. Has been weathered quite nicely, even though only finds himself 200 gold ahead. And I didn't get a chance to look at any other gold value because that was just removed immediately.
Well, I mean, you got to look at the top lane especially. That is where the majority of this gold is. It's the rookie and the
Oh
master.
yeah, that's 2,100 gold.
It's a lot of gold right now. These two guys on your screen,
That's 2 sets of Merc treads, people.
Tien is flexing.
That is a needlessly large rod and a blasting one.
Very, very comfortable with the position they're in right now.
How else can we compare that to people? Just a lot. It's just a lot. Swipe is in the bin.
That's a lot of Poro snacks.
Well, Poro Snacks have a sell value of 30, so how much do you think they're actually worth to buy retail?
Oh, it depends how much the depreciation is when you buy it from the factory. I'm probably saying 90. They've got
also,
some big profit margins.
It also depends on the items. Even in League of Legends, their sell values are completely different.
They'll pick up a mortgage for that one. Well, the mid lane pressure is where it's all at right now. Set is still split pushing top lane. He wants to try and get himself back into this game. Any single time Akali groups up, it's a chance for him to try and find some value of his own.
The one thing I will say here is that when you've got a bruiser composition like Order have put together for themselves, no AD carry, no traditional sense of wave clear, not even the safest wave clear from someone like Hayri in mid lane on the LeBlanc. So if they fall behind, really difficult.
It feels a little bit like the game we saw earlier today. I believe it was Legacy and Mammoth, when Mammoth drafted a full bruiser comp. They're trying to get in your face. They're trying to find those leads. And then when the siege began,
Hayri's in trouble.
They found themselves.
He's on the wrong
in a bit
side of
trouble.
the map. Or is being respected because everyone from Order's missing on bot side. I reckon Tam wanted a crack at that though.
Probably did. Decides to show some restraint right now.
Signs of maturity from the player that would take on the 1v4, I would imagine, if his team didn't say no. Makes you wonder if it was his choice or if Claire said, you cut that out.
Behave. Do not do that. Pings in the bot lane, no. Both junglers have shown face. Both junglers deciding if or when they decide to engage. But I think for the most part, Rusty, it's a case of let's wait for this next objective to respawn. Let's get some items online.
Yeah, it's a Cloud Dragon as well. So the Cloud Soul, I don't mind it. It's very good. Depends on the champion you're playing. It's incredible for the Chiefs. Because Olaf presses his R button, becomes invincible, and actually just like...
He will run you down.
Like, just goes.
He will run through you.
He doesn't, you won't know what hit you. Olaf screams so loudly he's going to run you over. It's not a bad thing as well for someone like an Akali who presses that R1, gets a burst of move speed to cover distance as well. Side laning becomes a lot easier. So, yeah, not a bad soul, all things considered, but it's not strictly a combat soul, as we are looking at Croc here.
Here's the situation as we're going to have to see the Olaf burn, Ragnarok, and a flash.
Oh,
Moonlight Vision to turn things around. Looks like the Chiefs want to try and force this fight out as the TP comes in from the Chiefs. They're looking to try and start things off as Harry picks up one, but Claire responds in similar fashion. That's Claire going big, double kill with the Zhonya's as well. He does what he does best, and that is body members as Chiefs Tien comes in. And
that's it.
Yeah, the Chiefs showcase what they can do with this composition. They've been patient, they've bought items, and they've executed.
All that's left for the Chiefs is to put a bow on it after that team fight. They're able to wrap that team fight up pretty cleanly. Baron on the cards. They'll move from Baron most likely down towards the Drake as well, and suddenly they're in not just the driver's seat, they're in the most commanding position possible. That was basically the moment there for the side of Order. Maybe they get the poke. The Chiefs re-engage after they used summoner spells to get away. So there were still some small trades to be seen, but it's still so clean. They just missed their jumper for a smite. That's it.
Yep, well, they drew Order in for a false sense of security there. Not sure if we'll see a replay, but Olaf definitely looked in trouble.
And the thing, so we'll watch this fight again, and I'll get to my point in a second. It starts like this. You've got the flash used, the ult used by a Croc on the Olaf, but he still goes back in for the fight, still goes in for the play, and he will die, but the cost is high. One person already dead. Set tries to take Claire out of the fight, but he just flashes forwards and chunks them all out to death, and then Tan will come in with Claire to ensure that last kill goes over to them, and it's easy as you like. Now, the point that I wanted to make here is that if I was Order, I feel like I would give them the soul.
Okay.
Because then it's an Elder, and you want that more than you want.
And you play for Elder, yeah. You
Why
just
delay
right
the soul, right? Like,
yeah, I get you. I feel that point.
I actually think you don't contest it and take the risk with the Elder, because that's one of the only chances you'll have to come back into this, right? Like, it's only 6,000, 7,000 up between them, but it feels so much more. We're only 24 minutes in. Yeah, I think the correct decision is don't contest that.
I think right now, though, the question is also how much value can Chiefs find with this Soul as well as this Baron? How much gold, structural
Well,
lead?
it's a Cloud Soul. It's movement speed when you use your ultimate. Like, that's not...
Well, it's not
It
game-breaking,
doesn't break turrets.
but it does give you the ability, obviously, to freely roam and freely rotate, maybe take a few more aggressive pathing options. But you're off your order right now. You want to really force this one because Chief Tien does not have his teleport. They're looking to try and make this one happen right now. Members are jumping on in as
Swiper
Set
in.
gets rowdy. There's the shield, but Croc denies it with the shields.
Tien.
He goes golden. Katsuri finds one. Oh, Tien is putting on a masterclass, and this is why Akali gets banned. That's a triple kill, and that is ace.
In order to go for it again, they look for the fight in mid lane. They're bested once more on the Rift Town with the triple. They get the ace. The Medjai's even there for Claire's not able to get the stacks that he's after. And they'll probably just push to end here, Skibby. They've got 14 seconds on the first member respawning. That's at least the inhib. I think they'll just go for end.
And I think I even said that Tien had no teleport. I'm just that blinded by what they're doing. Just the amount of pressure. They aren't going to let Order even hit that Elder Drake point. No, they want the victory. They will find that victory. And they're working towards that Nexus Tower right now. It's a Hail Mary attempt for the boys of Order as they do manage to pick up the Olaf. But that core is falling. And Chiefs go GG.
And the Chiefs really stamped their foot down on the OPL this season. The first game of week 2 off the cards. They're 3-0. They are dominating their way through the Rift. And it feels like they are starting to really make it known that there is a top of the ladder. And they are there.
Many members highly anticipating this matchup between these two teams. And a few questions answered them. Definitely between what Tien could have met as how he was able to go up against his former teammate in that top lane. He put on a masterclass with that Akali.
Yeah, Akali getting the rare let through pick ban. Not first picked, but locked away immediately by their opponents. And Tien, you give him those bruises, he's going to have a very good time of it. As the Chiefs are able to take down their opponents pretty cleanly in the end.
They're going to be very happy with that one indeed. Order, a bit upset, rightfully so. Never really had a chance to get themselves into this game. But the handshakes are going to come out across regardless. And we'll have to see really what it goes back to the drawing board, how they recover from this one. You see the hugs come out there from the top lane as we've been discussing in this vital matchup. But Claire mentioned that, you know, we felt strong. We weren't too sure before, but we are strong. And now we know we definitely are beast mode. We are one of the best without a doubt. And I think this result here, Nick, really proves that to be one of the cases.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of week 2 of Split 2 of the 2020 OPL. I'm your host Nick Boy Richardson, and I am thrilled to be here thanks to Riot and of course our beloved partners Neosurf, Epos and Macca's. I'm mainly thrilled because again we get to talk about all the problems with the opening title sequence, specifically involving Spawn, Rusty and Skimmy. But Spawn, you asked why is there a dab in it? The number one rule in broadcasting and any kind of camera entertainment, never do anything on camera that you're not willing other people to see. This is why you don't dab, even if they say we promise we're not going to use the dab.
They call him Dab Daddy for a reason, Nick, all right?
They do not call me that.
Look, mate, look, behind the scenes, mate, we don't call you
they
Jake
do
or
now.
Spawn.
Yeah,
We
that's
call you
very
Big
funny.
Dab Daddy, and, you know, you're smiling, you're crying. Who knows? The beanie's coming on early today.
Dab Daddy, do you want to respond?
No, just what's the first game? Let's get straight into it.
We are going to get into it in a second. It's very exciting to be back for the second evening this weekend for some OPL action. And also, I feel very I feel a little attacked by broadcast because just before we came on air, they were like, "You all look very good in your jackets," and then there's Nick, and I realize now that we never spoke about this, and apparently there was an agreement that we're all going to wear like bomber jackets or at least some sort of like jacket, and I was like, "Oh, I'm just going to wear my sort of like wood chip shirt," and apparently this is an issue.
No.
I don't think it's an issue. I actually think that you look good, and we three look like we're not dressed appropriately for the show, Nick. That's what I think.
I'm dressed to go to the gym. That's the secret. You can't see, but I'm fully ready.
You still wear those tights?
Nah, I got gym shorts on though. Ready to go.
Because
Here we
today,
go, the leg reveal.
today is the day, isn't it, Rusty?
Oh, they're open, Nick.
Are they actually open in Sydney?
Yeah, they are. They're
Yeah.
open as
Can
of
I
today.
just say this is
today it
some
is.
bullshit? Like,
Please.
what gives, Sydney? What gives? Why are you doing things before Melb? Why are you trying to be so hipster all of a sudden?
Because Melbourne is
cool.
filled with virus-riddled deviants, and
That's
Sydney is
Nick.
a clean
If
city.
you actually look at the graphs of COVID-19 within Australia,
I don't need to
Sydney
look at numbers.
is definitely not the clean area of Australia. Let me just say that.
Look,
There's
let
a
me,
reason that everyone that touches a border with Sydney close their borders.
let me give you a little piece of advice that I learned from my president, Donald Trump. Facts don't matter. You can prove anything with numbers, okay? It's statistics. You can make it look however you want. What you want to know is what games we have ahead of us this evening. So let's get up the schedule before that clip gets clipped, and I regret saying that. Game number 1 is Legacy versus Mammoth. Game 2, Order taking on the Chiefs. Game 3 is Avant versus Gravitas, and rounding out the eve, Game 4, Direwolves and Pentanet.gg. Order, of course, hoping to not lose to the Chiefs like they just absolutely were ruined in the pre-game game there. But I personally am really looking forward to Game 4. I feel like Game 4 is where I'm the most unsure about what's going to happen there. Rusty, how are you feeling?
Yeah, Game 4 is going to be interesting if you think about yesterday. With Direwolves coming, you want to say back into form. It's one game sample size though, so we'll see. It was a slow and patient game from them, and I think that's kind of the gameplay that Pentanet.gg like. So seeing that matchup will be very interesting.
And I think that
Skimmy?
when you have a look at... you went Skimmy and
No.
I've just started talking. This is a disaster.
Dab Daddy, go for it.
Thank you very much. Floss, son. I think that at some point, Pentanet...
Plus father. Come on.
Floss father. Damn it. What are we talking about?
We've broken him already.
Why are we here? Like,
He's talking whilst 3 men just cracking up around him.
just a scary of
Hey, this is a new
professionalism.
NeoSurf skit right here. We're re-recording live.
Oh, no.
God.
Okay. What I was going to say is... what I found interesting yesterday about Pentanet was that was the first time that, and I was discussing this with Rusty, I think that was the first time that Pentanet didn't run their style and tried to run a little bit, thank God, this is a much better camera shot, and tried to run like a deny order certain pick style. Things like the Azir, a couple of jungle bands that we haven't necessarily seen going towards only. So what I want Pentanet to do is learn from that, go back to the style of let's just, focus on what we do, our creative gameplay around Parbu, our jungler. And see if they can get back to the winning ways. Because I certainly think that there was a big difference between Week 2 Pentanet and Week 1 Pentanet. I do not think that Order got Pentanet at their best.
That's probably a big agree from all of us here. Something else we can agree on is that NeoSurf, we are lucky to have you, and you guys as viewers of the OPL are lucky to have NeoSurf as well, because they are running a competition over the next couple of weeks. You can be a part of the OPL opening video. You can replace us and win yourself a $500 NeoSurf voucher to use in the League of Legends store. All you need to do is take a video of yourself joining our opening titles call, follow OPL and NeoSurf Esports on Twitter, and then DM that video to OPL. Before it was use the hashtag NeoSurf Esports or whatever the hashtag was. Forget the hashtag. I already have. You don't need it anymore. You just need to DM it to OPL. You've got until week 3 to get your entries in. We'll be judging them. Get creative. Make us laugh. Don't do a dab, because we're never going to replace a dab with a dab. Spawn's dab is better than your dab. because Spawn is the dab daddy. So any dab you do is not going to be as good as Spawn because he practices dabbing, 4 to 5
I'm so
hours a
glad
day.
we've got this as the start of the show. And I'm almost glad as well that we're not casting with Spawn. He gets a bit of time to cool off and, realize that I can't carry this anger of this new nickname that I know and love
That's true.
into these new games.
I'm lucky enough to be spending the next 25 to 40 minutes with someone who was much nicer when he had hair. Full terms and conditions are on watch.lollysports.com, and while the first prize is a $500 NeoSurf voucher, we'll award 5 runners-up with a $100 voucher each, all for using the League of Legends store. So a big thank you to our partner at NeoSurf, where your privacy is protected with no need to provide a credit card or any personal information. All right.
Nick, before we go on to the next bit,
please.
Someone in chat just said Spawn reads Twilight. Chat, not only do I read Twilight,
Oh, yeah.
I named my son after my favorite character from Twilight. So you can insult me as much as you want. But my son's name's Jasper. Yeah, there you go.
And Jasper was a vampire?
Vampire, yeah.
There you go. See, this is what I love. When you take the insult and you turn it around and you throw it back to them and you're like, well, it's all on you now, buddy.
Sparkling Dab Daddy.
Who did...
That's such a good call.
That's from
such
Rusty.
a good call.
Yeah, that's Rusty in chat. What a smart guy.
Yeah, well. All right.
That's so good.
Sorry, are you Team Edward or Team Jacob? Is that a thing?
Yeah, that is a thing, and I don't care about either of those peons.
You would be Edward, right? Because you would be vampires.
No, I didn't like the vampires at all. I liked Alice, and yeah, I liked Jasper, and that was it.
All right, there you go. Well, we're all learning something new today. We want to learn more about you, though, because we are running the Nick Bag all evening long. So please send me your questions about literally anything in your life. We would take some work-related questions as well. We feel like a work theme could be good here. You can look at Moobot. Is going to be popping off throughout the evening with a Google form. You can just hit that link, fill that in. It's that easy. Or you can send an email to asknickboy@gmail.com. Work is the feature topic. We know you hate it. We'll help you deal with it, quit it, make it better, or burn it all to the ground. So please join the Nick Bag and be part of the broadcast. 2 teams who are part of the broadcast getting us ready and kicked off for game number 1. It's Legacy versus Mammoth. Gentlemen, Rusty, Mammoth, they're going to do it? I don't even know what. I can't give you any cogent intro to this.
What are they going to do, Nick? That's the question. So this game is the team that is undefeated in Legacy against the team without a win in Mammoth, right? They're both either 3-0 or 0-3. And if you look at their form coming into this game, I think anything less than a shellacking would be a surprise on Legacy's part. I would be very happy to be surprised, Nick. I would. But I can't find myself doing it until we see it.
If we get a Mammoth win, Skimmy, it's going to unsettle this whole broadcast more than the balance of jackets versus plaid shirts.
I think Carbon may retire for a second time. He may be giga tilted. I may never see him leave his room. I may not be allowed to leave my room. It might just be, depression central. So, we can't afford to have that happening. We need a big win, a big dub. Look, the stats speak for themselves, right? You got 4 wins, 20 losses for Mammoth. The opposite of that is 27 wins and 5 losses. It's David Goliath. It's the classic story. I think the Tree Boys, the Slender Men, are gonna put up a big performance today.
The Tree Boys. Oh my goodness. All right, Dab Daddy, there's no time for your opinion. It's time to get into game number 1. It's Legacy versus Mammoth, and it's kicking off with the Macca's Champ Select.
Get me out.
So tonight we're versing Legacy. They are the reigning champions, OPL Split 1, and it'll be very interesting to see how we match up against them. And I hope we can take out the win, but I think it'll be pretty hard.
So yeah, we play up against Legacy. They're a really good roster, got a really talented team. I'm just looking to see how we can perform against them and see how we line up. And hopefully we can do our best and either come away with victory or learn a lot from them.
I think Legacy are probably looking like one of the best teams in the league at the moment, and I think they probably won't know what to expect when they play us, so maybe we can use that to our advantage and beat them going into next week.
Well, here we are for the opening game of the day. It's Mammoth taking on Legacy, which, can I just say there, Rusty? Mammoth's green screen, I don't know, did Legacy just steal all the green away from that? Well, what happened there? That was there was no background. It was just, we were looking into the void of them saying, I think they're one of the best teams. Look, they are the reigning champions for a reason here, aren't they?
They're leaving a lot of real estate for teams to meme them, Skivvy. That's the problem with what they're doing at the
For
moment.
sure they are.
Direwolves were the first to pounce on that opportunity. We'll see what comes in the weeks to come from Mammoth with the untapped potential that they've given us.
This is interesting. So I was having a quick look at the pick bans and stats going into this one, and Yasuo has only been banned. Well, this will be the third time it's ever been banned, but only against this team in particular. We've seen that Jungi loves to play if given half that chance, but they're looking to try and deny as many of those comfort picks, which for me has to be the theme here for Mammoth. They know that their opponent is incredibly stacked. You'd be looking at saying, Lived, you want to find some comfort in that role that you're transitioning into. Chungi, you want to make sure that you're going to have an even time going into Tally. And well, we're going to get that Kalista right off the bat here, which is a pick that Raze loves to go with. They had the Graves, the first time Babbitt played it all year long as well. But they do love to go for this Ornn and Karma. There's no surprises.
Yeah, nothing too crazy so far. Of course, Karma, one of those champions that you could see in the support role. We have seen a lot more of it going down there with the Enchanters being in the support position, but at the same time, we have seen it flexed. And we also know that, you know, worst case scenario, Topoon's got a mean Karma in the back pocket as well. So one of those flexible champions alongside the Ornn allows you, especially when you're on that red side, to put your counter picks and your priorities to somewhere else. And this is one of those strategies that I'm personally a very big fan of, when both of your solo laners have a shared champion pool. Because even if you reveal your hand in those lanes early, it doesn't mean that your opponents can beat it, because you haven't either shown your jungler or a support that could be roaming up there that can influence it as well.
Well, that's interesting. Another ban is going the way of Chungi now with the Ahri. He's played that before as well. Babbitt is going to lock himself in there with the Kindreds. We know the matchup is already confirmed in the jungle itself. They should have a fair bit of mobility to keep the tanky boy at bay, as you say. I mean, look, we've seen the Graves, we've seen the Yuumi, couple them together, and it's an absolute nightmare.
So as a note, for Legacy's draft, they've got the Kindred locked in third. Karma is not, you know, the #1 pick ban mid lane option at the moment. But the thing is, if you put that with a Kindred, they're dangerous as a duo. A Kindred gets so much movement speed to apply all of the damage that they have as well. It's very hard to take down either of them. And now you've also got the Ornn that'll amplify them and help with their scaling. So when you look at the Legacy draft so far, and we're only 3 champions in, we're awaiting probably the bottom lane. And they know, presumably, what the bottom lane of Mammoths is. The one risk was that maybe that is the flex set, and they might want to hold their hand for that. But they put a lot of priority into their top side of the map, and now they can pick whatever they like.
Please, Raze,
into
please, just do it. Just once.
Kalista.
Just once for the Draven. I would love to absolutely see it. We've seen so much Ezra recently. Oh, give us a Jhin.
I want a Trist. One of my favorite counters is the Tristana, because you just jump on his head. It's not likely, but it's what I want.
Nah, especially when you've got a Philios and Misfortune still available. Why would you go any other way? And that is what they're going to go for right now. So you've got yourself, arguably, you know, the top 4 picks in that bottom lane Karma, incredibly high priority right now. Don't forget, can still be flexed in multiple areas, but will always be that ability to feign where it wants to go. That's going to give them a ton of potential to push that wave, that fine priority, which, as we've seen here in the OPL, those first 15 minutes can be so important.
I mean, in this game, the first 5 minutes are going to be crucial as well, right? Like, you need to start on the right foot forwards if you're Mammoth, or you may just be Giga doomed. So you need to start your draft in a way that can allow you to do that. So far, so good, you would have to say. They've actually gone for the Orianna in mid lane as well. Presumably, once again, into that Karma, but we will see what they choose to put their Legacy with their last pick, as they do have the counter. With Mammoth's draft now, though, still a little bit more Wombo available. If they're looking for a top laner, then something that could be in the front lines working with that Orianna would be pretty nice to have. There you go.
I'll say it begs the question as to where that set was going to go, if they were going to flex it to that top side, or if they were going to go for, say, like the likes of a Fresh or a Tarek to couple with that Callista, given that was still available. They do decide to go for the Renekton in the end. Another pick here that Lived is going to showcase what he can do on, and that was really my main question here. You know, transitioning from mid into top, there has become a very big similarity now between those champion pools, and no more exemplified than Tally making that role swap himself.
Okay.
Well, the final pick will be the Soraka. So we've got punch-ons counteracted by silence puddles.
Yeah, so one of the biggest things, like, when you look at Set as a champion and by design, it's never going to change. What he does is he runs a little bit faster than normal towards you. Callista could, of course, enable that a little bit better, but if you're just running towards a Soraka, she has a slow. If you get thrown in by the Callista, she can silence herself. And so you're just not really able to function as a champion nearly as effectively as you would be against other champs unless you get really ahead early. So this is one of those games where you would probably looking at, if you recall the Pentanet game yesterday, Skimmy, where they were hyper aggressive at level 2 with the flashes forwards. I wouldn't be surprised if they considered something like that again. One of the differences at the moment is that Mboma has gone for the heal, it's not the exhaust. We're also looking for a Hail of Blades. If they have that as well, then they're saying we will be aggressive early. We will try and get those leads. Because a stable lane down in bottom lane, I think you're very happy if you're Soraka and Aphelios to just hang out, get those items.
Hang out, chill out, hit those core items, and you know, come together once Tally has those online as well, and you've just got two hyper-scaling champions, right, in the fact of the Aphelios, the Kindred, and say, look, shields for you, heals for you, and then you forget about Topoon on an island and just comes in with those massive knockups. But as you say, I mean, we saw yesterday, Pentanet, it was Rogue, actually, I believe it was even level 1. He jumped in there with a face breaker to make them come together and said, look, okay, Hex Flash on cooldown now, this is the lane state. So the turnaround was the Fresh response. So there was plenty of kill action in that one. Going to be a little bit more passive here, you'd imagine, but we cannot discredit, obviously, the impact that both Raze and Isles have had from laning phase into team fights. Always looking for moments to try and pop off, always looking for moments to shine. And that is what we're going to find out as we jump into the very first game of the day. Legacy taking on Mammoth, and I just saw the emote there. This is the one that Tally's spamming. We actually had a bit of a discussion as to what the emote meta was. He's told me, this is better than Bees. This is top tier.
It seems all of Legacy have this one as well. They like to spam that one in the fountain. It's got a very annoying sound, I will say. If you know, I have my opinions on emotes as well. They're both Bard emotes, so of course I'm going to enjoy them. But the bee, the sad bee, has the best sound in all of them, I reckon. The real mental warfare game going on in mid lane right now.
Where would we be without these emotes, honestly?
We'd probably be talking about the game, Skibby. But for now, we can just listen. And oh, he's angry again. Oh, you've upset him.
The cycle of life continues.
Yeah, that one. Tally's got some good emotes. I reckon he might have the best emote game in the league right now.
Emotes, skins, and performances in that order. As we do see both junglers now start blue sides. Looking to get themselves online as quickly as possible. That has to be the case for me, right? It's looking at this bottom side of the map. How much value can they find? Obviously, you don't look too much in that mid matchup to see Chungy hit these standout performances. You're still wanting him to make that transition from the OCS coming into the OPL. Lives, you imagine, still trying to find his footing in that top side of the map. And it's going to be a really rough time for him, not to mention that he's going to go into Topoon, arguably the best top laner in the league right now. So I'd be definitely looking at this bottom lane with the aggressive nature they have to try and really shut down the Soraka.
I don't even know if it's arguable. I think Topoon is just the best top laner that we have in the OPL right now. You know, people are welcome to come and try and challenge him, but he's always continued to prove them wrong, even in matchups where he shouldn't be winning. He does. We're also looking at a pretty aggressive path here from Babip. He's gone from blue to red straight away. He's gone the fastest possible route as well, including the use of blast cones. And so he's now going to go Krugs, maybe even to an early top lane. And he's also, you know, navigated his way around where Mammoth would have no idea where this man has gone. They pinged that he was at Gromp doing a full clear. And we'll see how he chooses to play this one out, because that's where my eyes go towards. If I'm looking at the other side, though, with Bass, he's got level 3 already. He could be pathing towards bot side. You know, that lane that we were speaking about that could be super aggressive if they wanted to be. But he's going to do a full clear instead for the moment. Now, I would say that he farms a little bit faster than a Kindred does. So that's not a bad choice. It's just that you want to see him get active on the map.
It's a little bit those discussion points, right? As a Graves bit, a tempo jungler where you can turbo farm and hit those levels and hit your stride as quickly as possible. Even better if your lanes are winning or finding priority to really bring that kind of playstyle online. And that's what they're doing so far, it would seem, as this early shove with that aggressive nature that they possess is allowing him to have his team come through with a deep ward on towards the enemy Grom.
And you know what's amazing to me, Skimmy? It's the fact that supports, Enchanter's support specifically, can go for the Relic Shield.
Yeah.
Because Relic Shield gives health regeneration, not the Spell Thieves that gives mana regeneration, but they're Spellcaster Enchanters. So the fact that they can stay at full mana is insane.
It feels a little bit punishing given the fact that they're most notably going to go into that chalice and just have insane health regen. You're talking about her having to use her own health to then provide it to Raze. That punishment that is really built in, kind of fully negated.
Yeah, of course, here they go. You can see that the potential flashes there from Artek. He's got Dark Harvest. A bit of extra damage available. Here they go.
They go looking for the flash, they bring in Rage, he flashes in response. Not going to find the kill target, Vast there with the smoke screen. Not able to turn things around, but this is Legacy shooting back with vengeance. The punishment potential is, well, pretty strong it would seem, as Artek is dropped down to half and he'll be chugging for those potions like wildfire.
Yeah, huge punish there from Legacy, but you have to remember the cost of it. It was still a trade of Summoner spells, and now it is the Hex Flash versus the regular Flash gone from Raze, as Lived is about a couple boatload of damage. Needs to be very respectful because this wave's going to crash. Oh my god.
How many times have we seen this man do that in a top lane?
Tell me he's not the best top laner in the league right now.
He is.
The CS difference between these top laners. Lived, I feel like he'll be very disappointed in himself for that one, but that is pretty inexcusable. He'll have to teleport back to catch the wave. And whether it was a wave manipulation error of his own doing, he pays for that dearly.
It's incredible that we have these like star players in potential lanes. If you're making that move to a new lane or making that step up from a be it University League, OCS, or even just a rookie yourself, you come in and you sort of see that clear disconnect and you go, well, this is going to be a rough time. We've seen Tapoon time and time again get the ball rolling in solo kills, and the script kind of unflows from there.
Man, top lane honestly probably didn't even need to teleport back to top lane if he didn't want to either. That's how much of an advantage he earned for himself. And now look at this wave. You know, he's got level 6 to level 5 at least for a little while. There's a chance this cannon wave does get Lived over the line, but that's kill threat. You know, Kindred's on the top side of the map, and Lived has to be very respectful again. The difference between these two top laners right now is massive. And this just gets worse. If the Kindred comes up here and this really hits home, Lived is done for.
Jackson definitely wants to hit a stride, especially with that Blade of the Ruin King or the Black Cleaver, depending on what variation he prefers, but he needs those items to remain relevant in this game. And if the Ornn gets this strong this early on, you start to shake in your boots.
Kindred is passing topside. Tally's also free. Lived is way too far up right now.
Okay, well, the Jukes had the Ornn ultimate to start things off with. There goes the Dominus to try and turn the fight around as both get dropped down to half, but shunted up against the wall. That is Dream for an Ornn, says hello to a Kindred who goes for one. Up comes the Empowered Q. Assist for the boys. Double kill to start off Tapoon's top lane adventures.
I mean, what could you even say? We say it's going to happen, we call it happening, and he still falls prey to it. His vision had died maybe 15 to 30 seconds prior to that gank happening. But that's just simple from Legacy. They make no mistakes. You know, the onus is entirely on Mammoth's behest to not be dying in that situation. And now top lane is just doomed.
Certainly is, and it's really up to Mammoth now to try and make something happen elsewhere. Chungyu was locked in place with the mid lane as the exhaust comes out here from Tally to make sure he does not take too much of a beating. Buys time for Al to rotate through, perhaps drop him a heal. But perhaps keep an eye as to where Bass is right now, who is, once again, hunting around, was looking at a potential blue buff, was hoping that things went a little bit better in the mid lane to guarantee that, but may just be content with starting up the dragon.
Yeah, it's going to... I mean, at this point in the game, Legacy could actually take the initiative as well. They could flip their bottom lane towards the Herald side of the map, and they've already got their top laner up there who can, at this stage, force lane priority and lane control. They could actually just have the numbers advantage through that. My question is, when you're looking at this lane, how do they get the push in, and how do they actually get it to go back that way? Right now, they're playing very respectfully. because they're not too sure about where Bass is. I think their first step is maybe find some vision control. See if you can get an inkling on where the enemy jungler may be. Or just solo kill top lane again. I'm sure that's an easy access to a Rift Herald.
Well, I mean, look at the items right now. You got Ninja Tabbies, you got Bramble Mist. Lift is going to do 0 damage.
Yeah, he's going to have to go the Black Cleaver build to be relevant. I don't even think it's worth going Blade of the Ruined King and looking at top lane anymore. He's going to have to go a little bit tanky. He's going to have to try and help his team do as much damage as they possibly can. I mean, at the same time, he has a Graves. He has a Kindred in a set. So that will help damage amplification for the rest of his team if he's in the backline during the fight. Shockwave.
Shockwave does land, as comes the tether. A 3-man collapse from every single angle. And that is going to be Telly falling on down. As now, this is signs of life here from Mammoth. They find value in the repeat gank with the exhaust having been burnt already.
That was nice from Mammoth.
This is good.
Very nice from Mammoth. Of course, we'll see if he's able to take this fight. Bass will push them away. I think, Chungy having blue buff, Artek still being here is just going to come up troubles for them. No matter how large Topoon is, there's just too many members up there right now. And Telly had flash during that trade, and the point that I want to make with that Skimmy isn't that he just didn't use it and died for that, it's that he didn't really have an opportunity.
No.
It was a nice 3-man collapse. Too many angles. The Shockwave was hit just early enough that he didn't think he needed to. And so he dies for it, which is a very good thing for Mammoth.
Has gone for the unsealed spellbook, so is free to rotate through all those different utility options, as he has now got himself the teleport. And we've seen him play this common pick a fair few times before, the ability to provide numerous shields and keep members in positions of power where they can make aggressive plays and get out of harm's way very quickly as a result as well. Most notably when Babbitt was playing the Nidalee, down to, 10%, flashing across that little wall there, and actually turning the fight around, which looks so south only moments before.
A little bit different with his build as well this time, right? He's gone for the Luden's Echo choice instead of going for like an Ardent Sense or a Fiend's Unholy Grail style build. Babbitt's about to find people.
Babbitt is in trouble right now as Bass continues to be aggressive, saying, well, if topside isn't winning, I need to find value elsewhere. I have to play through the bottom lane. They have the aggressive nature. They haven't looked for those plays on an individual basis, but I can rely on them. My ability to make things happen as now Liv joins up with that team. Looks like a 5-man collapse right now. Dragon goes the way of Mammoth, but the damage from afar. Raze is popping off, as is Aphelios. AD carries looking so damn strong right now. Collateral damage does 0 damage. That's what I'm talking about. Liv jumps across, tries to stun Isles, says that's not the play, doesn't fail the flash, gets himself out. Shockwave onto free. It looks so good, but there's just no follow-up.
Yeah, they're going to just disengage here, and that's the thing. I say watch for the Shockwave. Chungy uses it actually very late, and that's not his fault. I think where he's gone wrong is he's just used it for the sake of using it. Now he doesn't have it in mid lane. There was no kill threat. It's bot lane and Boma.
Oh no, and Boma has been left to his own device. Flashes, but still gets hit by the headbutts.
Oh, wow.
Be lucky to stay alive in the meantime. Sidestepping away from that snipe, but to put in a bit of trouble as Artek gets aggro. Pops out there with the Haymaker, and will live to fight another day.
I like the idea, but again, not enough damage. They actually reset the turret damage as well before he gets the ultimate off, so they're not going to be able to find anything onto Topoon, especially with the amount of armor that the man's got going for him. Now, this does buy some time to push in top lane, but at what cost has he pushed in?
They're coming for the repeat gank once again. You've teleported back to your lane, get right back to that fountain, you're 0-3. And, well, Topoon's making him wish he didn't do that lane swap.
Yeah, and like one of the earlier options we discussed, maybe just another solo killer top lane is a possible start to this Rift Herald. Keep your eyes peeled on the Graves, though, as he is looking at this objective. We'll use the Scryer and find that it is not in the pit, so it is being done. Chungy also currently has got that priority in mid lane, but like discussed, he doesn't have the Shockwave, as he used it as an afterthought in bottom lane. So contesting this one proves very difficult for Mammoth, and they must concede.
Yeah, it's going to come up too late for them to even look at that being a possibility. Both supports actually roaming all the way up in parallel nature to perhaps look at something mid lane if they were to then show interest in a contest over that Herald, but they decide against it as we are now 13 minutes in and Legacy are starting to show reasons why they are the champions with of a gold lead favoring them, and the items to boot. You've got an Infinity Edge up against the Glitter Rune King. This is a 3-0 Ornn. A 3-man
flash.
collapse. Shockwave is there. Can they find value with it? Can they even try and take him down? He is literally waddling back to his turret. He does not care.
He's just so tanky. I like the idea from Chuggy. He holds his ultimate to do as much damage as he can. They know that Topoon has no flash. But then you have to remember that Topoon, always the smart player, saves the W. He's actually might be in trouble, we'll see.
Is he looking for the 1v2 right now? He's going to try and make it happen. He gets to Grasp, he gets to Callista, and okay, Graves took him down, but the cost is so high because Legacy to say, we'll just make a play through mid then.
Yeah, they break the mid lane outer turret, which is a very important turret to take. If you look at top lane, yes, 600 gold goes into the hands of Bassett. He'll be happy about that one, no doubt. But they're breaking turret plates everywhere as a trade. If you think about the relative worth of Topoon's shutdown, Legacy still come out well on top.
So far ahead and perfectly timed too, with the turret plating only now just falling on down. That's going to be 2 turrets achieved for just a kill and a trade, denying Mboma even more farm.
2 turrets. They break 2 turrets for the life of their top laner. They also steal away some jungle camps. They get extra control around the map. A couple of deep wards here and there. One in particular at the red buff that is just about to spawn 20 seconds away for Bass. They have all of the information that they could need for the current moment. And they get that free reset off as long as Isles doesn't die here on rotation. He'll wisen up, he'll back away and go the long way. So far so good from Legacy. I will say though, Skimmy, there have been moments of good things from Mammoth. It's not that they have been bad overall. Oh, they're cancelling.
Last second, it's going to force out a flash. Another nice little acquisition there for Mammoth. They'll take those, especially when the blue buff is just on their doorstep and Dragon's spawning in 45 seconds. And you know, these are those aggressive tendencies that their draft is designed to achieve.
And I'm glad we saw that just as I was saying it, because one of the people that I wanted to talk about was Artek. His timing in leaving lane, his ganks that he's done in mid lane, and the ability to roam around the map has helped his team stay in this a little bit better than otherwise. And Bass has been doing reasonably well himself. Chuggy's been hitting those ultimates, he's been here and there, and while their macro hasn't been perfect, we're fighting again.
They force it again. Showstopper, Shockwave, everything thrown onto Raze. He will fall on down. There is no wedge from Soraka. There's not enough sustain to boot. But it's going to be a trade as Babbitt gets one back on the score sheet, making it a 1-for-1 right now. Liv teleporting from bot lane into mid, only to rotate back to where he came from. His dragon is now come up online. The damage that comes out from Ornn on his own is just so disgusting right now. Liv jumps in with a dominance, but instantly gets silenced. Then Tevid disengages out of that one. Now in so much trouble because the rest of his team can collapse upon him. The poke, the harass, the fight on every single aspect of you run left, right, or center. There is nowhere for you to run or hide. He jumps in for a last hit. Jeffe cleaves onto free, but a sustain will not be enough to keep him alive. They lose so many in that exchange. Trying to force the mid priority, trying to get the dragon control. But the Titans of Legacy will prevail.
Yeah, I think they just picked the wrong hill to die on there, Mammoth. Maybe the wrong timing for that fight to happen. Remember, Orianna Shockwave is only up right now. They were missing a lot of their abilities. And so that follow-up fight, the Karma's always going to chase you down. The Kindred's got the dashes to go forwards. They also had Topoon in the fight from Daydot. They were ready to go. And Mammoth unfortunately choose the wrong circumstances with which to take that fight. And now the gold lead will just balloon wildly out of control in favor of Legacy here.
Ornn is just so insane. And then you give it to Spoon as well.
Well, that's it, right? Like, the best players can make good champions or great champions seem even better.
It's actually insane how he's playing this one right now. Once again, they show face mids. And Isles actually lives for as long as possible. Execution's finally denying so much from the ult, the heal, and the summoner. The resources burnt there by the Soraka to try and keep himself alive. But what is the retaliation right here? Teva once again gets juked on now. It's now Telly's in the spot above it. And that's the team to back him up. We'll raise down to half.
Raid boss is here, so
I was going to say, the mythic
away.
raiding boss rocks up and says, try and take me down. I'm 5-1-2. Got all the armor in the world. I'm just going to run at your entire team. I do not care. There's a wall. Here's a headbutt. You're going to have many headaches after this one. VOD review will not be fun whatsoever. As Chung actually uses the teleport just to get out.
Yeah, good TP though, does get himself out to safety. Babbitt was playing a little bit coy there, perhaps trying to hunt him, but not going to be able to find him as he was teleporting away in that bush. Of course, you saw that first pick that happened in mid lane onto Isles. That was a result of getting the flash from him earlier, just before the Drake fight had actually happened. So again, the byproduct of a nice little aggressive move from Mammoth pays off at least a little bit more. They're not getting objectives. They do have an Ocean Drake, but they are getting kills. You know, they're getting something to give them some gold in this game. And, you know, I'm saying this as a silver lining to the fact that Legacy is still well in the lead and absolutely in control of this one. But it's nice to mark those good moments against the best team in the league.
Gold advantages to every single member of Legacy, and that translates into small item advantages as well. You can see in the mid lane especially, the Chalice as well as the Codex is a major difference between the Karma as well as the Orianna. More CDR, more ability to get those shields online, which have been a very strong component of denying the all-in collapse and the AoE-centric style that Mammoth have itemized towards. Once again, they look for a tether. Maybe a real possibility is Liv feigns a lot of aggression, but gets dropped down to half before he can even try and turn things around. Arctic on the flank. He's got to be careful right now. Which type did he go for? Showstopper going out, but Lamb's Spike comes in clutch. Denies all the follow-up damage. Shockwave's already been burned. They have nothing left on the card. Sapoon gets one. The jungler is gone. And the rest of the members of Mammoth are so damn low, trying to protect this tier 2 mid turret. But I think the shot call now is to turn around and set yourself up for a Baron play in 30.
Yeah, they've got the Rift Herald to hit right now. We'll see if they'll be able to take that one in time. You would expect so, as long as there's more than one person there hitting the objective. And of course, while you are hitting it, it stays for a little bit of extra time. Honestly, they've all backed away from it. So I think maybe Babbitt's just the one who has to have that sobering realization that maybe I can't do this in time now. We'll see. Oh! Oh my god, he didn't get it. He had Smite, didn't he?
He did.
Oh, Babbitt.
When min-max goes wrong.
Oops-a-daisy. You know what? I blame Isles. He left him.
That he did.
Oh, come on, Liv.
Liv just went in for the 1v1 punch on and says, I've got Bastard support, I'm fine. No flash. But Liv just completely zoned out of this one right now. And Sapoon is going to be trying to play off those graphs of the Undying procs. But the Executioner's coming out of this Graves is proving to be so problematic. Liv comes back in for reasons I don't know why. And Best says, I can't protect you from this one. I have no CC. You're now 0-5.
What is it? Like, Topu's nuts. And I want to say Topu's nuts, but still, it's a 0-5-0 opponent. Like, come on, bro.
Shockwave coming in absolutely clean right there. The Exhauster 9 to Haymaker damage. That could have been enough to finish off Raze in that little exchange. But it buys them enough time now for Legacy to try and turn things around. As once again, all the sustain that is relevant from this Soraka is allowing Raze to play so aggressive and really force out these, you know, failed attempts, if you will, from Mammoth to try and get some form of success.
It's also good for damage assessment. I know that sounds funny, but a lot of players actually operate off feel. Like, you've got these completed items. You're not sure if you have enough damage to actually one-hit Raze, but you want to throw the Shockwave to find out. It's a low cooldown anyway. You're level 13. Yeah. You've got some CDR in your build. You can see it's already 3/4 of the way to being back up. Problem is, timing-wise, of course, there is a Drake to be taken immediately, so this is not a fight that I think that Mammoth should be looking for by any means. However, Topoon doesn't have anything himself.
Shockwave is up very, very shortly here, Rusty.
Over there?
They are going to steal it away despite a 2-level difference between those junglers. Bev decides, we just want to keep making lived.
He's defecting. He's joined Legacy.
I was going to say, are they trying to make him have a name change as well? Like, are they trying to really force the word ironic upon him? I don't know what's going on here, is what I'm trying to get at there, Rusty. He's running into the opposition's fountain.
And Chuggy's in a whole lot of trouble. Yeah, I think they're all in trouble now.
Maybe running to where the cannon is in Earth to try and send him back to his team. I'm not too sure, but regardless, 2 members fall on down. Mammoth control the Rift. It is their playground to play on.
Man's had nowhere to go. He was behind enemy lines with a teleport flank, and then the flank was taken away from him. His team does get the Drake as a trade for that teleport and those minutes worth of just buying time for his team. Now, this will be done. There is vision. You can see that Bass and Artek are stalking around the edges. Stealing this would be huge.
It's this would actually be so huge for Mammoth right now. Would really stabilize the goal difference from them. Could they find it? They can! Mammoth steal it again! Back-to-back objectives, and despite being, 2 levels down, Bass wins the Smite fight.
And I don't even think that was a Smite fight. From the looks of it, Artek flashes the wall and takes the Kindred away. That was actually huge from Mammoth. Those two coming up huge. Bass and Artek, you know, they were the standouts we were discussing earlier in the game. Who was performing well in the early game, and they just prove it once again. They're still keeping up 23 minutes in.
Now we talk about what a Baron is looking to try and achieve. Are you looking to try and shut down the game? Are you looking to try and stabilize things? Are you looking to try and get that gold back online? For me, you'd say 4 turrets to none. You've not been able to find any successful siege anywhere on the map. With these Baron-inspired minions now, you're hoping that you can try and turn that script around, but this Renekton definitely doesn't want to have anything that Tapun has shown his way.
Yeah, so we should be giving credit for Mammoth where it is due, of course. They steal the Baron away from Legacy. It was a Baron that wasn't swept in the pit, though, as well. So that was one of the, you know, of the steals that you could make in the world, one of the easier ones, one of the closer to 50-50 steals that you'll have. The Wolf wins that fight, Bass concedes defeat.
It'd be interesting to know actually how much gold they can get back with this one. So we're looking at what, a 6,000 gold disparity at this stage. Where can they try and look for a siege?
I mean, I think they stabilize at 6k. Like, that's all it really is right now. They'll patch up the wound. They'll say 6k is where we draw the line for the bow, but we don't have a top laner. They do not have a top laner. He is gone. He is not a part of this game right now. Anywhere that Top Boon had lived in a 1v1, Top Boon wins that. So now they've said, let's bring 3 down here, because the things that they can take, Skibby, are the outer turrets. That's a bit of gold into the pockets, maybe, but look at Legacy. Top Boon's just hanging out in a 1v3. He's baiting them. He's keeping them keen.
Quite honestly there, Rusty, I was getting myself geared up for that 1v3 play. I was not going to be surprised if it were to happen. It didn't happen the first time, but it may be happening this time.
Just walking away.
He is just going to walk away. The showstopper is a little bit awkward because he's going to throw him further away from his team. We see how that plays, and you've got a Callisto on your side. The teleport's going to come on in. There's time to try and back this guy up. The Bowman's dropped down to half. The responsive from Mammoth. Let's make it a 4v2. Tapun is taking a very long time to take on down, but it is going to be Bowman that picks up the shutdown. Full commitment. But,
I don't know about that one, Chief. That teleport was never going to go through with a wave that large with 3 people there that could dive as well. They were just going to kill the turret. They did. They also take Top Boon with it. I think he wanted to flash away potentially, but was altered by the set. Once again, Artek putting in some very good work to ensure that they secure the kill with it. And they do actually close the gold lead a little bit to 5,000.
Value there found with the Baron buff is, as you say, to stabilize that gold. It cannot swing either way. They use it to get a shutdown, most importantly. Get some gold in the pocket off a carry. And one that they'll be looking to try and stabilize, one to try and make relevant in the Callista, which now has those 3 core items online.
But again, they lose a turret, Skibby. They lose the top lane into turret for the trade. So it makes you wonder if it's worth it. You know, that was the first turret of the game going down in favor of Mammoth. It's 5-1. And they did get gold. That is the one thing that they have been doing very well at this game, is getting gold. But Legacy are doing it, and they're also getting objectives which have gold values on it as well.
That's what's crazy to me. Every single time Mammoth are doing something, Legacy, without fail, are always trading.
It's a sign of a good team, right? Being able to actually have the setup before something happens. Giving Mammoth only the bad decisions. That is why they are the #1 team in the region for a reason. And whether they're playing their absolute best or not in this one, Mammoth is still going to make them fight for it.
Bass will not look for a steal this time around. Wanted to take that opportunity to do as much chip damage as possible onto that mid tier 1. Dropped it down to roughly about a third of itself. Would do wonders to continue to facilitate this roaming gank squad, if you will, of getting more vision down on the map, finding creative avenues in which you can try and collapse upon somebody. But
Lipter's fully conceded here as well, Stevie. He's got the Jarab's fist. There is no Blade of the Ruined King for this guy. He could look for that turret if he wanted. He has the teleport. But they've just instilled this fear in him. He just, like, all it takes is someone to be near him and he's going to die. So he backs away instead of looking for the objective, while Legacy are paying him no respect. They're not even going up there. The turret's just going to die without his presence. Bit of money lost into the pockets there, Liv. But hey, he's almost hit his 0-7 power spawn.
Chungy though on the Soriana is going to be hitting very hard right now with the amount of magic penetration he has online, the true damage that will be coming through here into those members that don't have any of that magic resistance. That is going to be the likes of Babip and Raze, going to be fully reliant on the mitigation and sustain that comes out here from the Karma and Soraka.
I think they're pretty doomed now, if I'm going to be honest with this. Give me the third item completed here for Raze being a Death's Dance. Orianna Shockwave cannot one-hit anybody
Well, that changes
now.
everything.
The only one that they could look at is the Soraka. And maybe the Kindred, but that Kindred is about to get the Black Cleaver upgraded. Topoon is level 14, of course. So once he hits 15, he's got Babip, and even more health goes into the pockets of that guy. So I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure how Mammoth win this one. From now.
Liz is grouping up as a team right now, has teleport available, has a stopwatch in his inventory as well. I'm sure he's terrified of going for a split push play in case somebody from Legacy does respond, but you almost kind of welcome that because you're buying more time to prevent the Baron, wouldn't you say?
Any time that you can buy is definitely worthwhile for Babith, but there is always going to be a caveat to that where you don't scale in the same way as Legacy because you do not. It's a 4v5. So you have to be very afraid of the time that you're buying if it's not time that you're actually benefiting. But what is benefiting? I put that on eggs.
They'll get some new words, and it's looking good. They're going to Bennett straight through mid lane. Ex-Benedict, it sounds tasty, and it's looking good right now as they look for the first kill. Jungle v Jungle, 1 level up. They've chipped him down to half. And he's taking no damage in response. Karma Shield's OP.
Yeah, cheeky chunk there on one of the members of Mammoth. Of course, the flashes used by both of them means that they are entirely susceptible to follow-ups from Topoon once that ultimate is available again. So just mid-control first. Make sure you have at least a grip on the vision state in this game. Just for a little while. And once those ultimates are back up, you hunt again, and you really mean it this time.
Look at this vision control right now. There's one single wards hanging around top side, try. One in the Baron pit itself, so there are once again creative angles in which they can look to try and capitalize on. And it's Babip, I'm not too sure how many marks he's got on the line, but he's definitely packing a punch, as you can see there, not afraid to take any fights with literally anybody.
He'd have a few. I reckon he'd be getting close to that 8 mark, the way that this game has been going for him. Of course, he is 204, but you'd expect with a lot of the invades that he's had on some jungle camps for the marks. At the very least, he's over that benchmark level of 4. My guess is 6. But we'll eventually have him on our screen, and we'll know. That was code words for we should have him come up soon.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Now.
Cycle. Cycle, cycle. We'll see it sooner rather than later, I am sure. But right now, 45 seconds with Legacy threatening the soul point as if, once again, Topoon needed any more tankiness. This happened yesterday, Rusty. He was playing Mordekaiser, same scoreline, same soul point. Same outcome with the 1v5s having to be a response to try and shut this man down as the teleport comes through.
No flashes.
All right, time to fight. Let's make this happen. That is a massive wombo combo. And Artek's response completely negated. Lamb's spike comes in clutch once again. Stopwatch on the lift. But he is caught without a man to survive. And as well, that shockwave, as you say, with the Death Dance, all the mitigation that comes his way. One auto attack, and that damage is nullified.
Yeah, no damage anymore from Chuggy. Very hard life to be the Orianna, and remember that everybody not having those flashes did mean that that was a viable engage opportunity there for Legacy. Still well played from Mammoth in some regards, forcing the Kindred ultimate early. They're coming in, they do not want to give the soul point. Liv, no stopwatch anymore though. So he was a temporary tank, and now he's just going to be a mostly squishy Renekton. Topoon.
Topoon taking a beating right now, but a quick ult check shows us that it's Fate's call versus a wish. And a wish is what Mammoth wish they had right now. As they fall victim, they fall on down, but Bast once again, despite everything going against them, he steals the dragon again. He has delayed this game, and Raze gets the triple. Well, the script has been stolen from the stars with this one. Business
Isles
as
is
usual
just
in a
going
team
to 1v1
fight.
him.
Oh, he
And this
makes it,
game
quite
will
honestly.
end while Isles 1v1s live. That is legitimately the game plan here. We'll see how Liv plays it, because the thing is, Skibby, while they stole the Drake, 4 people's lives for a steal on that Drake is just not worth it. They're going to push towards the inhibitor most definitely here, and they should have more than enough time to end the game.
This is going to be the win condition online. The game-winning play, the game-winning fight as Legacy goes to the end. 33 minutes into this one. Smite still or not, you can't steal a victory away from us. As Bartek goes to the one final play, the showstopper into 4. It's not going to matter. Aphelios is online. B emotes all around. Happy days as a Legacy player.
And again, Legacy, easy victory in the end for them. They were pushed a little bit at certain moments, but it felt like a pretty standard game of League coming out of that squad. Mammoth had some positives that they should be able to take away from this as well. Never contest Bass in a Smite steal was the first thing that we learned from this game, because he wins them all. And then Artek had a pretty clean performance overall as well on his set. Don't let the 0-3 scoreline fool you. It feels like he did a lot more work than that.
Yeah, definitely very active, proactive at that on the map to try and find value, not only in his own lane, but also to try and assist in the mid lane. That 3-man collapse, most notably onto Karma, had to be the highlight there for me, but that does it for game number 1. Legacy, your reigning champions, still remain undefeated as they go into, well, week 2 to close out today. And that's going to be us jumping into a quick break. And when we return, game number 2.
Today is the NeoSurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
NeoSurf is simple, safe and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
He's got it! This is deadly! He's got it!
Welcome to the 2020 OPL. I am Nick Boy Richardson.
And that's a beautiful hemo play, got to multiple members. He gets himself a double kill. It's Raze doing what he does, the team fight king.
We love everybody. We love the OPL.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Welcome back, Legacy. Today to decisive victory. But Rusty, credit to Mammoth, they made Legacy work, harder than I expect they probably thought they would.
I think harder than anyone expected they would as well, right? And that's considering that they just had a wet noodle in the top lane running around trying to contribute for the team as well. So, if you take that into consideration, Top Moon's a monster. They still put in a lot of work to at least delay Legacy's inevitable win.
Skimmy, your room has turned pink, and I don't quite know what's happened.
Look, I think if we've got filters in real life, they've applied to my camera right now. I think my auto-focusing just changes every single moment. So you know what? Once we're off camera, I'll try and flick it, whatever.
Do you have suns? Does the sun on the sunset come into your room?
Maybe I need to shut my blinds. We'll do that off. We'll do that off camera.
We'll wait if you want to do it now. That's fine.
I can stand up and we can just be unprofessional like yesterday. But I'm trying to erase that.
That's right. Professionals only sit.
Yes.
So this, of course, is the most professional of all the broadcasts we've got. We, speaking of professionals, have got a very professional partner on board with the broadcast, and that is NeoSurf. NeoSurf want you, the unprofessionals of Twitch chat, to join the professional opening titles of the OPL. Thanks to our partner NeoSurf, you could be a part of the OPL opening video and win yourself a $500 NeoSurf voucher to use in the League of Legends store. All you need to do is take a video of yourself joining the call, follow OPL and NeoSurf Esports on Twitter, and then DM that video to @OPL. You've got until week 3 to get your entries in. Full terms and conditions are on watch.lollysports.com. Winner gets $500. 5 runners up get $100 dues each, all for use in the League of Legends store. So a big thanks to our partner NeoSurf, the only solution that lets you pay in cash. Sweet, cold, hard cash online to thousands of websites. But the only one that matters, League of Legends, which of course is your favorite website. Are we a website? Can you buy things on League.com?
I don't think I ever have.
I think so.
Not that I'm aware of anyway.
Is that a thing?
Only in clients?
Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. I think it's only in clients. So, look, I'm going to take it up with whoever wrote that copy because now I look like an idiot. But it's time for you guys to look like idiots because we've got all your dirty secrets. This is the Nick Bag.
There's merchandise. They can buy merchandise on the website.
Merchandise.
We're dum-dums.
In search of the shoe. Always coming in and showing us up. All right.
I've never been on a website to even look at that. Quite honestly, the only time I've ever been on a website is to download the game.
I don't like what just happened there. So you're going to get yourself a 1 minute ban. There you go. That'll learn you to try to make us look bad on broadcast. Okay, so it's time to jump into the Nick Bag. Nick Bag, of course, is the segment where we help you fix your life. We've got a variety of questions in. We did ask for work-related questions, so let's start off with those. That feels like we asked for it. You gave it to us. The first question comes in from someone who I don't even believe that this is them, and I want to not believe that it's them because we all know how we feel about Ratty. But what are the most valued traits in a workplace, and how can I become a good worker?
Most valued traits. I think
So
you don't want to whinger.
Skimmy, you have experience with a regular job, is what I would say. You've had a lot of time being a normie.
Yeah.
What are the best traits in a normie workplace?
I worked 10 years in retail. That's pretty rough.
Did you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, 10 years in retail. When I was 15, I got a job at like the equivalent of Kmart back in New Zealand. And then after that, 5 years at a telephone company as well. So it's interesting with those kind of jobs, though, because like you feel morally conflicted at times because you've got to hit targets like KPIs and all the rest of it. You've got to hit certain things. So there are definitely people out there with negative traits that try and push themselves across the finishing line. But no, retail full stop is pretty rough. I'm really anti-whingers. People just complain. There's always a solution. There's always a way to find something, I feel like one of the most desirable traits on the flip side of that has to be how good you are at Google searching, like how good you are at finding information to like overcome hurdles. So don't be a whinger. People just don't want to be around you if you're going to whinge 24/7. Bad vibes. There's enough of that online, so just move on.
That is so true.
Mine changes, like, again, what is your workplace changes what your valued traits are, first of all. So this is still a little bit vague.
Yeah, because if you're a hitman, then like compassion is not something that is valued in your workplace.
Yeah, you don't need empathy as much as other workplaces would require. But like when I worked at a bar, the most valued trait was the ability to do your job effectively before anything else, because you couldn't hear anyone. All you had to do was try and understand and guess the thing that they said and make the drink quickly, right? So that was actually the most valued thing for me. But when I work in like a regular job that isn't with loud music everywhere, it's someone that doesn't come to work just to unload everything onto me so that I can actually get work done. Like the ability to separate was the most important trait, but like depends on your job, right?
Yep. I would agree with both of those, and I would add every workplace, or at least the bosses of every workplace, like people who like volunteer to do work. If they're like, oh, I've got this thing, be the person that steps up and is like, hey, I'll give that a shot, I'll take that on, whatever. But I'm with Skimmy, like don't complain and just be nice. I've worked with so many inept people who are just nice and will always have a job. And I've worked with lots of talented people who are terrible human beings to be around. And you just go, well, like, particularly in like an industry where you're not at a full-time job and it's like contract work or, more like what we do, you're never going to get jobs if there's just bad word of mouth for like, oh, this person's really difficult to work with. So yeah, that would be my biggest. So Ratty, basically just like deny every impulse that has led you to where you are currently in your life in regards to your personality, and then you'll probably become a good worker. All right. Next question comes in from Cider1, and then also from someone who didn't leave their name in the Google form. It's both questions are kind of the same, so I lumped them together. At Cider1 said, after 3 months of working from home, I think I've forgotten how to people. Any hints for getting back into practice? And then the unknown person said, after working from home for so many weeks, being social, especially with co-workers, is very tiring. How do I get better? How do we get better now that we've adjusted to the fact that our co-workers are our kids or cats?
Yeah, that is a good question, isn't it? I think none of us really know how to people nearly as effectively as we did beforehand. Depending on who you are as a person, one of the ways is just to get right in there, right? You'll learn by doing. A lot of people are kinesthetic people, so if you forget how to speak, just go and speak and deal with the bad things that come from doing it wrong. Or ease your way in, right? And just speak to that one person if there's anxieties in getting back into your workplace. Maybe just reach out to someone from the workplace, make that one friend again, and settle back in slowly.
I think that's pretty valuable advice. I know when I got my last normie job, when I was working in a call center IT department, it's like, you want to be this outspoken person, you want to be always like hype, laugh, energy, but it's very hard when you don't know these people, right? You don't have anything to like really connect over. So I can imagine after taking a massive break, and I think it's a little bit bizarre from our end, right? Because we're kind of in a little bit of a bubble, given that we get to play games and we get to work from home, just shout at a screen all day. But if you're going back into an office, I'd probably say it's trying to find that connection of relevance. Hey, what have you been up to? What have you been doing? Because you know that you actually enjoyed something, both on the same page beforehand. So maybe that's gaming, maybe that's a TV show, maybe that's something you've been binging for like the last 3 months, something that you can relate over, and then you get the ball rolling. Your social anxiety, especially after a long time away, could be pretty tough, I'm sure.
I think lean into it. Just be like, it's been months. You've got PTSD from just being trapped at home the entire time. Like you could say, I've chosen to go mute in order to be able to facilitate my re-entry back into society. You could try on a whole new personality. You could come out and just be like a different person. Like be the person that you've always wanted to be. Like the real you can come out soon. But right now, try on some things because it's been months. People don't remember what you're like to be around anyway. People are like, oh yeah, that's right, Jane. She was nice, right? No, Jane's an asshole. She steals coffee from everybody. She eats people's lunches when they're in, even when it's labeled in the fridge. She's the ratty of your workplace. So you can do whatever you want.
You've got like a quota to hit here. How many times you can say that name, eh?
It just felt like we opened up with that question, and then I felt like a bad person. I saw in chat, Juve said, "I'm the really good person that's not a good person, and that's why I don't have a job." Fact. I mean, you saw Juve's was on the broadcast at the end of last split. And then you saw that he and I, over the course of several weeks, had a very public falling out. And now he's not on the broadcast anymore. So what does that say? Also, I want to point out that Blue Unicorn 222 says, my partner Zappaletto played Valorant with you guys last night. Nick Boy, I give you permission to kiss him, even though he sucks hard at the game. So that was because I said that I needed the permission from partners to be able to kiss. I don't know why I'm even doing this. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's fantastic. So thank you very much to a very understanding partner. Corey Strong? Corey? Is it Corey? It's Corey. Corey Strong. What should I order in for dinner?
I need to know the name
I need
first.
to see it pop up,
I'm invested. Crowy. Crowy.
Crowy?
Crowy.
Oh, yeah. Why did I switch? Maybe I'm a little dyslexic. Why did I switch the O and the R? Crowy Strong. Crowy Strong.
Is it
What
wrong
should they
to
have for
say
dinner?
you shouldn't order in for dinner? You should just make something?
Oh, interesting.
Order in some ingredients and make what you want to make.
I'm notorious for this, actually. The other day, I actually uninstalled Uber Eats, and then 2 days later, I just reinstalled it again.
Really?
Yeah. No, because, literally, since I've moved here, the only expense I have is food. That's what I care about. That's the only thing I'm spending. So I'm saving a lot of money. But then I realized I'm spending it all on really expensive food, right, by just being too lazy to go outside. So all this time invested in being a sweat lord and gaming and trying to look good on MPL. And, I'm just ordering food. Although, something that's really interesting for me since coming here is those, pre-packaged meals. Not your nasty, 2-star health rating foods, but these, I think it was U foods, that these really nice packages of pre-made meals. Gets the ball rolling. I don't know, it really depends.
You don't have that in New Zealand?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
All you have is really nice cops and no virus and a great prime minister and
just super chill vibes.
But no packaged foods, we're winning.
Not that I'm aware of anyway. I've never looked at it, but I know you could always buy those ingredients box and it'd be like, all right, so here's what you've got. This is the recipe that we're going to give you. Go ahead and make it. I know for some people it can be quite relaxing, right? Just to take an hour out of your day, just cook. It functions a little bit like a shower. You get that bit of peace and quiet to unwind.
Yeah? Rusty?
No, I was saying absolutely on the
Oh, right.
relaxing part of cooking. Yeah.
Well, then I'm going to say you wanted to order in something because it's Saturday night. You've probably been cooking all week. You're exhausted. You're not doing any more. I'll answer your question. You're going to get Mexican. Enjoy it. All right. Something we're going to enjoy. It's game 2. It's Order versus Chiefs. It's the reason that Spawn's not here. We saw Chiefs absolutely ruin Order in the pre-show game, which Spawn had some problems with every time we show a game versus Order versus Chiefs from the Classic Games archive. It always seems to be Chiefs taking down Order. Rusty, can they do it again tonight?
I mean, can they do it? This game, I don't know who's going to win, Nick. That's the thing. We've seen some unusual games, some suspect games from the Chiefs, and we have seen Order playing decently well so far. I feel like they can win this one. But any time that I say that about Order, they lose instantly in 20 minutes. So I don't really want to comment.
I want to take a neutral standpoint. I want to say that Chiefs may have a slight edge, just based on the amount of form they had last split, but almost felt like people started to catch on to their aggressive tendencies, and they started to fall off a little bit by the end of that. So I want to say it's slightly favored, like maybe like 60-40 Chiefs, but I think it's incredibly close. I think, once again, these next few matches to close out week 2 are very telling of what those standings actually represent.
Order have to lose, though, because they have to go 1-1 this week. So I just wanted to make that known.
They have to. If they want to break their regular season curse, then they have to win tonight. But they won't, because Order are that classic team where you know what you're in for until you don't. So let's find out what's going to happen. It is Order versus Chiefs. It's game 2, and it's coming up with Max Champ Select.
And here we go for the second game of the day, Rusty. It's going to be a big one. Order up against Chiefs. Order, well, if they want to continue that that curse, that meme, that style of play, which is we go one-on-one, they'll be looking for a defeat today. But that's not how you want to open up the account.
Yeah,
here.
that's not
how we want to introduce this one. That is a
this.
terrible introduction to this one, and I'm sure I'm going to get roasted by some form of comeback from Spawn once we return to the Hangout section. But for the Chiefs, they want to bounce back to the old glory days, the undefeated ways, if you will, where they hit like a 10-win streak. Absolute crazy performances we come into this one, and we touched on it a little bit before coming into this as to some of those high priority, high presence picks. Well, we've had 12 bans on Tavares. Never a single time has he actually been played. Then second to that is the Yuumi, which is either picked or it's banned, hence why we see it from the side of Order.
Yeah, I like seeing it banned for once as well. I really just think that Yuumi changes the game so much, and it's just not... It's not ideal. You know, Graves also being banned here means that the Graves and the Yuumi gone. So this game, compared to the last one, is completely different. And we're going to see a different style of League of Legends, even compared to most of this week, if I'm being honest with you. And so the draft start here from the Chiefs and from Dab Daddy over there on Order's side has started in a way that I'm a big fan of personally, because it means we do get a little bit more aggression. Like, there's the Karma, there's the Lulu, there's these Enchanter supports that do still exist. But they've gotten rid of a lot of the primary ones.
They definitely have, and what's already interesting to me is to try and take away even more of that threat that we highlighted earlier with Hayri playing the Zoe yesterday. They're going to deny that as their initial pick here, and then try and target a few of the picks that work definitely for the Chiefs, especially Croc, but also towards only. Very similar champion pool between the two of these junglers, and I do look forward to seeing a lot more of that aggression. We've had a few more slowed down games, if you will, with games going to the 35-minute mark onwards. It feels like there's a lot more controlling elements of we need to assert ourselves in a very strong mid-game.
Yeah, this game is already pretty mid-game oriented, depending on where the Chiefs go with their third pick. So this is the option that they've chosen at the moment with the Ezreal, if this one is secured, and it will be. They have a bit more scaling, but the thing with Ezreal is he does have a massive 2-item spike, so still a lot more mid-game focus. The things that I expect to see from this point, however, depending on if Hayri's comfortable with the matchup, is he may go for the Azir again. Now, the Zoe's been banned away, the Syndra has been locked in, but the other thing that Hayri has, and I feel like I'm the only person who says this every single time just because I'm quietly waiting for it, is the Yasuo. that is a pretty big counter to the Syndra. He also has the Vladimir, and I don't know if he has it, but the Echo is my other third favorite option against the Syndra. There is also Fizz for those solo queue players at home that say, oh, my favorite champion counters it. Yes, but I hope we never see it. But Fizz is a counter to Syndra as well. These are things that Hayri could pick.
We did see the Yasuo come out once last split, and when it did come out, it definitely played well, definitely showcased why he has that tucked away in his arsenal, so I wouldn't be too surprised if we had that here. You've obviously got the kick from Lee Sin to facilitate it, make it a little bit stronger. And you can see they've already denied away the Orianna, which many people have said is not the best pick into the Syndra, but it's definitely something that would favor auto drafting here, which is wombo combo.
Yeah, definitely starts to be the makings of a wombo comp. If they wanted to, that is. Of course, so I mentioned all of the counters, and I still think Azir is the one that I would be looking at the most. With a Kalista with a Lee Sin, something that scales, something that can hit the 3 items and be really powerful, would be wonderful here for the side of Order. Chiefs, they've got both their carries locked in. They haven't shown their hand for TN in top lane. You can see the bans from Order trying to deny some of those carries.
Yeah.
And I wonder what we'll see from Swiper into him. Because will it be a blind pick top laner for the side of Order, and Swiper just plays one of his champions that says bring it on? Because the last time we saw that, Skimmy, we saw a lot of focus from TN into countering him and taking him down. Like, it's a pretty big thing between these two. Of course, they've got the rivalry.
The Master and the Apprentice, as you would say, both being on the same organization at a point in time. That being last year, in fact. And this is what we saw last time, right? It was the Akali matchup, I believe, into the set. And that was actually played by TN. He was the one in the Akali. So,
yeah, that's not a Swiper
that
champion.
Changes things around. I can't see Swiper, not known for the Akali. So maybe this is what Harry's got tucked away for us.
So with this locked in, yeah, it should be going to the hands of Hayri. We await the champion for the top lane here for Order. It could be a type of champion that could be flexible with the Akali. You know, they could go between both of their solo lanes respectively. One of those is going to be taken away here already by the Chiefs, and that is the Ornn. So a couple more tanks thrown into the mix with their composition. And now that we actually have that Ornn locked in, we are looking for the support champion, it seems. And no Yuumi available for Dragku. No Soraka available for him. He hovers the set. Of course, Dragku is a top laner now switching to the role. But he's not going to lock that one in.
And I do like the fact that he's actually decided to go with the Karma instead for the sense of once you've got the shield to empower those guys. But yesterday when when Avant drafted into them, they shoved their bot lane into mid, but then that wave was just decimated by Clear Syndra as well as the Yuumi for sustain, so we couldn't get bullied out. So I like the fact that they've continued this high presence on this Enchanter, a top 4 pick, especially in that bottom lane.
I'm a big fan of what the Chiefs have put together here so far. Their composition's actually just fantastic. It's a good front-to-back comp. Their wave control is decent in all 3 lanes as well. They have engaged. They have the potential for pick as well. They've got a decent damage mix as long as Katsuri stays on the mark with his farming and doesn't fall behind. When you look at the other side of the map here, though, it's still decent in dealing with what the Chiefs have. A lot of this comes down to the Kalista Taric, though. If they're able to get their combo off, the ultimate hits, they can sustain themselves through these fights pretty well. But I think at the same time, they don't even need to go for that 5v5. I think they'll be looking much more at placing Hayri in those side lanes, trying to get those picks where possible, and catching the Chiefs in rotation from lanes to when they're starting to try to group up. And if they're able to do that, superior vision control to set it up, and then just hit the buttons and execute better, then I think we'll see some very good things from them. And they have the capabilities, right? They've got a Lee Sin with the kick. They've got the Taric with the pick potential as well. It's not just about that Akali in a side lane.
It's interesting because I almost look at this order draft and say it looks a little bit Chiefs-esque. Katsuri's never played the Kalista, but they definitely like these compositions that just have a lot of pressure to collapse on a single target and delete them. So I think you raise a good point in that Order have this very strong potential to find small skirmishes and have good pick potential, but if they come together as a 4-5-man unit, which we've seen them do with great success time and time again, it adds once again even more components, even more elements of, well, how do we respond to this? Obviously the Chiefs will have some very tanky boys in their end to try and turn the tide of that fight and mobility to try and keep them at bay, but this is going to be the big game to watch right now. Chiefs up against Order. One that will definitely have some very serious ramifications as to how the standings actually look by the end of this week.
So let's take stock of the 2 people on your screen right now. As every time I say that, we go away from them. Croc is the person that I wanted to discuss first, because when you look at a Trundle, you always look at the opposing team composition and say, who can he press his R button on? Well, in this game, he has maybe the Taric as someone that would be building pure resistances in a regard, but it's not going to be too outstanding. So, realistically, the Trundle doesn't have these massive ult targets that he's looking to take down. He does still have a great champion, but there is a decent amount of mobility overall from a Lee Sin, a Kali, and a Kalista to try and navigate around the pillar. The slow is still incredibly valuable, I would say, above all else. So that Trundle, if he stays even, you know, he's just able to get the pillars down in these team fights and start to look for synergizing with the rest of his team. If a pillar hits, an ult follows, and suddenly they've locked people down. That's how they'll get those team fights. And that can happen if he's ahead or behind. And I think that's an important point to note here, because only, I think, has to be at least even, if not ahead, to continue to stay relevant in this game, as a lot of the Chiefs can actually build those resistances, right? And that can actually start to handle the Lee Sin pretty well.
Both junglers, their most played is actually that Lee Sin, so they'll both be very hyper-aware of what it entails, as that it's going to be so much aggression starting things off here. At level 1, Exhaust comes out, and aggressively so, to make sure...
He didn't have Rend.
Oh yeah, to make sure they could not fall on down, but that's level 1, of course, no skills unlocked, and this is the power that Rare has on his champion. He's played it only a few times, but he's undefeated.
Yeah, it was actually just one summoner spell for 3, of course. Red didn't actually have the Rend available, so he wasn't able to pull all the sticks out of Draku as they were stacking up. Flashes forwards, and I wonder if that flash was even necessary, considering he didn't have Rend. Still a lot of damage, a lot of lane control able to be built from that. They have heals, of course, once the Taric starts to get some levels into him, rather. Where the Chiefs do not.
What I'm starting to really try and get my head around is how you look to try and shut down this harassment from the likes of, you know, your Yumis, your Karmas. And when we have seen these aggressive lanes, they almost fall victim, I say, to almost waiting level 3, maybe a jungle gank. By that point, you're banking on sort of things outside of your control, but this level 1 aggression we're starting to see.
Ooh, I don't think Only can do this. Chief's bot lane's already rotating here, so if he's going to go for this, he's just going to go for the smite. You can see Ayla's going to be the first to move. Both of the Chiefs could be here, though.
Jungler's down to half, but the damage from this blue buff continues to harass only on down. They're going to lose that blue buff as a result. The rotation far too quick, the priority, as you highlight, in all mid and bot lanes. So that's a massive win here to get Trundle online.
We briefly saw top lane, and in that brief moment we saw Tian have a pretty big health advantage, but the one thing that I wanted to point out during that moment was that Swiper actually still had his potion where Tian did not. So now that you take stock of the top lane itself with the health bars on the top left and right of your screen, Swiper definitely having the advantage there and being able to control his lane. So the unfortunate thing for Only, of course, is that he is passed towards the bot side of the map where the Chiefs were able to have first move. Even though that early trade didn't go their way, they still were able to push the wave in at least enough to try and get themselves the first move. There's Croc looking top.
And why wouldn't he at this stage? Tien is down to half, the wave is held even. Swipe has his flash and is already suffering so much pain as the pillar comes out. That's the first blood, and that gets Tien online.
Yeah, too easy there from the side of Chiefs. Only hovering nearby, but he's a level down and doesn't have a whole host of HP to his name. Teleport actually coming in. They want this.
Doesn't have any buffs, but that's not going to stop him right now. He looks to try and make something happen. Is he going to connect with that Sonic Wave? A Swiper comes in with that teleport movement speed.
Still a good TP though, Skimmy. We'll save the Scuttle Crab and at least push Croc back. So that's a nice little win there. And while it's only a little win, he was going to teleport back to the lane regardless, right? So you take those little victories in your back pocket if you order.
Looking for something. Would have been a massive win if they could try to turn things around. Gets his buff back, most notably. Buys himself some time to close the distance in terms of that jungle XP. The race to 6, if you will.
So mid lane's going to be pretty nullified from this point. You can see the Merc Treads are actually going to be the item rush of choice from Hayri. Pretty standard for a lot of mid lane matchups if you need the resistances. Move speed also just going to be incredibly valuable for him. To the point where he saves his teleport, right? So he's going to be able to hit level 6, have the teleport up. Might get forced back to base intermittently. just because he's not building damage where Claire is. And Claire, of course, having that extra ranged poke. But that TP advantage could be huge. It's once again Croc.
They're coming for it once again. They want to bully the old master. Swiper down low. Grit comes in. Can he get enough damage done with that turret? He can!
When he gets
Swiper
both.
trades one. Can he look for a second? The emotes come out and says, try gank me again. I absolutely dare you. And now more aggression takes place in the mid lane as Harry goes for a flash forward and he takes one too many turret shots. Claire laughs in the face of adversity, hits him with the ultimate. And, well, this is an explosive first 6 minutes.
Yeah, there's a lot of skill checks going on here between these teams. Croc once again looking at top lane, not going to be able to find the kills. Tian actually saving the auto attack, it felt like, for after the W shield duration, and maybe it lasted a second extra than he was expecting. Either way, he gets the trade close to 2, but here we go again. It never ends.
It never does. Only is so damn low. Safeguards away, receives the heal, gets the armor as the dazzle connects. And that's all they needed to prevent the Chiefs snowballing this game out of control. The first dragon going the way of order here.
That was dicey. There was no smite for only. He didn't have a lot of health to his name, but he had the first move of his teammates. Akali may not have had her ultimate, but she still had the ability to push Croc back. They'll be very thankful that they're able to get that first objective. We'll be looking at a replay here. It was down in bottom lane. Rare looking to go very aggressively onto Katsuri and just picks him apart. No problems at all. I mean, that's what's going to happen when you've got the tier first item for an Ezreal, right? You overstep your bounds against the Kalista ever. Especially when the Hail of Blades is there. And you'll get hard punished.
Yeah, once again, really wanting to put Katsuri into a uncomfortable situation like he was yesterday, where the Ezreal only really became a talking point at 30 minutes onwards. And that's a long way away and a lot of gold required. A playstyle he's too happy to obviously have to go around. There's once again now attention in this top side. You know this matchup. You know the battle between these two. This only shows up again. That's just going to be there to stabilize the lane, make it a little bit easier here for Swiper. Croc once again sniffing for trouble. So much attention show top side.
So while we're looking at mid lane as well, remember that Harry, with this super aggressive attempt at a 1v1 in mid lane, was punished. So Claire's now 1-0, starting to get those items up a little bit faster. The trade we just saw in top lane was mostly about a damage chunk as well. Only is a level down in the jungle, so they're not going to be looking for a 2v2. And if he was trying to go super aggressively for a kill in top lane, probably wouldn't have started the trade with a Q hit. It does not maximize his damage output. But even just the chunk, you can see the influence that it has on this top lane 1v1. It's half health with no potions to Swiper's natural health regeneration. He's in very good standing right now in that top lane.
First Herald goes the way here for the Chiefs. You can see sort of the punishment that's really come in line here for Harry. He thought he had enough to really resist the full combo coming out of Claire in that initial play by going for that Merc Tread Rush, but the high-risk play did not pay out.
Yeah, I wonder if he thought he had Ignite, perhaps, as well. You know, that's a big part of your damage calculations sometimes. You know how before, when I was talking about the kinesthetic players, or the ones that do things by feel, maybe just so used to playing Ignite and solo queue, and then, of course, goes to teleport and competitive, and a bit of an oops-a-daisies there. Hard to say that one for certain.
It's rather hard at this stage. We'll have to wait and see how things actually do play on out.
Never falter.
But as things stand, all is well in this bottom lane, as the man I was just going to highlight has actually just jumped into a pause. We saw a few disconnects happen there, so maybe having a few PC troubles. We'll have to wait and find out what the go is.
Yeah, Mr. Rare 7 has departed the game.
Bit of a connection issue is what I've been advised.
Okay.
So it'll be a few minutes away until we find out what's going on there. But let's take a quick stock check of the map right now. You know, you got a very healthy lead in that top side for Swiper, up by, say, 20 CS. Both have got themselves a kill. Jungle matchup, dead even right now, although Croc's been a little bit more proactive in his ability to counter jungle and form a lot of those ganks. Only still searching for that assist or that kill. And we saw what happened in the mid lane. So you're looking at a few power spikes across the board at this stage, favoring different angles to influence this one. But, you know, is there a particular area of this map that you'd want to see really get the ball rolling?
Ah, man, I love games like this, first of all, Skimmy. I love when players are going to be able to look at one another and say, let's take the skill check. Let's just take the fight and see if I can outplay this person, because the risk of dying is low either way. It's probably just going to be a trade. Let's see what happens. And, Claire comes in clutch, hits the Q with his ultimate, suddenly trades in mid lane happen like that, and it's a 0-for-1. But overall, man, I would still be looking at mid lane. When you consider the draft before, and you're talking about who's going to be able to be a big win condition for them, I was looking at Akali as someone that could go into a side lane. Not necessarily to kill the Ornn, right? Not necessarily to deal with Tian, who would be the person primarily in a side lane, but to have the 1-3-1 potential there. Because whoever else goes to that side lane would be in trouble. And I think that may still be true overall. At the point that we paused, thank you for sending me the screenshot as well, the difference between them was minimal. He's still going to continue to scale. And I just bring this up because, if that worked, if that skill check did happen, and he was able to get the kill instead by outplaying Claire, then it's even better. They are able to set themselves up even better than they would otherwise.
And I'm so interested in this top lane matchup in particular, because these are two champions that they have played and sort of formed their identity around in this initial split, or for split 1 anyway. And to sort of see them go for that sort of more traditional biff, draw as many resources topside, maybe a bit for Pride or maybe a bit for the win condition as a whole right now. I think the biggest dub has to be the fact that they showcased a back-to-back gank, but Swipe able to turn things around. And how many times have we seen him come the mid-game, look for those massive flanks, those showstoppers that sort of lock in place 4 people and really shut down any kind of comeback condition. I think yesterday, especially when he played the Renekton, back-to-back twice, jumps in, draws so much attention, and then gets out by the sliver of his teeth.
I was thinking about that engage before as well, and I was wondering if the best way to actually play that one is to have the Trundle Pillar be the thing that kicks it off. Because a lot of the time when Ornn uses his dash, right, it does take down terrain. I was like, if you actually just use the knock up yourself and have the Trundle Pillar to slow them afterwards, he's stuck, right? I don't think he had the flash. At the end of the day, they weren't going to be able to get that one. The first gank was good, Skimmy. I will say the first gank was fantastic. And Only's attempt of doing a similar thing later in the game was not going to be able to garner them any kills. So the second one was the point where you're like, okay, this is that, like last game, right? That nail in the coffin for the opposing top laner when suddenly you're a 0-6 set, but Swiper just comes up big. He does it by himself. He's able to get them some kills and punish the over-aggression, honestly, of Croc and Tian.
I'm interested to, if we return now to that bottom lane, see exactly where things go with this Ezreal, because we're seeing more and more now that it is the Frozen Fist as opposed to the Trinity Force. More armor, more mitigation, more ability to stay online, and complement that with the Death Stance. You become an incredibly nimble but very tanky AD carry that not a real kill threat, but I suppose you subtract that out of the equation and say, well, we're just not going to make you relevant for the majority of this game.
Yeah, the Ezreal builds, man, it's Muramata. Like, that item is just bonkers. It's so strong, and it works with Ezreal so perfectly, right? So he can afford to go Death Stance, he can afford to go Iceborne Gauntlet, just because he's going to have so much base damage from that item being completed and upgraded. So it is one of those builds, and we are seeing it a lot more. Spawn actually mentioned this to me earlier as well, but in the LEC, they are rushing Death Stance third, regardless of your champion, regardless of any circumstance in a game. And a lot of times in our first weeks of the OPL, we were like, maybe a Blade of the Ruined King here would be better than a Death Stance. So, maybe X or Y, but there you go. The meta in the LEC has proven that being tanky is better. And especially with a lot of champions running around that is trying to burst you all at once, I can totally see the validity in that. And imagine dealing with an Ezreal that is impossible to kill. He has resistances of both types. He has a dash up every 3 seconds as long as he's hitting his Q, and the Q slows you. That's just misery.
It's interesting as well, right? Because we talked about this yesterday as to how the meta is almost defined in some of these minor regions as to, before LEC and the LCS go live, they have this very much ingrained idea of this worked in scrims, this has worked in solo queue, I want to try it out. Hey, let's just try it in the stage game. We are still playing from home. There is going to be that comfort of, this worked for me here. Okay, it's a actual competitive match. Let's just try it again, right? So to see how things decide to try and change going forward with, LEC and that all now back online, I start to wonder if things will change, because we keep seeing more and more of this Ezreal. And I spoke to Tally once again, as to why is this such a prevalent pick, and he says, look, it just gives you so much control. It's very early, very easy, and we're seen as a big priority on the likes of Karmas, Yumis, and everything Enchanting to just crush your bottom lane, get those early items online, and then shut them out before those luxury BF swords can even come into effect.
Yeah, and especially when a lot of your junglers are things like Graves, right? You can just have that Ezreal to be self-sufficient while you can play around your jungler being strong, disappear from your lane and start to help him as well. We are back into the game, everyone. We'll be able to talk about relevant League of Legends a little bit more again.
No hypotheticals here. We are online and back and ready to roll. Hitting at the 10-minute mark. Nothing separating these two teams, as we mentioned before. There are individual wins in those individual lanes. For that major skirmish, or that major component to come online before these teams start to pull away.
So what are we waiting for? With 1 minute, 25 seconds until the Mountain Drake. Rift Herald is not going to be out for a little while as well. I think that objective is a pretty important one to look at. I'm very curious as well for what the Soul will be, as we have 2 choices now, obviously. We'll hold that thought for the moment. A bit of extra damage goes onto them. Ocean Drake would be gnarly for both of these
It really
teams.
would be.
The last thing you need is a Taric having an Ocean Soul.
Because we don't really think of Taric as being the sustained king. It's all about finesse with that timing, be it on his Cosmic Radiance in particular, but sacrificing the common Enchanter sustain for just the more throughput aggression. And we know how aggressive Ayla can be. Saw how well he was able to play from behind yesterday as the Fresh to shut down the aggressive set. So excited to see once again how he can perform here on the likes of a Taric.
A really nice passage of play there from Rare. Just really heavily harassing out Katsuri and Dragku. Does it basically by himself with the soft assist from Ayla. Pushes him back, and what this grants is the free reset, right? Now there is still going to be some trading in the mid lane happening. The Herald's going to be summoned, and Crocky's going to make sure that this one dashes in just for some plate gold. But that free reset does actually buy a little bit of space here for the side of Order and their 2v2 to work around the map. And taking into consideration that only is now level 6, is of course level 7, and the Drake is up and well now, Order should be equipped, if they want to get near this Drake and look for a fight.
So Chiefs force their hands and make them face check as well. So much pain going away on towards Ayla. He feels like he's juked it all, but skill shot after skill shot. And True Shot Barrage puts a bow on it.
Yeah, he flashed into it, unfortunately. There was a couple of ways that he could have flashed it. Just unlucky for him, he chooses the wrong one. That's the gamble of the Ezreal ults of it. And that was the numbers advantage. You'd think Order coming fresh off, they're grouped up, maybe they're going to reset, but the timing for the Chiefs was far better. They're able to get in there nice and early, make sure they're in a position to actually pick someone off. As we've got our answer, and it's not the Ocean Soul.
We're looking at more and more ultimates. A familiar situation here for Only, as he takes so much pain. Fate's Call chucks in Ayla. He responds with a one-man dazzle. The whole team join him. Teleports coming on thick and fast. Flash across the wall. He wants to go for the range. He cannot kill Secure. The Cosmic Radiance
Teleport's coming.
is showing very aggressively, and that might be the icing on the cake that Chiefs are looking for. A familiar situation and a familiar fight where numbers low and members to capitalize on. Swiper evens it up. He finds the kill onto Dragku. Now, Coleman is showing his way. Heavy jumps in mid-stun animation, but that doesn't matter. He gets revenge on towards Clay. He gets that shutdown. But Katsuri continues to scale, falling behind in the lane, but definitely not falling behind in these team fights.
And a pretty chaotic trade overall. The major advantage still belonging to the Chiefs when you consider the fact that they have too much health and Order. Maybe they've overstayed here as well.
They find them, and they find them again. Turret plating falls on down, and we finish the fight where it all began with Lee Sin getting caught out of position. Everybody formulating a response to try and capitalize on a turnaround attempt, but Chiefs just being too good in their response of their own.
Yeah, Order, I think that they stay in this game purely from the skill checks, right? There was a couple of little outplays there from the likes of Hayri. I didn't quite see how Swiper put in the work at the start of that one, so that's where we're going to direct our eyes towards. First, we can see that this actually is after the Drake fighter happens. The stun goes onto Dragku. Now, Red doesn't need to flash this one. He thinks that maybe with his flash he'll get distance, that doesn't have the Nimbus cloak from the looks of it, he's not going to be able to cover that. Now Ayla just super dead, and you'd expect to see them disengage from this point, and they do. But the Ornn has already teleported, and now Swiper's a little bit caught. And what happens here is he does use his ult and just gets a W on a drag, so that's actually really nice from him. And Hayri's the one hitting the massive skill shots, 500 shutdown in his pockets, but all of this, like all of these good things that we're talking about from Order, are just using their raw mechanics to play the game, to pull something back when the Chiefs had the advantage from the second that TN teleported.
It was an incredibly expensive play for both sides, however. So many summoners were burnt to try and find an advantage that would favor them. But despite everything, a 2,000 gold lead is now here achieved by the Chiefs, and it's going to allow them to come back from their fresh shop to pick up the second Herald of the game.
And that's big. That'll break themselves the outer turret here as well. In mid lane, and with no hesitation, they'll summon that one straight away. 15 minutes in, so there isn't going to be any turret plates to speak of. Skimmy, but breaking that mid lane outer turret is going to be very nice for them to get. Opens up the map control just that little bit more. And if we're talking about the last Drake fight that we had, with the Chiefs being able to get the picks early and nicely before the Drake actually was contested at all, then they set themselves up even easier to do it this time around. In fact, they're pushing a second.
That's beautiful. They keep numbers in mid lane, guarantee a second headbutt. Now they want to punish, they want to find that fight. The skill shot check is so damn strong. With Lee Sin and Akali lucky to be alive, and his Chiefs were hungry for blood.
That was one heck of a force coming out of Order there, maybe thinking they could get the pick onto Croc as he had overstayed, but the Tarek stun did not connect prior to them looking to collapse onto him. Swiper, he's going to smack down this top lane turret, try his best not to die for it. He'll be fine in the end. So they still get something back, but almost 2 turrets in mid lane for the top lane outer turret. It's just the cherry pickings off the top as they can for Order.
And you'd say that, you know, that entire chaos passage of play all started from the fact that they were the first to rotate through to mid, to start off the push, to force the response from Order, to give themselves time before that dragon spawned to set up that phase check. And since then, they've pretty warmed up to the idea that, look, we can fight. We have so much damage right now. We welcome their invitation to come and look at us.
So we did hit that point in the game, right, where Order with one item are a very dangerous team to deal with. The Blade of the Ruined King, the Hextech Gunblade, once those are done for the Akali, once those are done for Rare as well, they were going to start looking for those fights. But that's the thing, right? We saw Chiefs handle them pretty well. Stan's just given a warning signal. Don't you come over this wall. And now the Chiefs starting to get closer to that 2-item point themselves. You know, that point in the game where they're just overbearingly strong.
Out comes the ultimate. Cosmic Radiance negates a lot of that. Is then a flash forward for a 2-man stun. Do they find the picks for this one? It's a 1-for-1 trade so far, but they have taken Claire out of the equation. This could be a big win for Order if they can set themselves up with some more picks. They've got the kip on Croc. They've got the dash in from the Akali, but he is far too tanky, and they're forced to disengage again. They cannot look at this one. Tien is a raid boss. He's 3-0 right now. So tanky, and especially with the Mountain Drake in his arsenal as well. That is going to continue to scale. Now they face check blind. The wall goes down and knock up onto Swiper. He's in trouble. He's buying time. The grit comes out. The team around him cannot find a way to get themselves into this one. They are soaking up skill shots. Hayri jumps in, drops the smoke screen, and drops his health by the critical mass. Red looking for it, flashes away, and this time connects on the Karma, takes him out of the fight. But Chiefs, they respond with teleports. They respawn. He's dead, but comes back and gets Chiefs a double.
And the one thing that I could say is that the Chiefs are just so good at collapsing with conviction. They can do it so well as a team and as a fight. You know, the teleports come in, they'll secure it. Order are the ones being very coy, looking for these picks around the objectives if they can find it. But any time that they try, Katsuri is just pushing them back. Claire is pushing them back. And Croc with these pillars has been setting up Tien to hit those knockups time and again. And it's close. That's the thing, you know. They were a couple of 100 health away from getting some picks onto the Chiefs. They get one. That's on the Dragku. But every single time, it's Order are the ones that are really suffering the most. Now, in this fight, Ayla hits a pretty nice stun to kick this one off. There was also a good kick from only in the back latter half of this. But you could see Katsuri relatively untouched throughout all of this. Has the Conqueror proc. The kick doesn't connect on him. He's just dealing damage. He's just freely hitting, and this is that 2-item Ezreal point, right? So this is where you have the disengage. Maybe you reset. Order not the type of team to reset for free here. They see if they can get the picks, but then a pillar, of course, will lock them down. And that's the top jungle combo. Draku, I will say, probably should not have died in the position where he did. This is one of the undoings of the man swapping roles. May not have his grasp fully on positioning. Honestly not sure what he was hoping to achieve there. But the rest of the team comes in, and that's the point, right? The reinforcements on Draku's mistakes, instant.
The sustained fight there, buying enough time for Claire to come back, TP in and still influence that fight, really paying off here for Chiefs. And you start to look at Order and go, they are very reliant on hitting these skill shots, finding those targets, sniping them away, having quick short bursts. Along these fights are going on, they are taking so much pain and harassment. Only once again hits the insect, gets the Radiance, and gets himself out in an invulnerable nature. But Rare gets absolutely shredded. No flash from the fight before, and no chance to survive. Ezreal having an absolute field day, hitting skill shot after skill shot. Harry jump in the back line. He wants the tasty treat, but Claire will deny him. More double kills. And more success here for the Chiefs.
Yeah, what can you say? It was a nice attempt to pull a rabbit out of a hat for Order, but they're not going to be able to find the rabbit. No magic to be seen today from them. Chiefs are just going to wipe the floor this time around. They've started the snowball just a little bit too far out of control. We'll see what Swiper can do, because he has been undetected until now. I don't know if he can do anything. He's going to be pushed back.
Phase shifting position, hasn't taken too much damage right now. The Baron is down to a third. It's very low here. Rusty Showstopper slows down too. He gets exhausted immediately. Buying enough time for Eda to now show up. Rare on the flank. So deep. I don't know if they have enough time. They have the full set. Teleports are coming on in. They get it. That is the Chiefs online right now. They find a kill. It's a 4v5. Baron buff is online, but they turn things around now. Here is Rare starting to ramp up the damage. He's got the Barry. He has the survivability. How many Baron buffs can they deny? Seems to be 2 here, Rusty.
Yeah, they're only going to get 2 people down. Katsuri even taking one with him. So they are definitely in the driver's seat still, are the Chiefs. I like the attempt, again, from Order. They're not going to slow the game down and say we can't fight in these situations. They are trying to get everything that they possibly can out of the game. They are pushing the Chiefs to the absolute limit. Swiper actually hits a fantastic face breaker in here, cancels the Ornn dash and the Ornn knockup, and that keeps him in this a little bit longer. Almost gets Claire. Almost gets Draku. Draku actually flashes away into the face of Rare once again and dies. But look at Katsuri. Dodges the tags on here. And that's all it takes for him just to get that 1-for-1 trade. Bit of extra money into the pockets. Harry gets a shutdown. We take those.
Incredibly strong are Chiefs right now, and you can see that Order are looking to try and find any pick they can at the moment. The squishiest target, the easiest target to get out of the fight has been Draku so far. 3 back-to-back fights, and the first target to always fall on down. You can see that Rare really respecting the amount of magic damage that is coming out so far, especially from the bottom half of Chief's draft. He's itemized himself not only with the Merc Treads, but also a second item rush on towards the Wit's End.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Obviously, there's other choices that you could make. You could go the Guinzoos to up your damage. You could go something like the Death Stance third now as well, because the Wit's End is so cheap. And that's one of the reasons that I like. There is magic damage on the enemy team. That is at least majority of the damage. Of course, the Ezreal is large enough to perhaps bring some back his way. But because it's so cheap, he's got the Merc Treads as well. He's completely MR stacked and now just has to respect Katsuri. There's only one real target that is going to be super terrifying to deal with compared to multiple. And it means he can start his third item faster due to how cheap.
Well, Claire has definitely unleashed his power at this stage of the game. 6-2-6, has the Rabadon's cap, will hit like an absolute truck. Not to mention, he still has the Baron buff online as they now force a 4-man siege towards bot side. Open themselves up with potential win condition, draw resources to the bottom side of this map for superior Baron control and a very easy rotation towards this dragon to put themselves onto Soul Point.
Yeah, that Wizard's cap's going to mean he one-hits pretty much everybody except for Rare. Swiper's going to try and hold this, but there's 3, there's 4 waiting in the wings as well. If they want to look for this opportunity, Order, they may be bested.
Summoners are available. It's going to be Hayri that does not have the flash, nor is it Lee Sin to find those creative angles at which they can get those picks. Potentially turn the tide of this fight at this stage. Defend the base. You haven't lost an inhibitor. That is a win. Sacrifice that dragon and gear yourself up for the next one.
Yeah, and it's going to be a double cloud given over with no contest you would expect here from Order. Now, 20% ult cooldown reduction is a pretty nice thing to have, honestly, if you look at their composition for the Ezreal, for the Ornn. Pretty massive win for those two. Very tanky now as well is most of the Chiefs roster. You know, we spoke about what a Wit's End could do for magic resistance tankiness for Rare, but if you look at the other side of the map, the only person who isn't building items with resistances right now is Claire. That Ezreal's going to be very tanky. He's now got the Frozen Fist upgraded from the Iceborne Gauntlet.
He has gone full glass cannon with a little bit of utility with the hose, and the whole team really have so much utility, ability to control areas of the map, be it hard or soft CC, making it very difficult for Order to access that back line.
And if this game does slow down, if it does grind to a halt, I think that is something that massively favors the Chiefs here, because they can play that slow cerebral game of League with the advantages that they have. Very hard to actually have that side lane split push that we spoke about before that Hayri could potentially do. He is set up there right now, and we will start to pressure and push forwards, but what can he do if there is an instant ult from Tian in a side lane? What if the Chiefs go 5 bottom right now and just push in? Can Hayri even sit in the side lane? I mean, it's an exposed inhibitor. It's a pretty hard thing to prevent the Chiefs from getting.
Yeah, you can see that the Chiefs wanting to force this fight right now. Both of their solo laners are 2 levels up on their opponents. They don't want to fall out of power here. They want to showcase what they can do. They cannot allow Order to catch up. They're going to force that fight. They're going to destroy this bottom inhibitor. And Order say, now it is the time. The Dazzle does not connect, but Ayla gets chucked into the backline and knocks up 2. As Harry jumps in aggressively, but gets absolutely shredded by a Death Crown Syndra. They finish what they started. One inhibitor falls them down, and now it's a 4v5. They just turn their sights through to mid-wave. But that is going to be a 2-man knockup. That is fantastic there. Swiper looks to try and take out the Ornn, looks to try and find some form of advantage. Sonic Wave goes missing. The power, Rusty. It's the raw strength.
Yeah.
So strong.
Yeah, Chiefs are unstoppable. Order try and pick this fight. I'm pretty sure Hayri's got the Frozen soundtrack going. He just lets it go, covers an entire screen of distance, and just dies. And it felt magical to watch. There was never really anything he was going to get from that. But we're teleporting again. Let's go.
They don't want to chill. He teleports straight into a stun. And he survives for as long as possible. He gets the shield at the last stretch, but Swipe has no ult. He has no flash. He has the grit, but it will fall on down. Katsuri picks that one up. Now it's absolute chaos in the mid lane. Assassins flying and damage dealing. Can they find one? He jumps in, he flashes out. The Comet connects. That's a double. The map lights up blue, and in their colors, Chiefs absolutely crushing Order here.
Yeah, definitely a doom situation for Order. There was a point in this game where the Lee Sin hits a kick, it's onto Katsuri, and normally you'd be like, fantastic, we've hit the carry, we've kicked him into my backline. But Katsuri is so tanky that he just walks forwards. The second you kick him in, he's like, thank you for the lift. And Uber delivery, there comes Sur and feasts on Order. Pretty easy victory in the end for them, but Order go down. Absolutely just throwing haymakers and hoping one connects.
They tried to fight fire with fire there. They forced fight after fight. There was no time to slow this game down. We weren't having a 35-minute, 40 game fiesta. We were out here for blood. Unfortunately, at that stage of the game, too much had been farmed, too much fuel in the tank there for Chiefs, and their major carries, which is so damn scary.
Yeah, they definitely were. It was another big performance from Claire. I think that's 2 Syndra games in a row and 2 very decent performances coming out of him. And I think he may just be the only person consistently playing Syndra at the moment as well.
Once the stand-up performance there for the Chiefs, back to fighting ways. That will put the Order back in their familiar spot of a 1-1 finish. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, it's game 3 of the night.
Today is the NeoSurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
NeoSurf is simple, safe and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
He's got it! This is deadly! He's got it!
Welcome to the 2020 OPL. I am Nick
Nick Boy Richardson.
And that's a beautiful hemo play onto multiple members. He gets himself a double kill. It's Ray's doing what he does, the team fight king.
We love everybody. We love the OPL.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Welcome back, and the Chiefs have obviously been watching the OPL, because when we talk about can they do it, can't they do it, they could do it, ladies and gentlemen. And Rusty, that was pretty definitive from the boys in blue.
Yeah, it definitely was. The only thing that I would say, and I feel like I'm going to consistently say this as well, is watching a top laner learn a new role in support is maybe the only blip on the radar that I'm consistently seeing from them. Just a couple of missed positions there from Dragku, a couple of deaths that were ultimately not necessary, thinking he's a top laner. And once that brain starts to switch and he gets the rewiring, we'll see a pretty hard to beat Chiefs.
Yeah, completely agree. I think that when you have a look at how that game went, Order's comp just had to win laning phase super hard. And I think they won like 2 of their lanes. I think the top lane went pretty well, despite one gank going in the favor of the end. And I think that bottom lane, obviously, I think they picked up 2 solo kills or whatever in the bottom lane. But as soon as you get to that, if you play a comp like that, as soon as you get to the team fighting phase, if you make one mistake, like the game's just very hard to recover. And the mistake that kind of springs to mind is when they were approaching that first dragon, Rusty, and I know you called it out, and like Ailey gets immediately blown up. Then there's a 4v5 team fight. They try and skill check. They lose a 4v5 team fight regardless. And from there, the game's going to be pretty difficult to come back into when you're playing against, you know, Syndra, Ornn, Ezreal, Trundle, all these really annoying team fight champions.
Well, there you have it. The Order regular season curse continues. It's 1-1 for Order.
Hey,
but,
maybe
we'll
it's a blessing. Have you guys ever thought about that?
That's true.
1-1's better than 0-2.
That's
all
very
I'm
true.
saying. That's all I'm saying, Nick.
And you got through to the postseason last split. So 1-1's, yeah, you're right, 1-1's working for you. What else is working for us? Working from home, obviously. Rusty, were you wearing a beanie since the beginning of the show?
Yeah.
Oh, you have been.
Did you not notice?
No, I didn't. It kind of blends in with your hair a bit, so it's like on the small screen, it's hard to tell. Spawn, obviously, new hoodie, new beanie, and no one has noticed the fact that I'm now not wearing a plaid shirt and I'm now wearing a plaid jacket to match everybody. But then Spawn goes and puts on a hoodie, and so everything just gets messed around.
Well, the thing is like genuinely, Jenna got out of bed. She's a little bit unwell. I go out and I check on her, and she's like, "Why is the house a furnace?" And I'm like, the house isn't a furnace. The house is freezing. And like, I think I can see the tips of my fingers. They're starting to blacken. Frostbite is setting in. Twitch chat. This is bad. I must have the worst circulation in the history of circulation. I blame my chair. Like, apparently there is not enough cushion in my chair.
Yeah.
There's no blood flowing anywhere in my body because I'm freezing cold.
You need one of those hand warmers that real gamers have, where it just blows little puffs of hot air right on. Wait, what the hell are you doing?
It's the hand warmers.
Oh,
yeah, Rusty
right,
got it.
Right.
I
see what's happening there. The hair talk can continue because we are going to jump now into the Nick Bag. Hair talk number 2. Question number 1 is fashion talk. Hi, Nick Bag. This one came in from an unknown person in the Google form. Are Vans work appropriate? Vans. I'm going to say only if you're Tony Hawk.
Ooh. You think
Like
that's the limitation of them?
Vans? If we show up in Vans? Sure.
I'm barefoot right now, but I can't show it because of the Twitch T's and C's.
I'm in Miyugs again.
Rusty, show me your feet. Rusty, show me your feet. Rusty, show
I have
me your
socks
feet.
on. Not showing
Show
you my
me your
feet.
Show
No,
me
because
your
there's too
toes.
much leg. That's against TNC, surely.
Show me your toes.
It genuinely depends what your work is. If you work in a place that has hot things like McDonald's or a restaurant or something like that, absolutely not. Vans are not appropriate work attire. If you work in a corporate business where you need to wear business shoes, absolutely not. Vans are not appropriate attire. If you work anywhere that has smart casual, Vans are fine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you're working in a JB Hi-Fi. Oh, gym?
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
gym.
if you work at a
good
gym
flat
because they're
shoes.
flat. They're flat shoes. They're perfect for lifting. There you go.
Yeah, that's good. If you work at a JB Hi-Fi, I think it's actually in the contract. You have to wear Vans. It's Vans or Doc Martens. Okay, good. And the chat just learned something about me and feet. Next question also comes in from Unknown. Can you ask Rusty what product he puts in his hair? It always looks perfect.
It's a beanie.
It's a beanie.
I actually, so I don't know the name of the product. I would have to go and find it and get back to you. So how about between these segments, I'll tell you the answer in the next one.
Okay, that's a good one.
Because I actually just don't know what it's called.
I find that I've never stuck with a, I mean, you can say what you want about my hair, but it's phenomenal. I've never stuck with a hair product. Every time I go to a hairdresser or a barber, I'm like, what did you just put in it? It's always something different. And then I'm like, all right, just give me one of those. And then every time I go back, it's someone different. They put in something different. It's a matte texture. It's a firm hold. It's a surface gel. It's a powder. It's a paste. It's a powder paste. You just can't keep up.
Yeah. I mean, that's the hard part of buying them yourselves as well, right? Because it seems so nice when they put it in your hair. And I feel like half of the process is the fact that they're doing it. You're like, oh, this is amazing.
Yep. I know.
You change every time.
I need to get a little barber in here. Just a little barber, sit in the corner, just do my hair. That seems like the height of luxury. Chopsky says something I've been thinking about for too long.
No.
Staying on fashion. Why are there no pants items in League of Legends? I've gone through and categorized every kind of item and have found the following, but no pants. Is League of Legends Donald Duck? Why is it the way that it is? And just for reference, Chopsky did go through and look at every single item. I believe I've closed the page, but I will open it up right now. And the list, that is not the right Chopsky.
This is very silly. This is
Go for it.
Genuinely a silly question.
Why is that?
Because what movie, book, anything, apart from the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, which didn't have any magical properties, and was a terrible movie that I was forced to watch by my sisters.
You can't like Twilight but hate the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, okay?
Yes, you can.
That Venn diagram is that. It's a perfect circle.
Cease and desist. There are no magical or useful properties to pants.
That is so stupid, Dab Daddy, because you've got cloaks, cows, capes, chest armor, boots, hats, helmets, sashes, belts, gloves, masks, braces, jewelry, weapons, non-clothing items like books, vessels, crystals, statues, wards, lenses.
I just literally told you the reason. Every one of them either has a defensive purpose,
a sash,
or you can
a
give
sash.
to someone. There are magical belts in everything. There has not once been... Frodo did not once reach into his back drawer from Hobbiton and pull out a great pair of pants to wear on an adventure.
If he
Never
did,
talked
maybe we
about.
would have only had one movie and we could have been spared the Hobbit trilogy as well. Let me tell you, pants, have you seen my crotch? Powerful area of the human body, okay? Like, the pants, you cut off a leg, there's not much I can do. I feel like supreme kicking power, like there's got to be a champ who could benefit from a really good kick.
That's literally
a jump.
shoes or some
That's
form
not
of
shoes.
ankle
That's
weight or something.
Come
It's
on.
never been pants, Nick.
Rusty,
Tell
back me up here. You're a personal trainer. You can't kick someone hard if you have a strong foot.
I mean,
it is about the leg muscle. It's the
Well,
thigh.
no, if you actually want to go
That's where
through
the
that, it's
power
actually
comes
not
from.
any of that either. It's actually about how you swing your body
It's your
and
torso
generally
rotation, right?
through your hips, right? So you're wrong on that level. But
well,
just
you're not
give me an
kicking
example.
anyone with your hips.
Just give me an example, Nick. Give me an example of a book or a movie or something that has a pants as the main theme of a magical or useful item.
I'm sorry, why do we have to be so derivative? It has to already exist. This is League of Legends. We can do whatever the hell we want.
I'm kind of with Father Floss over here, Dab Daddy. Sorry.
Oh, yes, I forgot who I was.
I feel like the fact that there aren't any, but like there are pants with properties in other games.
Like what?
What's to say that this... Well, I'm not going to talk about other titles, but they exist.
Like every RPG ever invented.
Yeah.
Because you have to put pants on your character.
We're in fighting. Like, does having loose pants help, like, the martial arts?
No, you can wear tight pants, you can wear
Like, is there
loose
a
pants, you can
tangible
wear
benefit?
shorts, you can wear no pants.
Okay.
Wear a loincloth.
Remove entirely the idea in your like cold addled brain right now that the pants need to give you magical qualities.
Well, what else do you buy them for,
let's
Nick?
just look at straight up defense. That there is a lot of vulnerable long areas that you need to protect here. And so why are pants not there? Why can't you have pants that could have some sort of like armor quality? Like reflective damage, looking stylish.
Thornmail should be on your legs as well. That's
No,
100%.
Movement
some
speed,
spiky legs.
movement speed being tied to
When
shoes
you
is
talk
bullshit.
about mail,
Your feet
you're
are not
talking
why you
about
run
the
so fast.
full set of mail.
But why is
There
it
are
just a picture
pants
of the...
included in mail.
This is so dumb. This is so dumb.
So it's
What, you think
the
that
problem
a knight
is the
gets
preview
dressed
image.
in ring mail and just forgets the pant bit of it?
I mean, it
No,
seems
because
like it.
How
sometimes you want to change
stupid
it up.
are you two?
Sometimes you want to put on the powerful like protection pants to keep your junk nice and safe, but then the top you want nice and breezy so you can swing your friggin'
That is-
hammers around, whatever the weapons we've got in this ridiculous game are.
Here's a question. Would you put on your Thornmail pants or upper body first? Because you're just going to spike yourself either way.
Interesting.
Like, that's a dangerous prospect. You'd have a squire.
I have to cast
Surely.
two
You would have a
games
squire.
after this.
You'd get choppered into them. Corky would come and pick you up and just like lower you into your pants. But I will come back to the idea that movement speed being tied to shoes is very stupid. Shoes don't make you run faster. Your legs, Rusty. If I'm wrong about the kicking, it's all
shoes
power.
could help, though.
Speed definitely comes from your legs.
Shoes don't make you run.
Shoes can help, but it doesn't have anything to do with base power. It's just about protection from like little pebbles and shit that you run over. My
I mean,
goodness.
shoes do help. Shoes do help. But
That's
like we were
absolutely
talking about-
incorrect. You know when they gave sprinters spikes in their shoes, it wiped off more time on their sprint than anything you could do to their pants.
Do you know what the number one thing
A
that
sprinter
helped
in
sprinters
spiked
sprint
shoes
fast?
with no
It was when they gave them
versus
legs.
the guy in the high skids and no shoes. The guy in the spiked shoes are running much faster.
Yeah, but the guy with the spiked shoes can't run anywhere if he doesn't have his legs
What
to
do they
put those
put the
feet
shoes on?
into the
What do they
shoes.
put the shoes
He's
on?
not saying why don't champions have legs. All the champions have legs. He's
Okay,
saying why
wait.
don't they need pants? And I'm saying because pants are useless.
Pants are useless. You stand up right now and you show me the fact that you're wearing a pair of pants, and this argument is
I will
voided.
take them off right now. I will take
Do
my
it, you
pants
coward.
off right this instant.
You
Go
take your
on.
pants off and
Go
I'll
on.
show my feet.
You've done this to yourself.
I could wear a jacket as pants. Pants are superficial and useless.
Unless
Oh
you're in
my
public,
God.
in which case they are necessary
No,
so
wear
you
a
don't go
skirt.
to jail.
Wear a skirt.
Well, okay, with bottoms.
Where is chat on this? Because if anything, pants would slow you down. That's just we're talking about power. Like Iron Man doesn't put on the shoes to go faster. He puts on puts on the
does, 'cause they
legs,
have
then
the
he can sprint
boosters.
faster. That's not
There is
running
nothing
though. That's
in
flying.
pants- There is nothing in pants that is useful.
There's
Pants are an abomination of the world.
Pockets.
We should all go
Thank you,
back
Rusty.
to kilt.
Pockets. Okay, how about this? Pair of pants, and what it has is like two. It has two pockets, and that means you can carry two extra items. You can buy two more items. Boom.
If
Boom.
I could abolish
dunked,
one thing,
dunked,
if I
smashed.
could abolish
We're out.
one
Cancel
thing
the
in
stream.
life, I would
Callum
abolish
cancelled the stream. I
pants.
just won.
I am against pants. I am anti-pants.
This is ridiculous.
Oh my god, bye. The stream's gone.
Okay. All right. Good. Well, I'm glad we wasted all that time and ruined a friendship. Thanks, Chopsky. That was all your fault. We got to start talking about
Damn
game.
it, Chopsky.
We're going to start talking about game number 3, AV versus Gravitas. Which team has the best pants?
Oh, we're actually talking about this. Stream's gone. Bye.
Here we are for game number 3. Production, they'd had enough of their spawn. They said, look, this is not about pants. This is not a fashion stream. We're here for games. We're here for Avant taking on Gravitas. Gravitas still looking for their first win to start off their second split here in the OPL, whereas Avant got shown their first loss despite having this insanely strong bottom duo that's all about getting prio with the Caitlyn, but let the game go a little bit too long yesterday against Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, they just made one too many mistakes, and that's kind of the recurrent theme at the moment against the top teams. Skimmy, it's like they will give you windows to be able to take over a game or come back into a game, but if you give them one back, then they will certainly be able to close it out in a much more decisive fashion. That's what we're seeing out of Legacy at the moment. That's what we saw about Chiefs against the Avant Gaming lineup. So what we want to see from Avant today is actually really clean gameplay. You know, I don't care whether this game goes for 20 minutes or 35, 40 minutes. What I want to see is kind of that top team mentality from Avant Gaming, where they just, you know, take care of business. We talk about it all the time. When you're playing against a team like Gravitas, which is unfortunately down the bottom of the ladder right now, you don't have to do anything fancy. All you have to do is play your game plan well.
And we're going to see exactly what that game plan is, because coming into this one, we'll be very interested in the jungle matchup in particular. Lisa, very much reliant, if you will, doesn't have to do too much in his own right, because both Chaz and Violet are playing out of their mind and really leading the line with that damage component. But the flip side of that is that Praelis is making up that slack. That is the major difference here. So Praelis could be that beacon of hope, that light that sort of finds value in his own individual matchup and is able to then translate that elsewhere on the map. But one of these players on Avant that I've been so impressed with since his return has to be Paprise. I don't think he's had a terrible performance to date just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Paprise has been playing pretty well, hasn't he? He's had a couple of good Ornn games. He 1v1'd the Kale on the Maokai yesterday. Going up against Kwaku, who's potentially not having the best start to the OPL Split 2, Skimmy, is that fair to say?
I would say so. It feels a bit like feels a little bit like the start of Split 1, where members are looking to shut him down, and then his influence on the game is a little bit lost as a result there. So it'd be interesting to see what kind of resolve he has, because you highlight the point before with the Maokai game there for Paprise. He was down, what, 0-4, and still managed to trade even in a 1-for-1 against the Kale.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think, sorry, Skimmy, I'm unplugging and plugging my headphones back in while you're talking, so I'm getting every second word because I've only got my right ear operational at the moment.
Have we still got the classic cable over the mute button, so it just happens every so often?
No, I actually fixed that. How can I show?
Look at you, mate. There you go.
If I take this off, sorry, production. Oh, look at this. I've lengthened it. You taught me how to lengthen.
Ah, see, there we go. We're working together as a cohesive unit.
Oh, no.
All right, Gravitas here that will open up with, well, that's a first pick onto Syndra.
Yeah, Syndra seems to be really rising in priority at the moment. Claire just had a terrific game on it. I feel like Avant are one of the more dangerous teams to pick Syndra against, however, though, Skimmy, because Chaz does play the Echo to a really high level. Yeah. And it's one of the best answers to it. We saw Order try to answer it with the Akali. That didn't go so well. So I just think, you know, across the board, Syndra is one of those interesting picks that if you have the opportunity to shut it down, can. But once again, if you make those mistakes, if you die 1v1 versus it, it just scales like an absolute monster.
I start to wonder if we're going to see a high contest here on the Echo, as both teams love it. It's been hovered right now, and they will actually lock it in. Chaz, when he has played it, has quite honestly defined the word Smurf, so we're looking to give Praelis a taste of his own medicine with that one.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think this is going to be quite a fiery affair just already from these picks, Skimmy. If you have a look kind of how these teams suit up, even though the fact that Avant Gaming play a little bit slower through their bottom side, you need to be able to fight early on the Echo. When you have Syndra and Nautilus, that's going to be a fighting composition. You know, Paprise on this Ornn, we've seen it once already. He's not going to shy away from a biff. So if you have two teams drafting this similar style of just run at you all in team fight engage. I mean, look at Poppy. It's coming out. No one plays Poppy if they don't want to fight Skimmy. So I really think that this is going to be that all-one brawl.
This is a Kwaku special with the Poppy, showcase what he can do with it, and he's definitely able to find a fair bit of value in terms of what he can try and deny if we've got this all-in collapse comp that Avant are currently composing. I wonder if there's ever a world in which, given that it's now going to be the Echo and Syndra matchup, if they would consider the idea of Puma playing it. I don't think he's ever played a AP Mage in the bottom lane. No, he's stuck to the traditional. I believe he's the only person that actually busted out the Vayne as well. So whether or not he has that tucked away to have that flexibility like a lot of teams are doing now, where they're hovering the likes of Orns and Karmas and then flipping on its head.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have a look at exactly what's going through in this draft at the moment, you can see that Beats has kind of been denied those free supports as well. So it's not only what Puma can play, Skimmy, it's what he can play with Beats. Because what I'm seeing at the moment from Beats is he's kind of a little bit lost down there in the bottom lane. And that removes a lot of the picks, you know, like the Vayne, like the Callista, that rely on you winning counter picks to actually be able to get into a good portion of the mid game. So I think that's actually, you know, why they have to ban things like the Caitlyn, Callista. You know, I don't think they're going to play Vayne, for example. I think it's more likely going to be something like an Ezreal, and that's when you're in danger of really getting fast pushed.
It's interesting though, based on the discussion we just had there, they still believe there is a world in which it could potentially be flexed. They have banned away the Castellan, which is a pick that we've seen Suman play once before as well. And just as you touched there, you know, remove all these high priority AD carries. That's now 4 off the board of Ezreal being removed.
Now, what do you actually play down bottom lane? I'm sure they're wishing that they were playing Gunkrab right now. Oh, Aphelios is still up. Okay. Well, you play Aphelios for sure. I was going to say, if Gunkrab's in the game, you can play something like Ziggs bottom lane or something along those lines, because he does play kind of everything. Then you just really need some AD from somewhere in your big band. But, oh, maybe they play Gragas Yasuo into it. That would be fun.
Here it is. Suman going to debut the...
No,
Yasuo
that's going to be Puma and Beats playing Gragas and Yasuo.
I take it back, yeah. As soon as I said it, I realized what we have. We have the Wombo combo in the bottom lane. One that we've seen a few times in the LCK, and once that we've had it here in the OPL as well.
Because they've got a Nautilus. Where does the Nautilus go? Is it going to be 80 carry Yasuo with support Nautilus and jungle Gragas? Is it going to be top Nautilus and jungle Poppy? What is going on?
Is this called the Pentakill Flex? What is going on here? Okay, what it is. We've just gone full circle back to what we originally thought it might have been with the Syndra bot lane.
Okay, so it's Syndra bot. Well, I thought, like... So, bear with me for a second. When you take Syndra that early, and they don't take the Aphelios all the way down, that's a very strange flex to me. Because even though they've been counterpicked here in the laning phase, Echo doesn't necessarily beat Syndra, like, immediately. He doesn't beat Syndra 1 to 5, right? Until the ultimate's there's still the chance that Syndra can kill you, especially if it's like Suman Syndra, right? So this is a little bit of a pivot down into the bottom lane. Obviously can't be chased there by the Echo. And now Puma and Beats are kind of in the situation where I said they wouldn't be, which is they have to win this lane. Because if you don't win the lane with Syndra bot, you just get hard outscaled. I mean, you don't do enough damage as an 80 carry. So I think that this is the boldest strategy we've seen from Gravitas so far, for sure.
That was a very good read there from Avant also to then ban away that Castellan too, given that it was a very real possibility from what we can see here. So the confusion, the complexity that Gravitas have brought to this one, the inspiration, if you will, from what you said is a Gunkrab special of drafting AP Majors in that bot side for high push, high engage, and high kill threat. I mean, you're looking at a Syndra and a Nautilus. If they find somebody that's back-to-back stuns, you can't really do much, and it can be a bit annoying to try and itemize into resistances to combat that.
Yeah, absolutely agree, and I think that this is... I mean, actually, on that point, Skimmy, have you seen how much Death Stance is being played lately?
All over the place, right? We talked about Rusty before, only that pretty much any champion, regardless, you know, third item, just pick it up, who cares?
Yeah, so maybe by the third item, the Aphelios will be okay, because it does have a lot of magic resistance on it. But obviously that's a long way away, and watch the laning phase to see how it plays out.
That we will indeed spawn. Gravitas taken to the Rift up against Avant. It is game number 3 for our second night here in the OPL. Both teams looking to see which one is the bigger target in this league right now. Both looking for continued success, as Avant currently joint second at 2-1, and Gravitas are still searching for their first win of Split 2.
And we'll see whether they can pick it up here, because Avant is one of those teams that I feel like they can kind of beat anyone in the league at the moment, Skimmy. But it would not surprise me if they lost to anyone in the league right now. Which is a strange thing to say, but I just feel like they have high variance, they make a lot of mistakes, even though they do accumulate big leads. We saw that yesterday against the Chiefs. So if Gravitas can just wait for that moment, maybe they are in with a crack this game.
No denying the early game strength that Avant have showcased so far, but it's that mid-game lane assignments, the priorities as to what is important, what to sacrifice, and what to go for that we'll be looking at very intently in this game here. But Gravitas finding comfort, finding creativity more than anything, with a two-pronged attack on multiple fronts, be it AP and AD damage. Looking to try and also hit their early game stride before those death stands come online.
Yeah, and that's what you have to do, right? Aphelios should lose this lane, you know, very hard 1-9. Obviously, Aphelios is one of the best scaling carries in the entirety of League of Legends. Season 10 champion and all those other means, Skimmy, those good things out there. But really, Syndra has really great harassment and poke and really obnoxious trade patterns. And we'll see whether they're actually able to utilize that to generate any form of lead, because the Avant Gaming bottom lane has looked the good so far, Skimmy. I've been impressed by Violet and Nappy. I think they've done a really great job at the start of this split too.
Definitely Nappy feeling a lot more comfortable now since making that lane swap from top lane down here. And, Violet giving us a big break. After the trials and tribulations that were in Split 1. They hit level 2 first from the minion wave, now look to output a ton of damage as the sniper connects. And the passive also. And that's going to mean that Puma is going to be chugging for those potions.
Yeah, and this is what I mean. Hold flip phone.
Windwall comes out now, a flash combo. Chaz in so much trouble. Game over is the word. First blood to Gravitas.
Yeah, really well played there from Trailers. Does full bottom side clear into the gank. He's going to lose a couple of camps in his top side jungle for this, Skimmy, but you would say worthwhile to get Suman ahead. Also note the fact that Chaz has gone Combat Summoner in the Ignite, so he's not going to be able to get back and catch all of these minions. So already 24 CS and a first blood in that mid lane. Massive deal, and Suman doing a really great thing here. Instead of taking the immediate recall, actually going to get some vision and secure top Scuttle Crab for his jungler. We've got Suman just winning everywhere.
Love to see it. That's what we wanted to see coming into this game as a way of trying to combat Avant. The aggression, the strength they've showcased so far this early on, both in their bot lane and through mid. Activity there from, and that was, bear in mind, no Predator boots online even for that Gragas to really get himself in a formidable situation. So looking good right now, but the pain does not stop there in the bottom side of the map, as both are always looking and trading aggressively.
Yep, absolutely. And I think this is what Violet and Appy have to do. They need to play on the cusp of what is silly and what is ultimately going to win them the lane. Human, that's going to be false sense of security.
Okay, Sweet Duke, Shadow Chronosphere will not get stunned, but will get slowed, has to run forward before he can take 2 steps back, and then in the end, they do actually burn the flash, so nice little summon advantage. Now a source of weakness for them to exploit.
And that's a good flash there from Human. It looked like he was going to try and like dash right back to his creep wave, maybe try and outplay, but you can see how big the creep wave is that's coming into him there, Skimmy. If he had made one mistake and fallen down, then his laning phase becomes very, very average. Whereas right now, even though he burnt the flash, maybe he is going to be able to catch the majority of these creeps, and he should still find himself in a really good situation. And this is what we expected when Suman came back into the OPL. He is the carry player on this lineup. Probably wants to be played around. Ooh, how did that go? Oh, record. Looks like he got the shield up there in time, Suman.
Shield goes up, but he prevents it completely. Perhaps the new TFT meta not working in his favor at this stage.
I suck at new TFT, by the way.
I was watching our flatmates play before, and it's interesting to see how many of these comps now are reliant on hitting level 9, like full late game TFT.
Like, what is it just Janna and Urgot or OP? Like, I don't get it.
I don't know, we'll have to wait and see, because top lane, the fun does not stop, the action continues. Both now playing
like
with
a solo
fire.
kill nearly.
Yeah, very close in that execution range for solo kills as they will trade so aggressively. No jungle influence at this stage, but now getting a little bit angsty as to, well, we need to put some vision down because I can tell it is inevitable.
You can see maybe Paprise went looking for some fruits as well, Skimmy, in the river. They haven't spawned yet, of course. Next Scuttle Crab going to be up and available. And you can see that it is going to be Dragon going to Avant Gaming super early in this one. I think that's credit to how well Appy and Violet have played. They're doing it on a back timing, a little bit of a reset. That's no bueno. But at the same time, credit to Puma and Beats for stabilizing a little bit, Skimmy. Like, this laning phase at level 1 was looking like it was going to be a disaster. But right now, they have kind of trimmed it back to a creep wave down.
they have, as the Dark Seal now comes online for Puma, looking for action, looking to hit level 6. And as the name states, unleash the power that can be combined between these two. Beats. Going to take a while before he can get his ultimate. Only level 3 at the moment, just ticks 4 as I mentioned.
Huh. He's really low experience. He's like a full 2 levels down on mid laners. Normally you are like in the scoreboard 2 levels down, Skimmy. Like, you know, it'll be level 4 to level 6. But really what it is like half a creep wave, whereas he's like genuinely a full creep wave and a bit. Like, he's a full level behind his opponent in Appy. Look at it. Appy's about to hit level 5, and Beats only just hit level 4. I wonder how he has been denied so much experience in this lane.
That is going to come back to hurt them, as that level 6 power spike could spring true to the same initiation they had at level 2 on that spike there as well.
Well, it's already kind of hurting them, right, because, you know, we already mentioned, but Syndra, she's known for winning lanes. Like, the reason you pick her at the moment in mid is she doesn't lose really any lanes on 5. But they're already 11 CS down in the bottom lane. Like, this is getting quite ugly quite quickly. 66 to 55 CS is it's a disappointing laning phase, to say the least. And doesn't really give Prayless the control he needs around mid lane to gank Chaz. So Chaz has had a much easier time maybe coming back into this one than you would have thought, just off the fact that, you know, the mid lane duo has had to clear out River on every opportunity to try and keep some stability in this game.
It's just weird to me that it feels like they are waiting for that ultimate spike before they start to ramp up. They've been locked there turret for the most part. As soon as somebody rotates or goes for a reset, they go for the hard shove in, as you can see right now. But Summon based on the early first bloods has itemized towards everything early game. Triple daggers and double blades. Quake goes hunting, scouts out the information. Lisa says it's too little too late. Pops the ultimate, picks up the heralds. Lisa looks for the kill. He flashes away, but everyone flashes. It's looking pretty. And they trade a kill 1-for-1, but that's going to be the Yasuo now with a second kill to his name. He wants the resources, and he'll get those resources as once again Prayless shows up to the fight.
Still has ult.
He finds value. And they look for right now. The exhaust comes out, the stopwatch negates so much of it. He screams to the stars and jumps back down. And now he is 3-0. This is the lane you wanted to see strength come from, and that's exactly what they're getting.
And Skimmy Suman looks like a man possessed today. That was an insane Yasuo play, showing off just how well he can play this champion. And I think that him and Prayless on the exact same page the entirety of that skirmish, you know, not using the ultimate off the first body slam, instead coupling it with his own knockup. Let's have a look at this, because this is Kwaku playing really, really courageously, right? But he knows he can knock the Ornn away, buffers that one nicely. And if Prayless had have held that ultimate a little bit longer, maybe Kwaku even gets out by just running, you know, upwards. And this is what I meant, Skimmy, you know, keep an eye on how well Human and Prayless play this together. As soon as they both go in, this is going to be the knockup, holds it into the stopwatch. Very nice cast for maximum damage. Chaz has to ultimately use his flash to get out of this one as well. They were at a summoner spell deficit going into that, but making it look quite easy. Suman walks away with full health pretty much.
The big players rise up to the occasion, and it ends up with, what, 3 kills for a Herald? Complete advantage here for Gravitas. You want that carry player to come online. Well, all those items, as cheap as they may be, have now allowed him to, on a fresh shop, just instantly purchase the Phantom Dance and make Chaz's life even harder.
Yep, and mid lane is now doomed, I believe is the term that the kids use nowadays.
The kids
Skimmy.
use?
Yeah, doomed. You can see, however, Appy has still been able to maintain this full level lead over Beats. So despite the fact that Puma is up a little bit of experience, Beats is down a heck of a lot. And support level 6 is really important in these duo lanes. You know, Beats being able to chain CC Violet and kind of stop anything going down a little bit wonky in this lane is gonna be really needed. Chaz, maybe in some trouble here.
Yeah, you can see Chaz is absolutely terrified there. His ability to try and be aggressive now has definitely diminished. It's gone. It's not even a consideration in his mind right now. Only sitting on that Seeker's Arm guard, but now purchases the revolver, so will be quite content and just farming up, getting a few items online before he goes hunting for trouble once again, especially with that flash down too. But this is that controlling element that you wanted to see come out from Gravitas before. They can find it, and after all the success that is found, they can rotate from what, a successful Herald fight, get themselves the ball with the very first dragon of their own.
And I wonder now whether they shift up Skimmy or whether they try and trade the Paprice's ult wave.
He's going to ult the wave, but he sees the Predator icon and goes, I am in so much trouble right now. Stun after stun, hook after hook. The cask, I believe, actually doesn't even connect, but it does not matter. They had so much damage coming his way. It may, in fact, just be a trade of turrets.
You know what we call that, Skimmy? We call that one the party cask. Where you throw the cask out just for a little bit of a celebration, you know? You don't even need it for the damage, it's just there for the party.
You know that the only thing that was missing there was Prayless hitting the dab emote afterwards.
Ah, thanks, mate. That would have been great. Love me some dabs.
That's a party move.
Certainly could be. Not my parties. But the fact of the matter is, Skimmy, is that they took a full turret to only 3 plates on the bottom side, and this is the power of Aphelios. As well as that Rift Herald going down, so even though they got a kill and some good concentrated gold going over onto Puma, that is going to be a turret advantage right now for Avant Gaming, and it was first turret of the game, so a big gold injection into Violet. And we've seen this guy can carry on his day, already component of that Infinity Edge going towards circuitries as well. He is in a position where this mid game should be very spicy. Once again, the mid lane trio is probably going to be the Syndra, because she doesn't like side laning, so it's going to be assuming going into the side lane, so you would have to give at least one side lane right now to Gravitas. But in reality, I think that Violet and Appy should be able to control nearly the entirety of the map, just based off how far ahead they are.
Started from a gank targeted towards an Ornn to shut him down to prevent those ornaments coming online as quickly as possible. But the punishment, yes, there were 3 kills for Herald in the start of really all that creativeness, but the trade, the turnaround, Avant finds so much value in that top side and put it in the pockets that absolutely matter right now. You can see this man here will have full control of the mid wave. Summon rotates down, Chaz responds. His day definitely does not get any easier, and especially when Prayless rocks up to continue all the harassment, the pain, and the suffering.
Yeah, you can see that Chaz is a little bit confident right now, Skimmy, in being able to at least clear out waves under his turret. Doesn't want to get bullied too hard. But you're right, as soon as that, Syndra or the Nautilus ducks into Fog and Void, you can see he's a little bit nervous. He's checking his positioning. And this turret's going to fall down, so it is going to be 1 turret all. And I just really want to stress that even though Gravitas, they're up about 1,500 gold on the scoreboard, all of that, if not more, would be on Human. And then the rest of the map for Avant is completely fine still. They're just coming through this game.
Avant do have a lot of vision right now, so Chaz is starting to ramp up a bit, and why wouldn't you? Because they've got the numbers advantage. Lisa and Appy in support. Kratos runs left, but the rest of the team still chasing onto Suman. As the fight takes place topside, once again, the Bruce is just going absolutely at it. He jukes out that by putting up his shield. Paprice forced to flash away. Has copped a massive beating as he now flashes in, hoping to try and connect with that wall. Doesn't matter. I don't think it does. Quaker just gets a kill.
Really well played from the top laner of Gravitas. We've been so critical, Skimmy, because of the growth we saw in Split 1. Did not seem to be there for Split 2. But now taking it to Paprice in this skill matchup. Tank v tank, and he gets himself a solo kill.
Aku getting himself back to where he once was. And that's what we like to see, especially on Paprice that has been steadily coming into his own since his return to the OPL. Now 0-3. And he is filling the wrap. The crown, the target to be focused, has been definitely transferred across.
We'll see now what the setup of the map looks like. Because this game getting very interesting. We were commenting maybe that Avant Gaming had like an Ornn side they could play towards, as well as the potential mid-trio Skimmy, but now with Ornn losing, it looks like Gravitas should have complete side lane control. Off that solo kill as well, a little bit of much-needed gold injection into a tank playing against Trundle. That's always going to be nice, Skimmy. And we'll see now whether they can contest this dragon.
Prior's going to teleport himself in. The Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. The party bushes are being controlled right now as Vision is the name of the game. Gravitas is going to utilize their mere presence to overrun and to clear things out. As Mid-Prior's once again becomes the focus, and that is what Avant will find. It's going to be a full 5-man collapse here.
Gravitas not looking. There were a couple of opportunities, Skimmy, for them to actually pull the trigger on a hook there. But they're not actually going to go for it. And now they once again give up control over this mid lane wave. Dragon going to go to the way of Gravitas, but seeing what Avant can get off the back end of it doesn't look like anything.
They walked up to the turret, and as soon as they walked up, they walked away as that Dragon fell down in mere moments. An Ocean Dragon is what we're playing for right now, and Gravitas are going to compound that lead even further. So, well, if you haven't taken anything, then at least we will. The headbutt will come on through, and that turret will not stand a chance as the members surround it. And they for sure destroy it if they keep their presence healthy in the mid lane. May get a second headbutt off, but the range damage, especially coming out here from Aphelios, may just destroy it. The health bar so damn low.
I mean, I think they would prioritize the tempo over, you know, the second headbutt charge. If you're hitting mid lane tier 2, you're probably taking it regardless, whether there is that damage on it or not. But that's a really nice play from Gravitas. That shows that this team is starting to learn, Skimmy, because that's what we call a tempo cheat play, right? Generally, when you have a creep wave destroyed before the other team, you have this thing called tempo or priority, whatever you want to call it. It's the ability to move first and the time to do it, right? And if you have a Rip Herald, you can actually cheat that, because when there's no waves there, you can still assault turrets. And they see that, you know, Avant think that it's going to be a handshake play, that everyone's just going to reset, and therefore they go into their own jungle. But really, really great call from Trailers there to be able to drop the Herald, get themselves another gold advantage on the map, now opening up 2 lanes for this Yasuo to be able to play around. And I think that Gravitas, they look like they're a completely transformed team today.
Definitely feeling a lot more warmed up, definitely coming into this one with a new lease on life. And, you know, they've got those power points that are definitely making Avant question themselves. You know, we talk about how far Violet is ahead of the Syndra, but the fact is, if he looks to try and walk into a fight, if he gets CC'd by the wombo combo from the Yasuo and the Gragas, that spells disaster. The one-shot potential that could even come out from the Syndra, or even just Poppy saying, you're not playing, Baseball swings him out of the fight.
Yeah, and I mean, let's just do kind of the fair thing, right? Let's have a look at 80 carry versus 80 carry, which is really human versus Violet, and humans up in items. And then if you do AP carry versus AP carry, they're dead even. So overall, you have to say that Gravitas are doing completely fine in this game so far. Obviously, Puma probably needs level 11 to have any kind of kill threat here, just given the spike that does come through for Syndra. But I think that he played the early laning phase pretty poorly, and since then has done a really great job of being able to come back to the game, and he's still going to be able to do his job. That's a bad flash, Kitty. If you had E available, shouldn't have had to use flash. As soon as you compliment someone.
It always happens. Doesn't matter what cast it is, it always happens. You talk about something nice, and they'll throw it right back in your face. Well, Puma no flash now. Very vulnerable to a collapse, especially the items he has online right now. Doesn't have as much strength. Even look at those 1v1 trades. Chaz being very proactive on the map right now, forcing pressure everywhere. Trying to hold on to these structures. As Gravitas look to exert so much pressure and break down the final turret that is hanging on by a hair.
And this is what we've seen out of Chaz so far this split, Skimmy. He really has been the saviour of Avant Gaming in a lot of their games. We've complemented kind of the strategic element of Avant. Papraz, I think, has played a little bit better than expected. But it's been Chaz who has been playing like the out-and-out superstar. And today, it looks like he's kind of been put into a matchup that he's not all that comfortable with, because he certainly was shut down early. The fact that he's come back in CS and now has his item spike, and as you mentioned, he's burning flashes all around Summoner's Rift, is impressive. But how much does one man have to do to win a game of League of Legends? Because it looks like Chaz right now has to do a lot to get his team the victory.
It feels a little bit like we saw in some games in Split 1, where he was just trying to play so hard and trying to do so many different things across the map to make things happen. And we saw them start off Split 2 with an absolute blinder, with lanes winning, and it made his life so damn easy. You can sort of see what happens when the team around him are on the same page and in the same scoreline, if you will. So
now I'm going to try and do my best Rusty impression here, Skimmy, so bear with me.
Okay, I'm listening.
There is a longsword and 2 Doran's blades on a Yasuo. There is a Dark Seal as well as a Doran's ring on a Syndra. There are 2 daggers on an Aphelios and a corrupting potion that all should be control wards right now. Both teams are pretty much playing, you know, out and out 1-3-1 collapse comps at 1-4 at the best of times, Skimmy. Neither of these mid laners really want a team fight. So if you don't have control wards, stuff like this happens.
That's a beautiful flash, I'll say that much. No Violet will not fall victim to the roaming Poppy, but he gets knocked out. That's a thing that we highlighted before. Will Gravitas now look for the fight, given that has been taken away? Ches jumps in, finds a one-man stun, but he's got so much pressure right now. Can he even use the Zhonya's? He's dead before he can. Violet had so much damage to respond with, but it's a 4v5 before they can even contest or look at the idea of a dragon.
Control ward save lives, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot allow a Poppy to walk through the entirety of the jungle, Skimmy, and not be spotted to the point where your AD carry has to flash before the fight has even begun. That meant that Violet was getting no damage out that fight. You know, Chaz thought he saw the moment to be able to make a play. It wasn't. And now they are well and truly on the back foot.
Talking about only moments before, Avant finding so much value by threatening, by taking out those summoner flash as well. Gravitas matched them and do far better as well now. 2 Ocean Dragons to their name, and threatening now with the idea of a soul point, and it's that mid game that we were so interested in. The strength that Avant has showed so much in this early game didn't go their way this time, and now it's starting to trickle into this mid game, and you're starting to wonder, what are they looking for here? Are we looking for these key item spikes? You've got the major 2 now on both the Aphelios and the Echo, but unable to find those fights in which they can actually utilize the vision and catch them instead of place.
Yep. So now the question is, what do they actually do to win the game, Skimmy? Because
a Baron steal, what are we looking at?
Yeah, I mean, pray for ornaments. Is that what it is? Because we've seen that a couple of times. You know, 3-item Aphelios with some ornaments. Is that the path we're going down? Aphelios is definitely going to have an easier job shredding the tanks, given the fact that he's got the Trundle as well as being the AD carry. But just across the board, you know, when you start asking questions about, you know, how they set up, how they even fight the vision, these kinds of things, you have to really start questioning, well, if they can't do any of this, how do they actually win the game? Like, what are they hoping for? Like, what does the ideal fight look like right now for Avant? Because base checking this Gravitas squad is so scary.
That's exactly what Simmons going to do on this Yasuo. Puts up the wind wall and runs out of harm's way as both the AP carries, quote-unquote, looking for that 1v1. Chaz jumps in as Beats flashes up and says hello. He's going to get taken down for free. Chaz says thanks for the money. He goes gold and now they look for another. It's 5v4 so far. This is the best fight that Avant could look for if they could just find it.
Not great.
2 members' attention. Appy is soaking up so much damage as he falls victim to a 3-man collapse. And Sumin is hunting for the kill on towards their Echo, but now Pat Bryce is surrounded 1v3. What can he do? Lisa's already evacuated the building. Horn is going to fall on down.
Really well played from Gravitas there. It looked like at the start a bit of a disaster. Human face checking the team, but he lives, has to use summoner spells, but really unsung hero again was Quaku. I think you mentioned it, Skimmy, but keeping 2 members busy towards the bottom side of this map. Take another look at this. This is just a blatant face check. Wind wall used at the start of the fight, and it looks like he wants to get onto Chaz despite a really great 2-person knockup. So Violet at the back of this fight is untouched. But Quaku just buys so much time. You can see keeps Chaz here, can't dash away, and is just putting out consistent damage. Pretty much turns the rest of the fight back into a 3v3 because he occupies both solo laners there. Skimmy, that is really well played from the top laner of Gravitas.
And what's so impressive, as you were seeing from that replay there, is by having Quaku commanding that respect, Gravitas were able to find so many 1v3 situations where they were able to gang up on a particular target, take them out the fight, be it a kill or just the zoning threat. And that's enough for them to say, well, look, if you were looking for a Baron Dance, it's not going to be a possibility. I thought there was a world in which Avant may have won that, given they've geared themselves up with now a stopwatch onto Aphelios, but it seems like this dragon is a do-or-die condition before we even look at Aphelios for the Death Dance.
And the thing is that, hold the thought, Trailers, no man's land. Okay, he's fine. Maybe it's too much. Who's in trouble here?
Chaz is fair bit of trouble right now as he receives the full combo from Yasuo. Just Chrono breaks back, drop down to half, and drop down to half a second time as he takes such a massive beating. The shield goes up, but it can't protect Dev. That's the double kill that comes out the way as the top and support fall from Avant. Back-to-back skirmishes here, Spawn. They are finding kill after kill. There's just not enough strength or pressure coming out of the Avant camp here.
And they're just so much more decisive, Skimmy. Gravitas look like a completely new team. Every single time there is an opportunity for a fight, they're blindly looking for it. Once again, forcing Chaz out nice and early. Now the pressure into this bottom lane turret, mid lane at the same time as well. Picking two plays at once can be dangerous, but they think, you know what, we're so far ahead, it does not matter.
Well, we asked a question before about the creativity from this composition. It seems to really cause a spanner in the works right now as Kruma will get taken on down. It's a shutdown for Chaz. Chrono breaks back, another health bar, and another chance to try and make this fight a win, but he just gets absolutely bodied, literally, as Kralish jumps in and slams him before he has a chance to try and deliver any form of outplay. Fight after fight, kill after kill. Gravitas turning up the tempo here.
Yeah, however, now they're going to have to fight for their sole point with two members down. Suman gets tagged.
Suman is 5-0 right now. He has everything he absolutely wants to see. So many members are low. He can wipe the floor here. It's a quadra kill in the making if he can just find it. That's going to be 2. Is he going to be greedy and look for more? Appy so low, but he runs left. Lisa in his sights, but protected by a turret. He's got the Baron buff. He's keen for it. Do they have the vision? I don't think they do. As you can see, he recalls in complete protection there. But Gravitas, they just keep forcing fights.
Certainly do, and that's going to be another kill. Suman just unstoppable 7-0-5 at this stage. And Gravitas across the board are just destroying Avant at the moment. It's a 10,000 gold lead.
The carry player. You wanted him to be the carry player. He gets the dream start as a Yasuo, and he has not put his foot off the gas since.
Yeah, and I mean, genuinely looks like he's playing with a first-time Syndra. And it just does not matter, Skimmy. He's really, between, like, the top side of the map, actually, for Gravitas this game, has played an absolute blinder. Now they have themselves an Ocean Soul as well. Baron's going to be up in 2 minutes. Just this game, I'm going to say it's nearly unwinnable for Avant Gaming. I don't think I've actually seen an Ocean Soul lose a game. It must have lost a game somewhere, but I don't think I've seen that game.
Well, they've definitely relegated Pyramid to the side lane play. Said, look, you can do your thing. Us as a 4-man are so damn strong. We can force fights. They even show face to you. We'll probably catch them in the rotation. This jungle belongs to us, that vision. We are going to delete it right now as the scanners come on out. And they are now fighting in the dark. 16 kills to 4. 10,000 gold lead. Gravitas prepping these waves, setting themselves up for so much success. 90 seconds on the next Baron. A Hail Mary attempt, a chance for Avant to stall this one out.
Do Gravitas just get another fight in the jungle here?
Oh.
Party cast.
Party cast goes out, hits the dab, walks away.
It's pretty short cooldown at this stage. You miss 100% of casts you don't take, of course, ladies and gentlemen. That's what Kralish is thinking. So he's just throwing them out willy-nilly, if you will. Skimmy. But no harm, no foul. Another turret going to go down on the top side of Summoner's Rift. And what you're looking for right now for Avant is just one more stall. You need a 3-item shop on this Aphelios. You need to somehow delay the Baron for maybe another 2 minutes and then get yourself a good team fight around an Elder Dragon or around a Baron. The Aphelios with 3 items can still do damage. He's got the perfect guns for it. He has the ornament that is about to come online. But there is still a slither of fool's hope right now for the Avant Gaming lineup.
He's building towards that dev stance. They would love a Baron steal. They would like a successful team fight that prevents the Baron. Anything that gives him enough time to farm himself up to a point of strength where all those components come together, and Aphelios can do those 1v9 shenanigans that we have seen time and time again. Will Gravitas present them with the opportunity? The fights have to be quick, they have to be explosive. Ocean Soul will do so much to counteract the pain of something that comes their way. Ches face checks and once again, no ult, flash, or Zhonya's. He gets deleted by the pain that Gravitas had with his 10k lead.
The jungler just one-hit the mid laner. That is brutal. Frayless is just an AP burst mage this game.
The players you wanted to see show up today have definitely showed up. They are not afraid. And by denying the Caitlyn, the early game strength has been lost. The mid game was stronger. And now the late game looks to be a close here. 31 minutes in, the second Baron buff goes their way. 2.5 minutes on an Elder. A sliver of chance becomes a millimeter. I don't know where we're going with this one here, Spawn.
What I'm trying to say, I think what you're trying to say, Skimmy, is this game got a hell of a lot more difficult for Avant Gaming to win now. Second Baron buff going over to the Gravitas lineup. They've got an Elder Drake coming up in 2 minutes, but until then, they are just going to have a run of Summoner's Rift. 13,000 gold up. And it's at the stage of the game where, honestly, Puma probably looks at Violet and he dies. So I don't even know whether there's shining lights in the 80 carry positions anymore.
Well, they continue to set themselves up with this 4-1 split with Kwaku nearly max level there. Second to hit 18, as Suman leads the line on that one, a 3-level discrepancy between both mid laners. Nobody can really respond to this Poppy that's caused so much frustration all game long. And that's a prepped wave that will now be targeting an exposed inhibitor. Baron buffs come flooding in. Try and close this game out.
See, big stun already. Kwaku hiding around the wall, looking for the opportunity to be able to engage this for his team. He knows they only have to play one wave. They are so strong right now, Skimmy. I just want him to go. I want to see the dive.
Wave comes in. That's the ticket. We're pushing on through. Now 2 exposed inhibitors. The bot lane falls. The mid lane soon to follow. We're keeping our eyes. Where does that cast go? When does Kratos look to pull the trigger? When do Avant decide enough is enough? We need to force a fight. That is it. And that is Violet just evaporated. The last breath of hope gone. It's a double kill straight away as this fight is the conclusion worth saying hello to. But that's a beautiful 4-man stun there by Chaz. Do they have enough left in the tank to try and turn this one around? Syndra gets a kill. That's not before Paprise takes out Poppy. Back-to-back stuns, but little to no damage to follow. Ocean Soul coming in absolutely clutch here. If the damage doesn't stick, they won't deliver. Gravitas showing up here and finish their week off with a dub.
That was a decisive win by Gravitas. I think that they comprehensively beat Avant Gaming there. And we said for Avant to show themselves as a top team, Skimmy, that they needed to come in, play clean League of Legends and close this one out pretty basically. And they made a mess of it, I think, from draft all the way through. And then just really, really great play from the Gravitas lineup. That is definitely the best game we've seen of them, I think, this year.
For sure. The strength that had been very characteristic there for Avant in these very few first games felt a little bit lost in that game there. Gravitas definitely showed up and says, look, we've had some strengths and we've had some struggles. We've had to sub out players. We've had to have beats flex all across this map right now. But Suman gets the resources, gets the damage, and showcases why Yasuo and Gragas combined together are so frustrating to deal with. An absolute performance there by Gravitas. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, it is our final game of the week. It's a big one. You don't want to miss this one. It's Direwolves taking on Pentanet.
Today is the NeoSurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
NeoSurf is simple, safe and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
He's got it! This is dead! He's got it!
Welcome to the 2020 OPL. I am Nick Boy Richardson.
And that's a beautiful hero play onto multiple members. He gets himself a double kill. It's Raze doing what he does, the team fight king.
We love everybody. We love the OPL.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
I tell you what, just when you think it's safe to go get some McDonald's, because you're like, AV have this, it's fine, Gravitas can't win, bam! Gravitas back with a vengeance. Rusty, you love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's human, right? That's the place that I've always got to look at. Like, regardless of what happens in terms of results for the game, Human's always been the person who has stepped up the most for Gravitas in general. And again, another massive performance from him, right? Puts the team on his back. The team still does well. Like, there are marked improvements that need to be discussed on top of that. Like, Kwaku had a shocking first week and a half, but comes back into this one and looks much more like the Kwaku that we saw in Split 1. So all of these things start to come together. Suddenly the upset's possible.
He was tanking up a storm. That was Kwaku's best game I think I've seen him play. At some points 2v1ing. He picks up the 1v1 kill. He was just a monster that game.
It was just such a crazy game. By the start of it, where we had the Syndra first pick, I'm thinking, what is going on here? This seems a little bit crazy, given how strong mid lane counters can be. And then, we see the Echo come out, and I'm thinking, all right, we might have this as a bot lane. But it felt to me that despite Puma and Beats not, having as much strength as they wanted in that bot lane, the response from both Violet and Appy was almost merited in the same fact that it was all about the mid jungle, and Lisa just got completely bullied out there by Praelus.
I'm sorry. I'm sure everything you guys are saying is really interesting. I'm just
You
looking
haven't heard a word of that.
I'm looking at the chat. Human won because he bought pants. Gravitas really wore the pants in that game. It's catching on, guys. The memes we've got out of this: the pants, the dab daddy, the floss father floss, whatever it was. The Skimmy's weird pink room. If Skimmy spent less money on getting food delivered to his house, he could afford a tiny little cupboard for whatever it is that's sitting in the corner of your room right now. What is back there?
So this is my shoes, and then that's my my EPOS headset.
Yeah, right. Okay,
Much love,
right.
EPOS.
I couldn't see the shoes. It just looked like a small box. There you go. That was a big waste of my time.
Thank you.
Let's jump on with the Nick bag.
Hey, Nick, I have a question.
Oh, yeah.
For the Nick bag.
Yeah.
Why did Sydney get restaurants before Melbourne?
Oh. Well, we've covered
because
this.
we're better.
Yeah. I mean, we're cleaner than you. I mean, it's now a fact. It's a government-endorsed fact that Sydney is cleaner than Melbourne. That would be the main thing, because we've been going back to cafes for a couple of weeks now.
And sub-question, do Sydney have restrictions on their cafes? Because there is a whole lot of weird stuff going on right now as I read the hoops I have to jump through to be able to lead my humble abode to get any form of sustenance or nutrition.
Tell me what you have to do.
So I'm reading the article, right? And this is just what it says. It says 20 customers per dining space. So if the restaurant has separate dining spaces, apparently that goes up. I don't know what that means. What determines a dining space or a joint dining space? No, I'm not smart enough. So that means a 2-story restaurant can have 40 customers. This is confusing already. I can see
lost.
20 patrons to like 1.4 square meters, like per patron of accessible dining space. What does
so
one
usable dining space?
But who determines what's usable or not?
So you're saying like does a thoroughfare count because you wouldn't sit in a thoroughfare?
Correct. So and the reason this is all really important, because I'm sure people are saying, well, why do you care so much? You can't have more than 6 diners dining together. So if that means we go as 12, can we dine at 2 tables next to each other? Or is that now illegal?
As long as those tables are like 1.5 meters apart, maybe.
But so then why can't you just have 12 on the same table if they're all 1.5 meters apart? Why is the magical number 6? Is it because of some communal rule? I'm not smart enough for this. So like... Because maybe it's like about, spreading to too many people. Maybe 6 is a magical multiplicable number that we don't inundate our hospitals. Then you have to be able to give over name, ID, so alcohol, which if you're over 18, you're allowed to have, can only be served with a meal which is determined to be more than a snack. What the blank is the difference between a meal and a snack.
That's true. Like if I order the soup,
Yes.
what am I getting?
Correct. So you have to be able to you pretty much have to give them your births, deaths, and marriages certificate to be able to dine in. The reason this is important, Twitch chat, is on the spot fines of $1,700 to patrons if you do not comply.
It's brutal. Wait, if you're to patrons?
To patrons! So I rock up, I apparently don't follow rules and I have no bloody idea what rules are, and I get paid fined $1,700?
Okay. Can I let you in on some just prime bullshit? It is, we have that thing where if you go into a cafe, you hand over, like you need to give your name. I needed to give name and an email address. And so I went to a cafe with my boy, sit him down. Waitress comes up. She's very nice. She's like, so here are the menus. But just before you order, I just need to let you know, I legally have to get your name and email address. I'm like, that's fine. You can contact me if some outbreak happens, whatever. She was like, yeah, it's the rules and just in case an outbreak happens. I'm like, cool. And I hand it over. 2 days later, sitting at home, minding my own business. Bing, email pops up. It's a friggin' like, what's hot this week at that cafe email. And it's like, you added me to your mailing list. That's a genuine breach of my information that I gave you because you said legally I have to give you this, and now you've added me to your mailing list.
Did you reply back and say legally I'm hungry? I mean, maybe let's be cheeky.
Am I wrong in thinking that this cafe should be sued into non-existence?
Oh, I mean. it's a
no, I'm
big
with
step.
you.
This is like the Facebook of cafes, just
Correct.
playing free and loose with my personal information.
It's definitely not okay. Like, that should not happen in any capacity. There should be two different lists, right? There's the one that you sign up for. There's the one that you have to sign up for, which involves no mailing. Unless it's to say someone that went to this place actually has COVID.
Because I want to make this abundantly clear. I understand what coronavirus is, and I understand that we all have a public responsibility to not spread coronavirus. I'm cool with that.
Mm-hmm.
But I also want to be able to support local businesses without having to read a 30-page document, which is what I've Googled and found, and follow some rules that I'm somehow responsible for.
Yeah, you being responsible for is pretty wild. That's pretty crazy. Aussie Rookie says, give a false address. I don't want to give a false address, because if there's an outbreak and someone comes to the cafe, I need to know. I get that. Apparently I can report them. And then someone saying that, oh, my first world luxury is a little harder to enjoy. Yes! That's the problem. Thank you for listening.
But,
everything's much worse now.
Stop being a jerk, because there are people out there right now that own restaurants that literally can't feed their kids because they can't get patrons through the door. So that's literally not a first world luxury at all. Get off your high horse, you snooty Twitch chatter.
And then there's those assholes who add me to their mailing list when I don't want to be added to. And they're the real monsters.
You know what I want, Nick? I just want us to be back in the studio. It looks a little bit like LEC where they had that screen between the casters.
Mm-hmm.
I would love that, right? We're back in the studio. We're on the couch. There's massive, intrusive, screens between us. And I mean, it's very dramatic, like, holding up against the side of, like...
If we wore like hazmat suits, we could get as close as we want. We could all sit on one chair.
Can I cast that?
Stacked.
You know the mask you wore during the MSS, during those interviews? Can I wear that and we cast? That is consideration.
Absolutely. It'll make your voice sound cool.
Yeah.
We got time for one last question. This is either going to go really easy or it's going to tear the OPL apart as we know it. This one comes in from an unknown. Please, people, leave your name when you submit on the Google form. As leg, foot, and hips experts, are butts part of legs?
No.
It's the top of the leg.
No?
It's the top of the leg.
No, it's not. It's a separate thing completely.
Leg, thigh, butt. It's all one piece. If you cooked me up, you'd snap it off at the hip.
Well, okay. Are we going to talk about how to eat people? Is that the...
Well, this is one of the direction. Hey, okay.
Is that where it's ended up?
We've taken the pants off. Now let's get to the meat.
Okay, so what is butt?
Butt is cheek. Not.
I think half of cheek is leg and half of cheek is torso.
Yeah, right.
Because I'm thinking about how I break off a drumstick, right, of a chicken. And let's just, some basic human anatomy. This bone goes up to your hip, which is somewhere in here. So I'm thinking if I snap my leg off, Nick style, then, probably half my butt.
I reckon. Also, we all noticed that you're wearing pants, and you were famously
He's done for. He's
anti-pants.
done for. Exposed.
Definitely, I agree with Spawn. Half the butt absolutely is part of the leg. The anus is its own thing. Like that's its own.
Well, you just went straight there, didn't you?
That's its own delicacy. That's like
we were dancing around the idea, and you just went straight in there, mate.
but butt cheek, that's prime top leg.
Okay,
that's
but
the top leg.
The thing is, if there's a joint there, there's a separation, and because the joint is like in the middle of a part of one of the butt muscles, at least a little bit, right? I think it's like the glute med.
Yep.
They are at least in part connected. So
yeah, right. So where do you fall? Because you're the one here who actually studies like human physiology.
Bit of both.
Bit of both. Half and half.
About a third.
I'll take a third. I'll take
Half
a third.
and half.
Any
Half and
percentage,
half,
any
it's easier.
percentage of cheek being attached to leg, I'm going to classify as yes, they are part of the leg, and then it just blends up. Also, I mean, we got to factor in butt size here, leg size.
Also,
girth
kind of like
both.
human anatomy, because there are some people that have those butts that go up to like the back of their necks, and like.
That's a mental image.
So like, it really does depend on the person.
And that's all we got time for. There's only one Nick Bag question here today.
Visual. That is literally all the time we have. I just got in my ear that it's like, all right, it's time to move on. You've had your talk about a butt's part of the legs, and you argued about like breach of privacy with email addresses. All right, it is time to get into game number 4 for the evening. It's the banger that I've been looking forward to. It is Direwolves versus Pentanet. Gentlemen, very quickly around the horn, starting with Spawn, heading to Skimmy, and then onwards to Rusty. Who's taking it out? DW or PGG?
DW.
D-dubs.
How do you sit with your butt up to your neck?
All right, we'll see
not a
you
prediction.
in the Macca's Champ Select for Direwolves versus PGG. And that game is all thanks to NeoSurf, our partner, who giving you guys the chance to buy all the skins that can show the butt leg imaginable in League of Legends. All you need to do is record a video of you joining the OPL opening video phone call, and you can win yourself a $500 NeoSurf voucher to use in the League of Legends store. Just take a video of yourself joining our call, follow OPL and NeoSurf Esports on Twitter, and then DM that video to @OPL. You've got until next week, end of next week, to get your entries in. We'll be judging them, so get super creative. All the leg butt you can think of. Full terms and conditions are on watch.lolesports.com. And while the first prize is a $500 NeoSurf voucher, there are going to be 5 runners up, and each of them get $100 dues to spend in the League of Legends store, thanks to NeoSurf. So a massive thank you to them. NeoSurf, where your privacy is protected and no need to provide a credit card or personal information to a waitress who uses it to add to their mailing list. All right, it's time for game number 4 for the evening. It is Direwolves versus PGG, and it is coming up with the Macca's Champ Select.
Should the fans support Pentanet, Jay?
Why should the fans support Pentanet? Well, I would say that the thing about us that makes us a good team to follow is that our wins and losses are all done together. And that's the mentality that this team has more than any team I've ever been on otherwise. Every bit of blame falls on every individual shoulders. And I've never seen a time after a game or in any down moment where someone has shifted blame anyway. Everyone accepts it as themselves and as a whole. And it's how can we get better, not how can I get better.
I've lost my one redeeming feature.
Your one thing, your whole brand is gone.
No more bright hair,
Sorry,
it's
guys.
doomed.
He doesn't have colourful hair anymore, but he still has an amazing personality. So stick around.
And this is it, the final game of week number 2, and it is a very big one here, guys. Direwolves up against Pentanet.gg, who actually suffered their first loss yesterday up against Order, no bet. So now they are looking really to sort of showcase where they are in that relative term of strength. Direwolves, the secret, I want to say, strength that kind of nestled itself under the likes of Chiefs and Legacy and got themselves into those grand finals, really hitting their stride. But Pentanet.gg, you know, so many strong expectations going into Split 1. They've come out the doors in Split 2 with a rejuvenated sense of hope and structure, but suffering their first defeat yesterday, we hope that doesn't bother them too much here, their spawn.
And do you know what's at the stake at the moment, Skimmy? The mess. Because right now we have Legacy, Chiefs, and if Direwolves win this game, we are back to just the mess. That is the middle of the OPL table, where everyone beats everyone, and Legacy beats Chiefs, beats everyone else. Because there would be 4 teams at 2-2 after week 2 if Direwolves pick up this dub.
Just copy-paste Split 1 standings, we go next again. That's what we're going to be hoping to avoid with some new narratives, some new stories. As this draft is what it's just spinning through as quickly as we can see. I feel like it's become a bit of a namestay now up against Pentanet.gg. Ever since they debuted this Fiddlesticks, it has been a perma-banned first rotation to take it away. And, well, we're going to stick to that Yuumi as long as it's up. We talked about it a bit before in the Oceanic region, you know. It seems like it's not getting as punished as, say, the other regions. So you get the chance, you lock it in. The response here, let's stick with the Aphelios, let's stick with a double carry threat. Let's get the Lulu for the extra sense of protection around it.
You say if you get the chance, you lock it in, but to be completely honest, Skimmy, we haven't actually seen Rogue play Yuumi. I don't know if he's actually played Yuumi ever. He definitely hasn't played at Split 1. He hasn't played at Split 2. That's very interesting to me, Skimmy. And
we're getting the Janna top lane again.
Okay, but they won with it last time, so I shouldn't be too critical of it, right?
It went into a set last time, right? Now it's going into an Ornn. I look at this and I say, you've got 2 major carries on either team, and you've just got a bunch of supports around them to empower them. You've got 2 bruisers looking to pick targets.
Yep. I would say Olaf is genuinely a carry on the PGG lineup, because you're going to have a Yuumi and a Janna shield on this Olaf.
That is very true, actually.
So he can probably kill Shock or Vital in a 1v3, in a sense, right? So yeah, I would say Olaf should be considered a carry, especially with Pabu playing it. We've seen him prioritize a lot of farm. Biopanther's going to be the person that skips out on farm on the Janna. I like the Pentanet comp apart from the Janna. If they had just a standard tank top laner like a Set or like a Maokai, I actually think Pentanet's lineup is super strong here, Skimmy. The Janna needs to be able to get something done in the mid game, otherwise just gets ridiculously outscaled.
What's interesting to me with the, as you highlight, the Olaf carry with the Yuumi, we saw even your own team there with Order actually forcing 4v5s, and the Olaf just runs 1v3 and then takes them all down. So there's a definite degree of strength there. You're not just looking to pick it for the mobility factor that we'll have in that laning phase, but I just look at this and say you've got so many carries, so many threats, and so many supports to make sure that these guys can pop off, that it looks like we've got very similar drafts, but with their own individual tweaks. It feels like I've got a very big focus now looking at these junglers as well as AD carries.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think that, you know, it is always the worry that if the Olaf gets accelerated, that it can take over just the entirety of the champion select. But once again, we are talking about probably the 2 strongest carries on the side of the Direwolves. They've got themselves a Aphelios as well as Syndra. Shock is a big Syndra player. He plays it, you know, all the time. I think it was completely banned off him in the entirety of the Gauntlet, Skimmy. So this is definitely a game that is winnable for Pentanet, but can't sleep on how good Direwolves draft is as well.
Direwolves have the engagement tools. They have the Lee Sin. They have the Ornn, and that could be something that comes back to haunt Pentanet.gg here, as they're relying really on soft CC, or very much reliant on the fact that a Echo Sphere can land and lock these members in place. This will be our final game of the week. Direwolves taking on Pentanet.gg, the middle of the pack, the mess as you call it. Who can pull away and stand strong on their own?
That's always been the question of the OPL, Skimmy. The answer last split was Direwolves did for a time, and then Order caught them in the final week. It was only actually the head-to-head that secured them that spot. But as of right now, the mess is starting to re-establish itself.
Early game aggression already coming out here for Pentanet. As Olaf goes hunting, Yumi on his head, the rest of the boys in support. They're going to go straight into the enemy jungle. And steal away a red buff.
Okay, Skibby, why is this important? Because Yumi wins no lane. Yumi Ezreal loses probably the most gracefully out of all the lanes that Yumi has. But Yumi actually doesn't lose very many lanes. What is going on mid? Did you see that?
I saw a mini-map, and I wish I got to see what actually happened there. Janna mid?
Janna took a creep.
Okay.
And now they're crossing back over. Get back just doesn't get to lane.
What is going
Everyone's
on?
just jacking Get Back's experience.
And he's already down to half right now. Fully reliant now on that corrupting potion to sustain himself as the minion dematerializer to match the shove and push that Syndra can output, especially 1 to 6.
Okay, Skimmy, so what I was going to say is the reason that's a really good invade for Pentanet.gg is the fact that, of course, map split, Janna doesn't really care about losing lane because she doesn't win very many lanes. And on the flip side, Yumi doesn't win very many lanes, but with the jungler on your side of the map, you can artificially win the lane for the first 3-4 levels, right? Which will give them enough time to scale up. However, Pabu just threw that all out the window with his crazy pathing. And for some reason, BioPanther was just jacking Get Back's experience. This is the craziest early game I think I've ever seen.
It doesn't follow the tradition of the fanning out or the standard invade. But that tends to be the weakness of a Yumi. You are very much reliant on your AD carry, very much reliant on the person you're coupled with. You're not typically a single body, hence why you do lose lane, right? Roam around and control vision and dictate terms. We might see exactly what that means. Crow goes hunting, but he takes so much of a beating right now. Is his jump on cooldown? It looks like it is. He falls on down for first blood. The root connects. Sonic Wave is there. And that's 2 kills, too easily achieved here by the Direwolves.
And this game's an absolute mess for Pentanet already. You can see that without the Olaf on the bottom side of the map, the Ezreal and the Yumi were not able to keep themselves bottom lane priority. Pabu to the Scuttle Crab late means a double kill going across. He still wants more, however.
He still wants this fight, but Decoy's there, the first one to rotate to this one. Can he be the difference maker? It's not going to be enough as Pabu does get that kill secure. He is low, but Get Back is still looking for something. And that might just be a shield before he runs away without any mana. Crazy, crazy first 5 minutes here.
This game's hilarious, to be honest. Okay, so Janna, big lead in the top lane now. Able to come back to lane with a Fairy Charm and Double Door and Ring. We'll see whether can use that to bully the Ornn around. Also, can't sleep on the fact that bottom lane gets a little bit of additional time with a Frozen Wave to deny some experience and CS away from this Aphelios, who is on the verge of getting very much out of control, Skimmy. But at the same time, I think we're going to see both of these teams just brawl. I don't know whether anything we've seen so far is actually going to matter at all. Because I think they're just going to continue to fight. Much like Chiefs versus Order, and whoever executes the fights better is just going to win.
I do like these kind of games. Skill checks, always the fun ones to watch. Maybe not as elegant as well orchestrated macro or outplays on that front, but it definitely gives you something to cheer for. We now get to see exactly what that means in terms of the greater scale as Kratos has gone for the coal. We'll have a nice time farming away here with the extra stats that Yumi provides.
Yep, and I think what people forget, Skimmy, is the game shouldn't be one or the other. There should be some great team fights with some good macro. But unfortunately in the OPL, we either see fantastic macro and very little action, or absolutely no fights. The shot gets level 6 first.
And he does, and with a blue buff, Get Back is forced to play fancy feet, juking left and right, making sure he does not get hit by one of those stuns. The Dragon gets set up. The Direwolves are the first one to rotate there with the priority. Wave is crashing in. And they've already got themselves a nice 1,000k, 1,000k, well that's a lot, 1,000 gold lead.
You can see that mid lane is 23 CS right now, Skip.
Yeah.
Get Back's getting owned in the mid lane. See whether he can pick up any of this experience. And he's really just getting bullied. I feel like he needs to get himself a kill or a gank to have any hope coming back into this mid game.
He's definitely taking a fair beating underneath his tower right there. The Sphere is only denying a fraction of the combo that Shock is throwing his way. But if he even tries to threaten the idea of being aggressive, Shock's got his number, punishes exceptionally well when puts him right back to that tower.
Well, Shock also just has a flash available, which Get Back doesn't, right? You can see that Miro wastes no time, goes down, going to pick himself up that dragon. Top lane, despite the fact that Fire Panther didn't teleport down, because he doesn't have teleport, he's a heal Janna for some reason, Skinny. Means that he's not all that far ahead either. In fact, he was getting pushed in, so there's no real priority. You can see Chippy's doing a really great thing here, moving off his push and actually scouting out exactly where Parbu is on Summoner's Rift. So, I mean, really not all that much has changed, Gimme. If we go back to what we said in Champions League, how is this team comp going to operate against each other? Well, it all comes down to how much they can buff up this Olaf and this Echo throughout the mid game. I think that's still the case, but you're just going to be doing it from a bigger discrepancy than you would have liked at the start.
This is what Janna did last time as well with the heal. All about team fight strength is what they look to be going towards right now. But all their lanes for Penta as it stands are being pressed against their towers. Any chance for them to try and emit any kind of pressure is being shut down immediately.
And that's the issue I have, right? Oh, actually, hold the thought. Very nice stun there coming out of Shock will actually keep him safe. This could be our first 5v5 Skinny.
It could be. All that priority is meaning that Direwolves can reign supreme. They can go anywhere they want on this map, led by Miru. He starts the first dragon, he goes for the first herald. They pick up literally everything with Scuttles online as well. Vision control. It's looking so clean right now.
Okay, so when you're the early game team fighting comp, and you've been beaten to the first two objectives of the game, Skimmy, the game becomes very, very scary. Because that was a good grouping play coming across from Pentanet. They went through mid lane first to guarantee themselves a push there. But you can see that Direwolves just didn't really care. They just walked straight into the objective, take it away. 1,300 gold as well as a Rift Herald now. And you can see all 5 of them still topside of Summoner's Rift because they know that this Janna can't push turrets down. So look at Ornn. Ornn is just double jungling.
I don't know, Spawn. I don't know what we're watching right now, but I tell you what, it is Direwolves definitely exerting their playstyle on this map and showing that Pentanet, if you want to try and be creative, if you want to try and use that Janna top again, we're going to punish you and punish you so damn hard. 10 minutes into this one, they're starting to pull away with a 2,000 gold lead starting to accrue as a result of summoning the Herald, prepping it perfectly with the plates falling on down to 2. The headbutt will connect, and the first tower will go down in the top side here for Direwolves.
Yeah, and now it's nearly 3,000 gold the lead, Skimmy. So whilst it was looking an optimistic 2,000, it's turned into a disastrous, 2.5, call it 3 at this stage of the game at 10 minutes. And Parbu's still farming up a storm. He's still exactly where he wants to be in this game, but you can see even that, 4 camp lead still means he's down in gold just because of how well Direwolves have done getting to these neutral objectives and kind of scouting exactly what the Janna wants to do.
You can see that Parbu is matching kill participation with farm of his own, hence the difference, but it does mean they are dead even on that front, but you can feel the impact that Miru is having by dropping down the heralds and showing the gold around to the members that matter, and Vital this far accelerated over a Ezreal. We've seen it before. We know what it means.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, to just go back why the Ezreal is picked, it has a cheaper 2-item spike. At 2 items, 3 items, it comes into the game really well with the Yuumi. But if you are the Aphelios, you're always going to be able to outscale it through the crit build. And if you get to the 2 items at the same time, then you're just actually not weaker, because the gold differential becomes null and void, right? If you got more gold, surprisingly enough, the cost of your items doesn't really matter all that much. And that's the stage of the game that Vital is at. Fire Panther's also sat on a board for this whole time. And you can see Chippy is just getting free farm.
Yeah, it's a little bit disgusting right now. A 1-for-1 happens in the jungle. And Miru takes that one again. They now look for a second bit of fighting in the mid wave. There's a little bit of credit over the chrono break. But despite all the things, all the juke potential he had, Direwolves were 3 strong, will take him down as well.
Yep, so they're going to lose a fight in bottom jungle, even though Biopanther was right there and Chippies was top side of Summoner's Rift, still pushing, still accruing an individual lead. Meanwhile, they'll also take down what looks to be the entirety of mid lane turret nearly before this teleport comes in. And this is just Pabu getting caught out. Very nice flash, but Miru will flash follow. Of course, that ultimate means you don't have resistances.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
no. It's everywhere right now. Vital nearly gets the kill, but saved by the bell is Praetor. As the cat comes in clutch, has to burn the Summoner heal.
Here.
Has to use the heal itself. Miru coming through top try, he's looking to try and make something happen underneath this turret. True Shot Barrage will trim the wave, but maybe result in trimming his own health bugs. He's going to fall on down. Vital receives the empowerment and can afford to play aggressive.
They're just styling right now, Skimmy.
They sure are.
This is a 5,000 gold lead at 12 minutes. What a cork in it. This one
really
is nearly
highlights your
done.
talking point, right? You talk about there being a mess. And we're talking about these teams, you know, showcasing some fantastic form, then it flips on its head from time to time. They also come into this one and said, we're not going to play a slow macro game. We're not going to play the Pentanet style of gameplay. We want to be aggressive, and we're pulling away so far before the 15-minute mark.
So what did we have week 1, Skimmy? We had Direwolves going 0-2.
Yeah.
And we had Avant and Pentanet going 2-0 and Order going 1-1. Now this week, we've had Avant and Pentanet go 0-2 if this game concludes with a Direwolves victory. Direwolves going 2-0, Order going 1-1. That's crazy.
It's literally looking like opposites attract.
And that's the 4 teams
so
right
crazy.
now that are caught in the mess, guys. That's what we're talking about. And they're going to be all the 2-2 teams. Obviously, Legacy 4-0, they're looking like the best team in the comp. Chiefs still 3-1. They're right there behind them. You know, obviously, some things to work through with Drake. Not perfect gameplay from the Chiefs, but Proc, Thing, and Claire still looking very, very good on that lineup. So yeah,
that has to become the narrative, right? We have to understand who is going to be the threat. Who are we looking for to try and be the team to challenge as the split continues against Legacy?
Because honestly, after last week, you would have said maybe Pentanet, because they had the cleanest game. But Pentanet have been run over twice this week, I think.
There's just nowhere to hide. They are getting so much value. Picture perfect really spawned there. Full team that just hits, all the plates are gone. The gold is so far accelerated. We're talking 30 CS discrepancy between those AD carries. We're talking so many kills as well. Infinity Edge, before he's even looking at the idea of a tier being any sort of value.
Yeah, this is a fully online Aphelios with an Ardent support. Definitely not going to have a crit item trough in this game, Skimmy. And unfortunately, I'm just struggling to find things to talk about because Direwolves are really kind of just doing whatever they want.
So what are we looking at, right, in the sense that Biopanther has now just completed the Athenes. Are we waiting now for Rogue to go for either the Redemption or the Ardent Sensor and say, look, we need to sacrifice a few more objectives, and then look at that fight where, you know, Pabu can run in with all this supporting power behind him. We can try and look for the sort of fight fire with fire style.
Yeah, that's what you would hope for, right? I think, you know, what you would hope for is maybe Pabu had one more kill and, you know, maybe didn't have a death and that you had maybe both these dragons early off your split map play. And then, as you mentioned, you know, you get Ardent, you get yourself the Athene, you put the shields on him, and he just runs into the team and tries to tank everyone whilst creating enough disruption for maybe Echo and Ezreal to put out some damage or get a good play.
Yeah.
The reality of the situation is, with how strong Shock is and how strong Vital is, Shock is farming 20 CS over the clock right now and has tanked 2 turrets. And Vital is, you know, already at Infinity Edge. If Pabu runs in, he's just going to die.
He dies regardless. And I mean, that's really the case here of Direwolves playing at YouTube 5 times speed. They are not letting you have any chance to farm, play into those kind of win conditions that your draft is designed to do. They are taking everything. 4 turrets to 1. All the objectives going their way. It's destruction first 15 minutes here. The dream early game, really.
Yeah, and ultimate going to be fired out. You can see that they're just not slowing down anytime soon.
That's a 3-man tornado. Now into the final chapter. Is that enough to send them up? It won't be. The Shock just does so much damage when that ultimate comes flying. They just to destroy Biopem for squishy health bar. He has that magic resist, but it just does not matter. Now mini scrimmage takes place here. Well, they kick Get back in, forced to respond with an instant ultimate back out.
I thought that was going to be a highlight play there, Skimmy. But that was Direwolves feeding themselves through a choke point. You can see still just enough damage from the Syndra, from Vital, despite not having ultimate, to be able to shut off the choke and be able to win the trade. They come back out onto the map having just shopped with the 7,000 gold lead, but you kind of saw what it was supposed to look like, right?
Yeah.
Fire Panther standing on top of Parbu, Rogue on Parbu as well, and then you could see that Get Back was ready to kind of bait them into the funnel point, maybe look for a trade. Unfortunately, it was just a 1-for-0, so Direwolves still winning out on that trade, but if there was more parity in the gold and the items, you would say that that's the situation that Pentanet won.
What a situation that quickly turns around right now, because it is a 7,000 gold lead that separates these two teams right now. You can see that really on the score sheet here, with Mira having a full black cleaver over what Parbu has now just turned into a phage, but no more so than in the mid lane here. Shock being such a powerhouse right in the CS department. He has got true damage now. Of all the magic penetration in the world, he is going to be hitting members hard at this stage of the game.
Yeah, like, let's have a look at what magic resistance there is. And they've gone actually double Athenes, which doesn't fill me with all that much hope. But if you have a look at what the magic resistance it is going to be the Athenes as well as that Merc Treads. Obviously, Ezreal can't pick anything up right now, so he's probably getting dealt true damage. Parbu with ultimate on is definitely getting dealt true damage by Shock. And as you kind of mentioned, like, no one's going to be surviving this level 12 syndrome.
You do manage to survive, or hang on a minute, you've got a backline of Philios that has an Infinity Edge and an Executioner's, which is just even finding more value now based on the fact that it is that double rush towards the Athenes.
And I don't hate the double Athenes. You know, both of them are healing, shielding champions. It is a really cost-efficient item. But I just wonder, like, whether one of them needs, like, a talisman or whatever it's called. You know, the item that makes you run quicker. Or, like, whether there's some... Yeah, Shirelia's Revelry. Thank you very much. It used to be called Talisman of Ascension. Or whether there's something else there, right? Because I just feel like you're not going to win a traditional game at this point. So there's no point building the traditional item. Parbu needs to build full AD. Like, there is no way about it. Otherwise, the comp just lacks damage. But from somewhere else, you need to be able to get a surprise. Like, I don't think this Lich Bane is all that necessary for Get Back. I would have loved to see Azonia's Hourglass to maybe set up a stun, buy some more time. You know, Echo diving in with the Sphere as well as Azonia's Hourglass and ulting would maybe buy some time and space for the team. But, like, the Lich Bane, he's not one-hitting anyone at this stage, Skinny. So I just think, you know, players at times get caught in ruts of what they're itemizing, but should be a little bit more creative.
See here that Pentanet are not able to play these lanes. They are forced to respond to the consistent mounting pressure that Dire will show their way. They are now hitting their 2-item power spike stride. They're showing what they can do. Now, Parbu having ticked at level 11 may possess a little bit more strength when coupled with the double support setup.
How quickly do they do Baron Skin?
Well, these weapons right now in Aphelios, mere second, surely.
I tend to agree. So
it's just spawned 20 minutes on the dot. Wouldn't that be interesting to see?
Yeah, I mean, because I'm looking at kind of how the game is stalled out, right? There's one more turret in the mid lane that can, of course, be taken down. But outside of that, you're probably waiting for dragon spawns and the like. So I'm just wondering, like, at what stage do you go just hit the Baron with your Ornn? Because he's not going to take any damage, right? You've still got a Lulu. What stage do you try and push them out of their jungle completely and control that area? Rogue
well, that
run.
seems to be the shot call they've made. We're not too fussed about the idea of Baron, but them knowing how strong we are, knowing how scared they will be, they are the ones in the driving seat to have to be so hyper aware of this being a very real threat. They need to put down the vision, but they are sacrificing some positioning which allows the likes of Vitals to walk in there and maybe pick up some kills, or maybe do situations like this. Who jumps on in, receives the wild growth, takes a fair beating as he tanks the tower, and a little bit more. Not fall victim to that true shot barrage. The members of Direwolves are still incredibly tanky as they now round out what is a very crippled tier 2 mid turret.
But Get Back nearly died on the teleport there, Skimmy. Didn't see what actually hit him. It must have just been a bunch of vitals damage, right? But he had to go back to base with no health at all. Miru obviously the same, but he's going to be able to heal up off jungle camps. It's going to be the final outer turret going down. Now no teleports available. Shock still has him, so they can post him up on bottom lane if they so choose. But I think, you know, probably 90 seconds into Dragon, into probably a full Baron setup here for the Direwolves lineup with their 8,000 gold lead.
It's up to Pentanet now to decide where they want to try and put this vision down, because the map completely belongs to the Direwolves. It's lit up. All things them at this stage. They have been terrified in their attempt to even try and control any side of their map. Anywhere they go, Direwolves have been squeezing them out. You talk about a full court press. Well, Direwolves are showing that it's not only Legacy that can play that style of game. We are definitely going to show you why we were a grand finalist.
Yeah, and I think people are forgetting that already, right? But this Direwolves lineup, probably at week 6 or 7, looked like they were one of the best teams in the OPL. And then they made it all the way to the grand final after some ups and downs at that point. But certainly are a formidable foe. Preparing for them is quite difficult. Shock plays a lot of unconventional stuff as well as some very conventional mages. So I think just looking at this, and they have no idea where they are.
Like the panic. The true shot barraging the Baron to say, where are you? Because we have no idea right now. You're off the map. There was no structures, no turrets for us to hide behind.
Yeah, I honestly think you can start it here, Skimmy. Even if you have to turn with Chippy's ultimate, I just don't see a way they can get in to contest.
Romana has now just evolved here for Kratos, but he comes to this fight a little bit low on mana. It is going to be Parbu that receives Yumi on his head. Can they find that pick? You can tell that Direwolves will start things off, but will definitely be looking for a fight instead. Get back caught in the pit, is forced to flash away. The anxiety flowing through Pentanet right now is tangible. The Baron Leash continues. Direwolves fretting the idea of a team fight as Chippy jumps in, looks to try and lock in place Parbu. No 50-50 smite still as the Ragnarok comes on out. Final chapter trying to find a root target, but Vital kill secures. That's a double kill for the big man there. And they will just chase down kills whilst the rest of the team clean house with this Baron buff. And it is Aphelios hitting his power stride right now, going for the 1v3. He can do it! Is he gonna find it? The unofficial Penta. Vital gets it, and that really once and truly showcases how strong Direwolves are.
And Skimmy, I think I've seen enough. What a decisive fight coming out of Direwolves. As you mentioned on the back end there, that is Vital and an Ardent Sensor just going bonkers on Summoner's Rift. They start hitting the Baron, and as you mentioned, panic is the only way to describe this. Get back jumping in, flashing out, jumping back in, ulting out. He was a non-factor the entirety of this fight. Miru tags up Parbu, takes him down, and then Vital just flashing forward and putting on a show for the fans. Look how much damage this Aphelios does. Get Season 10 championed. Ardent meta may be back here, Skimmy.
And this is what made many, myself included, such a big fan of this player when he came into the league. He said, I am an aggressive player, I'm 17 years old, I'm a Korean, I want to showcase what I can do. And he came in with an absolute star performance there. Yes, the playoffs were a little bit rough for him, but he's come back and, well, he is just showing that despite being at 10%, full faith in the team, full faith in Decoy, and able to put his team on the back there.
And obviously you can just have a bad Thanksgiving, so we don't want to overreact to the Pentanet.GG situation here. But this looks more like Week 9 Pentanet than what we saw last week. Yeah. The same confusion about where are we fighting, how are we fighting, who is the carry of the lineup, you know, is it Get Back, is it Freighter? Is it Parbu this time around? Because last week they played really well around Get Back and Parbu. But a couple of the drafts this week looked like they needed to be Freighter's drafts, and they just have not executed on them.
What can they find with this one? As it is going to be the final chapter being put onto Echo's head, but Get Back has to actually disengage away, so the ult does not find full value. Direwolves are inevitable in their attempts to close out this game. That ace moments before showcasing how strong they are, that anything that Pentanet throw their way does not do anything to them. The Baron buff will be enough. The gold discrepancy at 13,000 as these Nexus turrets start to fall on down. A last-ditch effort, a last chance for redemption here. Is Get Back without an ultimate. Will still die despite being in the fountain. Pabu collapsed. That's 2 kills going the way of Direwolves. They are strong. They do not play their opponent's style of gameplay. They play aggression. They play decisive. They are 15 kills to 1, ladies and gentlemen. They are the team to keep your eyes on.
They certainly are, and they don't want to end it, Skimmy. It looks like they want to go for another dive. Finally, they hit the Nexus. Direwolves go 2 on the weekend and join the mess in the middle of the pack.
From start to finish there, decisiveness, strength, individual playmaking. You could throw as many words at that as you like, but for me, Direwolves literally just came into that game and said, look, week 1, not too happy about that one. Let's flip the script. 2 defeats. Let's make that 2 victories. What a fantastic victory there. Direwolves definitely putting themselves back in contention as the team to watch in the top side of the league. And that is now going to be us welcoming back the boys from the desk. It's Nick Boy and Rusty. Nick, what did you think about that one? Are your pants still on, mate?
The Direwolves, they are. And the Direwolves, if Legacy are the legs of the OPL, the Direwolves are certainly a portion of the butt, which is also the leg, which means that they are part of the most important part of the OPL, because as we all know, the leg is the most important part of the body because the leg wears the pants.
I regret everything there.
Dab Daddy. That's how we rounded out here. No, a great victory for Direwolves there. And Rusty, at the end, you were just you were giving some pretty strong advice to PGG.
Was I? That wasn't meant to go on air, Nick.
Yeah, no, that's why I didn't say it. I was like, you were like, yes, I would. You were supposed to say something like, yes, in the wrap up, like review of the games, I would have strongly advised X, Y, and Z.
Yes, I would have strongly advised them to not play the Janna top in place of another potential champion. I also would have advised them to not do what they did in the first 2 levels of the game because I'm still processing. And I can't work it out.
I genuinely want to go back and watch what happened in the mid lane. Like, I hope I get the raw replay file of it, because it looked like BioPanther took experience on the entirety of the melees of the first wave. And I don't know whether it was because they needed the push out of the Echo. And then it was like BioPanther hadn't done his job. So then Babu just ran through and did the job for him with another axe and took another creep of experience. So from what I could see, 4 creeps on the first 2 waves were taxed experience-wise for Get Back. And yeah. I'm no mid laner. I'll have to ask Harry, but I'm pretty sure that means you're not hitting level 3 on the correct wave, and you're going to spend a whole creep wave, level 3 to level 2, and there is no mid lane matchup you can win if you have to spend 6 creeps level 3 to level 2. Like, you should just lose
level 3 champion.
Half of your health just trying to even fight for it. That was, if it was a deliberate strat, that was crazy. Because in my head, when you get that map split, you just stay bottom side, and your Ez Yumi gets to scale for free, and you're happy as a pig in excrement. However, what happened with that cross just lost prio in all 3 lanes, and it was a fiesta, as my old friend Yamato would say. A clown fiesta.
Yeah, it also pushed Pabu to the side of the jungle where there was only 1 camp left, so they may not have been aware of the starting position of the opposing team. I think that may be the biggest undoing of them.
But how do you find out that information? You have to put your Janna and run her through the top jungle, not park her mid.
All right, we've clearly broken the Dab Daddy. Let's take a look at the results from today. My favorite result of today is just the slow decline of spawn in the last 2 nights from well-dressed professional caster to just hobo ranting about League of Legends. Game number 1, Legacy taking down Mammoth in a game that was not as easy for them as they probably would have expected. Game 2, Chiefs strongly punishing Order. Game 3, Gravitas, the surprise upset against AV, and finally Direwolves coming in and coming up against a Pentanet.gg, who were honestly playing a different game today.
They couldn't play the game. They literally couldn't play the game. From level 1 onwards, you know, you lost all priority, you lost the ability to do anything, and Direwolves, I don't know. if they've got like an energy drink sponsor or something, but they were playing with so much tempo, even I was going, hang on a minute. It was crazy.
What do you have in New Zealand? Do you have Vegemite, Marmite? Like,
oh, good question, because I actually don't like those. I actually don't like those. No, I know.
Alright,
I know
moving
when I lived in the UK and I did my first holiday to Australia, they're like, you have to try Vegemite, and I was like, what is this? It feels like I'm eating like, the stuff you put like tar on the road. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough.
She's tragic.
That's what we use. That's what we use.
That's why you're so rock hard. That's why we can take this brutal banter, right?
That's why our legs are so strong. I don't know. Let's take a look at the standings as they stand right now. What do they stand on? The legs of the OPL. Ah, there it is. Standings. Legacy, top of the table, 4 wins, 0 defeats. Second place, Chiefs, and then tied for third. We got Direwolves, AV, Order, and PGG running down the board. 7th place is Gravitas, but they're on the comeback. And finally, 8th, looking for their first win, hopefully next week, it is Mammoth. Let's take a look at the potential for that first win, because we've got Friday's schedule for you. We want to see you guys joining us next week for more OPL action and the games you will be getting on Friday, the 19th of June. Direwolves versus Gravitas, Game 1. Chiefs versus Mammoth, Game 2. Legacy taking on PGG for Game 3. And Order v Avant, Game 4. So that's what you can look forward to next week. What you can look forward to this week is a little MPL action, a little MPV action, a little MPR action. We're going to be jumping back into Valorant tonight because, boys, I feel like we did a pretty good job yesterday, despite Spawn's constant berating of us.
We went 1-1 on the day. I feel like that's a consistency that we can, at the very least, keep from now on.
Mm-hmm. Spawn, do you have anything to say about yourself?
I want to go eat dinner. Please
well, unfortunately, you've got 2 hours of playing with me in a shooter. But also, we want to be playing with you guys. So add me on Valorant, NickBoy, NICHBOY.
I'll put it in chat.
OCE. We'll be grabbing some randoms, hopefully not as good as that first stack we came up against yesterday, and we'll be playing a couple of games against you guys, so we would love to see you there. We love our sponsors as well, Macca's, EPOS, and Neosurf. A massive thank you to all 3 of our beautiful sponsors for coming on board OPL Split 2 2020. A massive thank you to production. A thank you to Spawn, Skimmy, and Rusty. Boys, today was a day where I feel like we learned a lot. And I enjoyed every minute of it.
It's not about the destination, Nick. It is about the journey. And this journey has been downright miserable and just filled with pain and anguish.
This is a crazy weekend. We had stomps yesterday. We had just punching ons and just upsets, if you want to call it that, from what we saw week 1 form. But everything said and done, I look at that standings leaderboard and go, oh, we're back in Split 1.
Yeah, I know.
It's all
sort of it's all come out in the wash. Rusty, any last words?
I'm wearing pants.
You're wearing pants. It was a long journey. It was a stomp. How do you do both of those things? You use your legs. What do those legs go in? They go in pants. We'll see you next week for OPL. We'll see you in a couple of minutes for the MPL.
Today is the Neosurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
Neosurf is simple, safe, and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
It's got it! This is deadly! It's got it!
Welcome to the 2020 OPL. I am Nick Boy Richardson.
And that's a beautiful hemo play. Got to multiple members. He gets himself a double kill. It's Ray's doing what he does. The team fight king.
We love everybody. We love the OPL.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Greetings, Captain. Incoming status report with news from the Convergence. We've lost contact with some of our allies and enemies have called in reinforcements. We'll have to round up some new recruits if we want to restore peace to the galaxy. Ready? This is Team Fight Tactics Galaxies. Return to the stars. Valkyrie and Void forces have withdrawn from the intergalactic arena. But systems report that new champions have emerged with abilities we've never seen before. Mechanized units identified as battle casts wreak fear and havoc among the ranks of their adversaries, while Astros possess unique abilities. It looks like some remarkably powerful champions are making their way to the front lines. A creature of total mechanical terror, Urgot launches his drill at enemies and reels them in for utter annihilation. Janna casts powerful storms across the battlefield, bolstering allies and disrupting enemy units with impressive crowd control. Thanks to her unique origin, she grants allies additional attack bonuses, giving her team some much-needed support. Oh, one more thing. The Galactic Leaderboard has been reset. With legions of new recruits entering the intergalactic stage, each with unlimited potential waiting to be tapped, I can hardly calculate all the future possibilities. Well, actually, I can. But that's not the point. The galaxy needs you, Captain. So, ready on your go.
They say that you can see the devil dance on idle hands. So we put in work. Amen. Put the city on my shoulder blades and molded waves. Focus on the future when it's rolling pain. Kicking in the doors and we open gates for the years. Blood, sweat, and tears that we overcame. When it's no pain, it's no glory. Legendary grind for the history. Come to shut us down, you on what army? We about to go loud for me. We put in work.
Taste my bag!
Who stole my Penta?
Oh, baby, that's what I needed.
9 hours in this building with these morons.
Good work!
Let's go, boys!
Such an exciting intro. Welcome to the MPL. We are jumping back into Valorant for Night 2 weekend Valorant play. We just saw some real upsets in the OPL. Well, not real upsets, but like, you know, people were certainly upset. The losers were upset. And we're hoping to upset some people ourselves. You just need to accept my invite if you're already on my friends list. You know, I've sent you an invite. If you're not on my friends list, add me, NickBoyOs, NickBoy #OS, and I will add you to our game. We need to fill 2 more spots, and then we are good to go.
What map we doing this time?
Well, I've put us on Split.
We haven't played that one yet, hey.
We've done
We did it. Bind and Haven, I think, is what we did.
Yes.
So let's give the others a little look-see. Someone just added me. I added you. You're not in game. Oh my goodness, this is so embarrassing for you. How's Spawn doing?
Yep, right.
Look at that. Look at the excitement on that face.
Is there a way to view match history of somebody else?
Here we go.
I don't know.
No, there's not yet.
Oh, so I
But
wanna-
if you're looking
How did you
for
go on with
mine-
your omens? I saw your Twitter post right after MPL. Did you get
How
any
many
more
things
dubs?
are in your match history? Like 10? Yeah, so I'm 7-3.
Mm.
But I do want to say that I've been playing quite well.
You know,
Like
one
what?
trick. Do you think?
I love Omen. Yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
really
pretty cool. Eh?
Yeah, like the 2 last games I played were bad, but like before that, like 23-16. This one is a 3-13 loss where I was top of the scoreboard for my team. But
We got
It's
one.
rough.
We got it.
We got
Oh, we're in. We're
We're
gaming.
in.
wow, okay,
We
apparently
are
I just
in.
don't get to check my thing anymore. I get instantly queued.
We're gaming.
Well, that's you get instantly queued, which means we're bad at this game and we're not waiting for an hour to get a match. I'm gonna give Sage a little go. See, she was the good luck charm yesterday. I feel like.
Yeah, we did well
Sage is
together
the
when we
goods.
pushed.
I
Me and
will
Nick would hop in
always say
showers
yes
and
to a
just
save.
boom.
Well, oh, the showers, that was so good. Oh,
How good was that whole showers day?
Every map should have a showers.
Genuinely, I think
Showers
it
and
was the
the
play
smoke
from teleport.
The smoke teleport was great move as well.
That
Loved
was the
that
strat
spot.
for sure. We've got to find
That was
another
heaps
unique
fun.
strat to us here, yeah?
Well, what's this one? We have. This one has 2 mid entrances
This is the one with the ropes, yeah?
with ropes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
So you can like rotate between mid and then you got heaven and hell.
I'd like to
That's-
apologise for everyone for not being in the middle of my camera.
He's doing it tough out here.
He is. I mean, he's really first world problem
Who are you
all
all?
over us.
The cleanup crew?
Hey, did anyone get that new skin? I got that sweet new skin, the gold and white, gold and silver. Very nice.
Oh,
very
did you
nice.
get all of them again?
No, I don't use most of those guns, so I bought the ghost one. I'll actually whip it out
Yeah,
right
gotcha.
now. Ooh,
I'm pretty
baby.
sure I'm about to drop another hundy on this game and buy all of them.
Baby.
And don't tell Jenna.
Don't tell Jenna.
Delete the VOD.
Because the other day she was like, hey, there was $129 on our PayPal. What was that? And I was just like, oh, that was nothing.
And then you
Presents
poisoned
for you.
her,
Skimmy,
which is
wait
why she's
mid lane.
sick.
Alright, bro. I'm just going to peek here at the start for vision.
Yeah, cool. There's noise.
Nothing, eh?
There's
2 at least. One's poking.
Coming.
One's got a shotty and ropes. He's pushing me into A heaven.
Oh, excuse me, where are they?
They're in heaven. One in heaven.
Alright, planning B already.
Spike planted.
Oh, what
Last
a
player
shot.
standing.
Damn, okay. That guy with the shotgun was just so sketch. Oh, a big piglet.
That's fine. Yeah, Piglet got me too.
Together,
That was
we
kind of
will
sketchy.
Awesome,
bury
not
them
saving.
under their
I think
transgression.
we do nothing. We got no kills, so we should play.
Yeah.
Crystal.
Same positions or?
That's all just challenge, man. We're in the crystal.
He's on. Man.
Oh, yeah.
Is that you replying to me, or is that Crystal? We just made a turtle song. That was beautiful.
Alright, David. Dugan. Tag, 78.
I got one pushing.
Is that
Spike
A.
planted.
Is that A or B? Do you know?
Whoa, it's ropes.
B.
Skimmy,
Drop
they're
down,
coming
he's gonna
ropes.
drop down.
Yep.
Tagged him for 78. There's one in heaven, A heaven. He's got a SMG. I've got to get better at like centering onto their heads, eh?
Oh, that's been like I suck. But
I just like I unload and it's like I just all my shots go into the chest.
There's a bunch of visual indicators on the map, like all those big boxes. The top of the box is head height. Like basically any line that you see that looks like it would be roughly head height means that is the head.
That's actually a solid tip.
Yep.
What are you buying? SMGs?
You coming?
Yeah, mate.
But you know that I have a shotgun that I took from one of
the out A.
One's in river, Ostewers. Tag B connector. 66.
Enemy spotted.
Jets in B.
They pushing side.
Get out of my way!
Unimportant.
Nice. 2 on B. Jets use our ultimate.
Up
Phoenix,
in heaven.
A heaven.
Spike planted.
Blinding.
Last player standing.
2 in A. Omen on B only. Check heaven behind you afterwards. Unlucky.
Nice try, man.
Unlucky.
Nice try.
I'll do my job, you do yours.
And considering I started out with a shotgun, I good round.
I got so played, I like peeked an assault rifle with SMG and just got outplayed there.
I'm buying.
Actually, Skimmy, let's swap starting spots.
Yeah. Because you got the assault rifle, so I'll just take the other angle.
You also have Dashy Boys.
Tighten up
I can be your boo. You know, we can organise that, mate. I hear noise.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Alright, Phoenix ult.
Okay. Hey.
Okay. I've definitely got one on B.
Enemy spotted.
Okay.
There's one at least on B. Jets on B.
Damn, Rando my dragon. He's a beast.
Jet playing lurk.
Last player standing.
Not Hakeem is very impressed with your shot calling, Skimmy.
Oh, thanks.
Either impressed or not impressed, I can't quite tell. It says, G Skimmy shot calling. Yeah, but I feel like you're calling good shots.
They're probably just looking for picks
30
here.
seconds left. Spike planted.
I had all utility. I don't know what I should do there. If I should just like smoke off an angle and go the other way.
We are Valorant. We are fighters.
Yeah.
This is a full buy, right?
Yeah. Crystal's unfortunately in that cycle of like, I can only afford an SMG with armor every round. You're doing one, Crystal.
I can feel it.
Nick, if you hear them in Midwest, give me just wall them.
Jet's got an AWP mid. Phoenix and Jet on B. Don't peek mid. One in heaven, one in our heaven. On B side. 2 in heaven, B side. One's got an AWP.
Better go.
Yeah, I'm coming.
They're planting B now.
Spike planted.
They're in heaven.
Enemy spotted.
Nice, up down.
Both dead.
You got Spawn on the long flank. He's in their spawn.
Cover going out. No charges.
Make a push now. He's blinded them. Unlucky.
I think 130.
Yeah. Sova's tagged.
One enemy remaining.
Sova's tagged in long hall.
Nowhere to run.
Turn left, Nick.
Last player standing. Clutch.
Unlucky.
Oh, that was so close.
He was chilling back in their spawn.
I will snuff
Was he?
out.
Okay. Okay. We're
He was
getting
ulting
there.
from
We're getting
theirs.
there.
Big Piglet, look at this guy. He's a beast in 2 games.
Yeah, it's gross.
Okay. I'm not going to try and challenge him anymore because I just keep losing to the ult battle. I've only got SMG.
Yeah, definitely don't peek. Just hold a line for defense.
I've got ulti, so...
They're still
Dead.
noisy.
Two here. Do you have a heal, Nick?
Yep.
Second.
Enemy spotted.
2A,
Right.
2A.
For you. Blocking sight.
It's 66.
Blocking sight. Watch this.
Sova
God
on A
damn.
site.
We don't have to push mid, but we have to push somewhere. Don't harass it.
Put your carry pants on, pants
Spike
game.
planted.
Fact. Nice, Rusty.
I think he's playing from their A short pushing.
Last player standing.
Was he pushing?
There's just two of them there.
He had one where Crystal's looking, and then like Jet was playing ramp with AWP, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I definitely felt more side.
Yeah.
I was too far.
Run, Crystal. Keep your. No. Okay. Okay, what's the cool strat?
I mean, there's no real cool strat. We're on defense right now.
That's true. That's true. The cool strat is wait
Take
till
out.
we switch to offense.
We should 100% take up. That's excellent. Okay.
You
What's
wanna
that?
Try and play a retail.
I mean, we can.
We're just not really able.
Armor pistol.
Keep those heels coming.
So the big issue is they just.
This Omen ult. They're planting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Oh shit.
Omen's down.
It's 2 mid. You guys should be able to rush that target. So.
One's in A heaven. A ramp, sorry.
It's easy. Behind the pillar.
Stay down.
Oh, what the hell was that?
Last player standing.
3.
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely.
Ah, no!
Alright, who invited Piglet? 14-0.
This is crap.
This guy's a nerd.
Piglet.
Look at him.
It's super annoying to kill people twice.
He's good. Not bad, considering they had big items.
What, the 7-0 score?
I don't know. It's hard.
Nowhere to run.
Oh, come on. Piglet is too good.
I kill Piglet. Bombs down at A. Two more A.
We
One
win.
enemy remaining.
We won.
Bombs down there.
Get out of my way!
I got eyes on the bomb.
Tell me.
Eyes on the spike.
Them hit. It's chill.
I assume he's going sewers unless he comes your way.
Don't flank it.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
There we go. Nice. Skimmy. Skimmy. That was...
We got vengeance! We sniped the sniper! There it is.
We've finally made him buy.
Maybe I snipe mid this time, or they're going to predict it, yeah?
I mean, do you want to smoke somewhere?
Nick, so you'll start here, right?
Mhm.
He's going to be on the other side, and if he's
Yep.
Oh, no.
taking fire or can't hold it, ball there. So they can't.
Yep.
If they do push, they have to shoot.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Jet's mid with AWP.
Oh god. I was trying to plant the wall and he shot me.
I think it's a B take. Phoenix in heaven. B heaven. They're planting now.
One
Two on
enemy
site.
remaining.
One left. Only soda.
Nice crystal.
I see the spike.
Beautiful.
Like I was
Skimmy. My
There
god.
it is, boys. There it
It's
is.
like
There's
last
guns on the
round.
ground. You want to pick it up?
commendable. Again.
I might play B and look down B long. They always seem to have someone going there, yeah?
Like garage, tower. Yeah.
Let's take at least one down
There's
with
two
us.
types of people that are playing these NPLs with us. The FPS guys and the MOBA guys.
They smoked off. B? B long? I'm not going to reveal just yet.
I got the spike.
Orbs down B long.
Got spike still.
One enemy remaining.
Nice
Oh,
work.
Nice. Last one's on A side.
Cover with you.
I'm going to go heaven. There it is, boys.
Nice work.
There it is.
Skimmy. Jeez.
What's that?
I'll make them remember. They're only human.
Oh no, I know. It's just I suddenly looked at the scoreboard and I saw how well Skimmy's doing. But Crystal was doing well as well. Guess who's not doing well? Oh, Nick boy. Just warming up the fingers. I got those cold spawn head fingers.
Why am I cold? Like, I'm warming up.
Because you keep putting beanies on that cold head.
Why is the camera always on Skibby? Because that's Skibby's point of view.
Oh, they got a kill. B long. Oh no!
Get out of my way!
B long. Lost the
Okay,
trade.
there's one A. Eva's A.
Don't actually know if there is a place on this map to be long.
Rusty!
Get off the ropes.
Oh god damn it.
Standing.
Oh,
No!
come off it.
You're kidding me.
Oh, unlucky.
Genuinely Iron Man. I hit him 5 times.
Last round in the half.
Use everything you have. We lose it anyway.
Alright.
We have lose it. That means you get a free pistol.
Don't stop me now. Haven't said.
One down.
Mid dead.
Enemy spotted.
I'm blinded mid. I have no mid control. They're pushing mid because of that.
There's 2A.
Let's go! Headshot.
2A, and there's definitely one in B heaven.
Yep.
One in heaven. Take
They're planting A.
another.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Last player
Back left.
standing.
Oh, bottom left corner. Nice.
Nice work.
I had no idea where he was.
Yeah, 4 rounds.
Alright. Not bad.
There it is, boys.
Okay.
Good
We're
comeback.
definitely a T-sided team. I can feel it in my loins.
Switching
Yeah, because
sides.
we have strategies on this side, right?
Yep. What
What are
strategy
they?
do you want to do first? Out of all those strategies.
Let's just run straight through.
Open my playbook. I've got nothing.
Well, I can flash us through, but gotta remember it also flashes you, so you gotta like hit a wall or something.
Did you shit us?
Crush them.
You guys ready?
Follow
Yeah.
Crystal, follow Crystal. We'll do it.
Blocking sight.
On heaven.
Heaven dead.
Heaven dead.
Watch back of
Plant.
sight. Plant, plant, plant.
Plant.
Plant, Nick.
Oh,
Plant
shit.
the bomb, boy.
Yep.
Oh.
Spike carriers down.
I'm dead.
Heaven, heaven, heaven. Heaven tagged, 44.
One enemy
There he is.
remaining.
One left, no eyes.
It's our spot. Too long.
Beautiful.
Nice. Good job,
Rust.
boys. Good job.
Ooh.
Yeah,
There it
pick it up.
is.
There you go. That's what you want.
We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you forget that.
Alright, so we're gonna do same or diff.
Same.
One,
Could
there,
do-
3 there.
We could do 2 mid.
Yeah, I've got him at pants.
We're wearing pants.
I got the spike.
I'll give you the
Oh
spike
my
back.
god.
Enemy spotted. Dead.
I think they're roped now. I'll watch me.
Base
Spike,
clear,
okay,
base clear,
okay.
base clear. Watching main. Just give me
They're
this
from
one,
our spawn? Our
definitely
spawn?
main. Yes, just plant.
Spike planted.
I have no HP.
One enemy remaining.
Sure are they?
Mid. It's coming now.
Enemy spotted.
Dude. Huge. That was amazing.
do use it like this.
Are we going A?
I mean, if you wanted to be a lurk, do that.
Yeah.
There.
We've got scouts.
Healing you.
We've seen all of this. Seen all of this.
Yeah, you guys need to get
You have the
do something to
weapon,
get me
Pete,
out.
I don't.
But you have the skills.
I'm just going through.
Okay, I got one up there on that.
Tagged him.
There's one in sewers.
Heaven dead. You guys can come through the site.
There's a second
Let's go.
for the scout.
One and back in, right of site.
Headshot.
We really stalled that round.
Last player standing.
I think one was sewers.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
I think last one was sewers.
Blocking sight. I got the spike. Blocking sight.
Thirty seconds left.
Spike planted. Clutch.
Dude, well done.
Get out.
Plates.
Damn, Jet.
No characters.
Us.
Alright, where are we going?
I'll come through B.
Pressure mid.
And I can just smoke it.
Yeah, mid control's insane. There's definitely one in there.
Where's it, bro?
One down. Good.
There's definitely one in that rope room. I'm gonna smoke it off. Let's push heaven.
Heaven's clear.
I got, okay, one in B.
Let's push B.
One enemy remaining.
Blocking sight.
Oh, okay.
I'll drop face off.
Nice work.
They think they're so
Are you just a stinger main skimmy?
No, I just haven't died, so I'm just hanging on to the spy.
But you got maximum gold, bro.
Yeah, I suppose so.
That's it. Probably.
I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just play hard eco for like max gold, I guess, yeah.
I'll be shouting all the other boys stuff, you know?
punch in.
Okay, at least one B.
Nowhere to run. Blocking sight.
Okay, A is looking clear so far.
Get out of my way.
Just one on
Damn,
site.
son.
I'm gonna peek him, Swan.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, he's already
Nice
dead.
work, my god.
Yeah, I killed him, bro.
I'm like playing so passive, just waiting. I'm like, yeah, bro, he's like around that corner, right? Like,
Look at this T-sided map. Guys were sweating.
we just like pushing it. We hate just
What was
camping.
7-0?
We hate just waiting.
Piglet 101 is still 27-9, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, guy's nuts. So talented. So decent.
Just give me.
Yo.
Never mind.
Oh, I just got killed through smoke. The guy's a god. The jet's my kryptonite. One's pushing you, Nick.
Yep.
Ooh. One's coming connected behind you guys. think Sight's unarmed.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Fine.
Shadow is traveling.
One heaven.
Enemy spot.
Phoenix 7.
You will not kill my allies.
Bros.
Heaven. And I'll spawn. I'll spawn in heaven.
Tag 93. I'll spawn.
One enemy
Nice work.
Nice. Well done.
Yeah, look at the comeback.
And they burnt Sage ult too. It's nice.
Keep it up.
Hey, Skinny.
And they're on us.
Yo.
Buy Daddy
Someone
a
get
gun.
this?
Only if you dab.
Thank you.
I'll buy it for you.
Oh. The dab daddy does it again.
Okay, what are we doing? I've got the spike.
I'm gonna look for an AWP pick mid. Actually, no, I'm gonna play B long with an AWP.
Yeah, okay, they come through right away.
Okay, should I just hold back then, you reckon?
Skimmy, once again, there is no place on this map called B Long.
What is this then?
Well, there's lobby and there's garage.
Garage.
Well, I just call it long, eh?
Yeah, it's in my brain as well.
Yeah, same.
Enemy spotted. Enemies.
Oh, David Naguyan pushed me. Tagged once.
Let's do something, Nick, I reckon.
Yep.
Looks like this place is empty. Get the bomb down, bro.
Alright, let's go.
Watching here. Lock in sight.
Raise an arrow.
One enemy remaining.
One from our spawn.
Yep, coming in garage.
He's pushing now. Last one.
Bomb buddy out.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Continue on.
The emote meta carries on.
Is right.
Alright, now what?
Yep, 34.
Yeah, but I'm just saving for the next one. For the next one. What are we doing?
going
Force an
A?
A? Yeah.
Go on A.
I take what I want.
Enemy spotted.
Okay, gotta pick mid.
Yeah.
Looks like a heavy AA.
Yeah. But on the right, Nick.
I didn't go off.
Yep, it's in that right.
There's one on B heaven. He might be rotating around long way.
One enemy remaining.
Job.
I think last one's in B spawn.
Yep.
I'm watching mid connector. Where you're looking, Rusty, I reckon is where he's coming from.
Alright.
Yeah, I'd say so. I've got eyes on mid still.
Good work.
Patience. This part kills me the most.
Yeah.
Heaven. You're right, Nick.
Oh my god. I was like heaven and then gone.
Leaves.
That's a big boom.
Dies as well, which is good. Hey, match point.
Match point.
Hell yeah.
One last fight, everyone.
We're actually so T-sided.
I mean, just the game, if you don't know what you're doing, is a T-sided game.
We just want to fight, eh? Just go, go, go. I might play here again and look for a pick.
Yeah.
And
I'm just gonna run straight out onto B.
I'm gonna look towards B back, and if you see nothing, then I'll just keep pushing with you.
Cool.
Oh, there's one there.
What the heck?
Alright.
Get out of my way!
Oh, that was a bit sketchy.
Oh no.
Last player standing.
I was just patiently waiting. I shouldn't have peeked.
Crystal, you can do it, buddy. Oh god.
Right clicking if that thing is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nice, nice, nice.
Got the spray down.
Very good.
Okay.
Usher them towards their eternal rest.
I need this.
I want to do a push.
Can someone 5 for me? 5.
Hey?
This.
I want to do a push with a blind so I can like ult in. He dropped you a gun.
Reloading.
Let's go somewhere spawn. I'll just ult in.
Yeah, well, I can just ult behind them. So go ahead, do whatever you want.
Good where you are.
Yeah.
One in ropes.
Smoked up rope.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Yeah, be watching with AWP, I'd say.
Mid's dead.
There's one in B garage. Phoenix in B garage. Oh,
Good kill.
garage is dead.
Nowhere to run.
We going A?
B's
Next to
empty.
the spike at A.
Right, we're all flanking
One
A.
enemy remaining.
K's in there.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, you can plant. Oh, you can't plant, Dick.
Beautiful.
Attackers win.
There it is. Well done, boys.
Ended the game the way you started it. Carrying. Well, you guys all laugh at that.
That was good.
You did. The laughter I heard.
Hey, 30 bomb, bro. Big.
Yeah, it's huge.
Dude.
Well done.
Piglet 101 did 111 econ rating. That's insane. Only one spike was defused that whole game.
Let's go. No clutches.
That's so funny. Good work. Okay, let's go again. We will disband this team.
What if
You.
Piglet's gonna like retire from League and just become a Valorant pro?
Apparently we're viewing from my angle this time, so
That's
enjoy that.
exciting.
First ever. Hey, how good is it, right? Your first ever time, and then you do it on stream as well.
Yeah.
You don't need to worry about it being recorded, right? Your 5-man ace or your craziness with like 4 one-taps, it wasn't recording. It's been recovered from.
Got ML.
Mm.
Definitely got a LOL player here.
Who am I missing from this group?
There's one last map, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ascent.
Back to where it all started.
Just waiting to see if anyone is cool. Just need one more. If you, there you go. We good. All right. That was a huge comeback. That was a huge comeback.
What were we, like 0-8, yeah?
We were 0-8, and then we held them to 8 The entire run except for the second last.
That's so crazy. So decent.
Fedora Der Explorer is Machine Gun Fillet. So we got sweet nips on our side. Sweet stream nips.
We do.
What a name. I love that.
We definitely do. Okay.
What's the play here, Rust?
I don't know.
What are you feeling, man?
You're Sova, so I think I might do Jet or
Hmm.
Jet.
I barely used like Jet's kit.
Yeah, that's why I'm playing it. I want to like teach myself to be aggressive.
Yeah. The only thing I remember to use is the dash. And then everything else I'm like, it's an afterthought it seems.
Ping was so high, gonna blame it on that.
Do they know what it means to be truly?
Alright, here we go.
I'll show them.
Oh, we're defenders. Uh-oh.
Yeah, actually, why is our
Okay.
ping behind?
I don't know.
Did we choose servers when we play?
No,
We all have 120.
we do. What is up with that?
That's strange, hey?
Let's just see if it feels like it.
Remake lobby.
Shadows traveling.
A short.
Here.
There's 2B main. Hey, there's. There.
Oh my god.
I like that, Nick.
Still
I
got
like
him.
that. I like
They're at the
that.
other side. Bomb. Like.
I've been muted this whole time.
Last player standing.
Come on, Fedora. You can do it. You can do it. Shoot the door. 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 Shoot the door.
Oh.
Huge. 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 Oh my
no,
god.
You could see the freak out.
Yeah.
Alright, remember to unmute, Jake. Remember to unmute. So we're just not doing anything? Not fine?
Does
It's
anyone's
fine.
ping feel like it's 100?
Yeah.
Does it feel like it? I don't even know.
Feel.
Oh, well,
Odd
at least
how
we're
that would've
all on
happened.
equal ping. Except
Pretty
for
sure, but,
Fedora,
we're
who's
one
on
round
like
in.
200.
Yeah, we don't.
Nah, I'm not leaving. If I leave this game, I'm never coming back.
Shadows traveling.
Jet and Breach and whoever has a flying drone all coming out B.
They're definitely A
Yep.
long.
Yep.
I just destroyed my recon.
One cross.
I'm in mid. Meg's got Vandal and mid. He's tech 66.
I did 100 to.
There's three on
There's
B.
3 on B, yeah.
Spike planted.
Remove.
Go get that gun, Nick. Hightail it if you want.
Yeah, Big gun.
See how your frame goes, but don't overcommit. It's a
Yeah,
really good weapon.
because keep the weapon.
Last player standing.
Yeah, run into their spawn.
But it doesn't count because it doesn't have a nice skin.
Let's
Nice.
get these idiots.
Alright, fire up.
All right, who's going where?
I'm gonna stick A.
Hey, enemy team, can you please stop talking in party chat? Because I could hear you. Thank you.
Amazing.
All right, there's still at least 2 B.
Yeah, no one's A. No, there is one A.
Off your feet! Pitiful.
One enemy remaining.
Spike down
Nice
B.
spawn, nice spawn. She was A the last time I saw her.
She was A long, should be rotating. Maybe mid.
Hey,
There we go.
we need someone to cover mid.
Mark it.
Well,
The hunt begins.
Belted.
planting.
Planted.
Spike planted.
Revealing area. There they are.
Last player standing.
On your
My
right.
spray went terrible for a sec.
Right. Someone
Right.
tell him right.
Right.
It's behind you.
The milk!
Party.
The clutch king!
I have to mute, right? So I can't really do it.
Snuff out Phoenix's fire.
I'm just going to cover mid.
Yeah, I'm playing A with
Emerald
recon.
has flanked me so many times just walking in mid.
I am not just a shadow. Cover going out.
One at catwalk.
Okay. Yep. I've only got pistol. I'm playing super defense.
Okay, I'm up in A heaven.
Cover.
One pushing catwalk.
It's 2 in B, main.
Get out
He's
of
on
my
me.
way.
He's coming in now.
Oh,
I don't think you guys can be that passive, to be honest.
Last player
yeah, I reckon.
standing.
Like hold further angles.
Well, like, we
Deeper
just
angles.
need information somewhere.
Yeah.
And like the site we're stacking, we're like most passive on. So like challenge long as 3 and then fall back or something. But we just need a little information.
I'm gonna look for a pick mid to start the round off, Rusty. I'm gonna look towards catwalk. Can you look at mid link when you come out there? Nick?
Yep.
Cover going out.
Breach him.
Yeah, that's right. Oh my god, are you serious?
One pushing us.
They've got AWPs and assault rifles spawn.
Last player standing.
It's 2 in A, 1 mid, is that right?
Yeah. Mel's just a bloody creeper.
Spike
One of those
planted.
Minecraft characters. And where you least expect. Oh, speak of the guy.
Oh,
Look at him just lurking around the operator. I see you, ML.
And these league players actually smurfing it in these games.
We move in.
Alright, we should take a half.
Time to mix things up.
Shadows traveling.
Okay, one's pushing A.
Catwalk and A-long.
One. And he just shot me full white with a pistol.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Felt the lag on that one.
The hunt begins.
Why is he there? He's on A side.
Oh my god. Nice, nice, nice.
Nice.
I could not have made that.
I feel like myself.
Give me.
Catch them.
Yo.
Right.
Again.
Oh, cheers.
You know, I haven't been feeling the lag, and now I'm really feeling
I just felt it,
Yeah.
like buying was where the lag was.
I'm gonna sit catwalk.
What do you want, smoke? Do you want mid link or top smoke?
Top, please. I'm gonna look mid link.
Cover going out. Cover going out.
They're pushing out.
Mid link.
Enemy
They're
spotted.
all mid.
What the?
They're actually insane. Their peaking times.
Last player standing.
Oh my god, are you serious? Yeah, I gotta get to one of you first.
True that. It's alright, this is also T-sided. I don't think this one's T-sided.
This is rough.
Alright, let's go. Sheriff someone.
We're in a better spot than we were last time.
Are we?
Yeah.
I feel like this one's more demoralizing.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Like no one likes to get just absolutely beaten up a second time in a row.
Shadows traveling.
There's one
Okay.
mid.
Yeah.
Okay, they
Top
have
mid.
about 700 light machine guns at
And B. I'm coming B.
B.
Okay, someone coming A long.
Okay. Oh.
Annihilated.
Spike
Bag is
planted.
actually.
Yeah, this is.
Okay. What?
22. Milk smurfing.
Are we going for it?
Okay.
Last player standing.
Oh, that's my bad.
I got your backs. Just you know, from the front.
Do we fall by?
Need a drop.
Yeah, we all have money to buy, don't we?
I have one. I've got two. What do I do with two sheriffs?
Get 2 kills.
I'll
Really?
swap after one.
Cover going out.
He's mid.
Okay, 1A.
2 mid.
Oh, God, I hate Ray.
Begins.
Get out of my way.
They're pushing into mid.
Oh, they are. That was an ulti.
One went through to A, the rest on B.
Tag 72, Ray's ult is OP!
No! It was
Feeling
it was
the lag
everywhere.
so bad. Why didn't we not?
Last player standing.
Turn around.
Spike planted.
Every now and then I get a little bit terrified of ever coming round.
There's nothing worse than killing a Phoenix ult.
Turn around.
That's actually tilting.
True.
Brighter. Every now and then I fall apart. But I need you now tonight. And I need you more than ever.
There are other ways to be useful.
We're halfway this round. Hold me tight. We'll be holding on forever.
Hit it.
I'm gonna
Hit
kill
it.
this guy mid.
Alright, Nick, you're at the B side now.
I am?
Yep, done.
No one's at the B side. Why are we always playing 3A? They've been A once the whole time.
No charges.
I got some serious B-side problems.
Spike planted.
I shot him in the head and only did 105 damage. These pistols really need an upgrade.
Okay, B.
Revealing area.
Skimmy trying to reveal what the sky looks like. Skimmy. For a little bit of a jiggle peek. Checking the far corner. That's a hard play. Oh no, she's there. She went for a knife. Not going to be able to make it. Skimmy in the 2v2 now. Looking at the bomb site. At the spike site. Holy crap. Ray's in the corner. Gets taken down. Clears out boat shed. There's no one in boat shed. She's on the ramp. Skimmy falls down. It was so close.
Skimmy, that was so close, man.
I'm enjoying that.
Unfortunate.
Is this the last round?
I've never been more excited about this game.
I'm gonna go.
This is definitely not the last round. There are so many more rounds. Embarrassed, I think.
Okay, I'm coming B. Coming B with you, Skimmy.
Okay.
I am smoking off the top of mid. I'm also going to smoke connector. I have been hit with a lift. And there is one at the top of mid. And she has just run through and killed me.
Bombs down mid.
But both are dead. It's called a spike.
Shot that.
Trust Nick to watch that, Skimmy. Watch mid.
Hey, apparently my jump gets takes me.
It's all in the pants, man. If you don't have pants, you'll be much more aerodynamic.
Revealing area.
I didn't have feet.
Alright, bloody Skimmy's looking for a little bit of a peek. Still sees that he's got control of the spike now, ladies and gentlemen. Skimmy gonna be able to pick up one. Recon bolt has been destroyed. Skimmy's position is known. Top of mid. He drops down. Oh my goodness gracious me. Skimmy really has made a mess of this one. Shoots out the arrow. Picks up the win.
As Nick Boy kills him.
Yeah.
What a bloody performance
Take
from
those.
the old skim boss dog.
Aye, boys.
Final round of the half.
The energy levels are low in this one.
Low?
Mate, I feel...
No shots. Spawn's gone into
knackered.
manic.
I am sitting here trying to carry this stream. And you
Let's
call
go.
me manic, sir?
I'll silence their
I'm sorry, let's all be silent and miserable.
Catwalk, catwalk, catwalk. Oh, actually, no, long.
Die race. Oh, I've run out of bullets, chat. I've bloody run out of bullets again. Nick Boy holding the line, looking to see if he can spot out him.
That rain is there.
It's a tense time. Meanwhile, action on A site. Both of them just holding from heaven. Will get flanked by Crystal Shot. Crystal Shot going to be able to pick up that takedown. Everyone's still alive. Don't worry about it.
1B.
Mustang Sally. He scoped in the spike has planted. And oh no, Rusty's been bloody done in. Nick Boy looking for it. Searching.
Do it.
Stick it. He's just stuck the defuse.
This is great. Just see his feet come in.
Just looking at the spike.
Stop calling it the B word.
No.
It's ingrained into
All
my
right,
head.
we're going to go with the classic strategy of push A.
Can I ask why you're not allowed to call it the B word, but it's filled with G words?
What's G word?
Guns.
Oh, because a bomb is worse than a gun.
I don't think that's true.
No, because we technically do use guns, but we don't plan a bomb. We plan a spike.
No,
That
but
being
why is
correct.
it called a spike? That's what I'm saying.
Mate, I'm not the... I know you guys think I'm important, but I didn't
I
create
need you to
this.
get Jeff Valorant on the horn for me.
Jeff Valorant. Alright, boys,
Hey,
this
let's
is bloody
rush
it.
straight in. Let's do
I'm
this.
smoking window. I'm flashing.
I'm going.
There's no one in mid.
There's one in heaven. Oh, there's one close.
Gotta go.
Yeah, I'm trying. People are in my way. I love how everyone's like, we gotta go, but no one is moving.
It's just a shotgun railing us.
Yeah, how is that possible?
Because we all push one at a time. If we all just go at the same time. Ooh, machine gun, kill it. Look, it's called a rush, guys, not a mill around the entrance of the hallway.
Hey, should we just play through mids? Should we do something like that?
Yeah, well, we're going to go to OT, so we're not buying this round. Surely we have to force this round. If we lose this round, it's over.
So what are we doing?
Yep, I think forcing. Correct decision. I'm going to smoke short. And we're going to go do something.
Cover going out.
He's blinded. He's dead.
There's one short.
I've wrapped. Has someone got a spike?
Coming. Bus is like.
Barrage. Clear.
There's two of them on me. I am.
Yeah, well, that's a real shame.
The spike was way back this corner. Let
go. Shadows traveling. I have the spike.
Did we close the door?
Yeah, I already did that.
Yeah, no, I was asking, did we do that? Ah, there's one in boat shed!
Next up. Bit more within your step. You gotta run.
Oh no, bloody Skimmy's out of bullets again!
30 seconds
He's
left.
healing. Oh
One
yes,
enemy
Skimmy.
remaining. Last
Get him,
player
Nick!
standing.
Alright, Nick,
Get
on
him!
side. They're on.
The spray in that gun's crazy.
Where are they?
Oh, no.
Ah, that's funny.
Match point.
Last round.
Okay, this is it.
The fight demands it.
Lads, it's been a pleasure serving with you.
What are we doing? Pushing B?
Oh, we're just extending the suffering at the moment. Where do we want to put it?
Straight through B.
My heart will go on. What are we doing? Are we just going?
With 120.
Nah, everyone's playing with 120 ping. Don't make excuses, mate. Did
Oh, Rusty, come here. Let me hear you.
You're all there. I'm planting. Let's go sneak ourselves in.
Let's bloody go, boys! Ah, no, there's one in Buddy B tons.
Oh my god.
No!
Come on.
No! What a disaster.
That was the disaster of the game.
That's hilarious.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I really did try my hardest here, but unfortunately, you can't win them all. Isn't that right, Ted?
That is right, and
Defenders win.
that's going to do it for the MPL.
Oh, brutal. That is it. Thank God.
Thank you.
God.
Goodbye.
Thank God. Just
Maybe
cut
forever.
it. Just cut it.
I can come back to that field.
Oh,
Just cut it. Team pants. We're out.
Why are you guys so
I'm
depressed?
so tilted by the pig. I genuinely am. I was behind a wall. I got shot in the head like a whole second later. That was it for me.
But you can get shot through walls. That's the whole point of the game.
I'm just hangry, Spawn. I need to eat food.
I already ate food, man.
Yeah.
Bloody way out of here.
If you want to know where I'm going after this, I'm going to go play Valorant for 7 hours to get
That's some depression gaming right there.
It's time.
I need you both to cheer up.
Nick just left. He's gone. He's had enough. Who's going to close out the show now?
Do you want me to throw?
We're staying.
We have to wait patiently.
We're all staying.
Where do you think he's gone? Let's theorycraft this, right? Let's spitball some ideas. Has he gone to his kid to say, I need a hug? Is he going to get food?
He's gone to smash a quick OJ.
And pour himself one for sure. I don't know. Maybe he's gone down to McDonald's.
All right, guys. That is all the League of Legends action we have for you for week 2 of the NPL. On behalf of myself, Nick Boy Richardson, and the rest of the casters, we'd like to thank you for tuning in, and we'll catch you next Friday at 4 PM for some more Oceanic League of Legends action.
And that's a beautiful hemo play. Gone to multiple members. They shut down all importantly onto Chippies. He gets himself a double kill.
Triple kills. Can we get a quadra? Yes, we can. It's Ray's doing what he does. The team fight king.
You can only use these ingredients, and you can only cook with this thing. Hey,
I'm excited.
It's like a fairy pooped in a cup. Big shout out to the little legends that we created. So we've got the Fury Horn there, and then this is the mystery egg the graphics operator was making instead of that last graphic.
Guys, I want Twitch chat to do it with me. Make sure your chest hits the ground like this, that's 4. And don't be afraid to go a little bit faster or a little bit slower. Just do what's comfortable, okay?
My long-term boyfriend and I broke up over a month ago. How do I start dating again? Rusty, you're lonely.
Finally, your ideal Valentine's Day date.
PC Vaughn, Duo Q, League of Legends.
Oh, very nice.
I think Bomber started them off quite well, but they just got outplayed on a micro level, and I am really good at this.
Send this to Frost Urine.
So who here wants a really mediocre painting of Gragas? It is a time for celebration, but it is also a time for mourning. Let's start off with a eulogy.
5 Drakes to the name, a Baron and everything else.
In a counter matchup.
That's the carbon response. That's the legacy win right there.
Is anyone wearing pants?
Oh, you're wearing pants.
These some shorty boys. Look at that.
What has this become?
There's no AFL, there's no NRL, but there is always OPL. Come rain, hail or shine,